Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
As well as joining me is the meticulous Kaiser Shonen.
Hey, all right. I appreciate that one. And you know what? That'll fit given what we're going to be.
Well, I thought so. I had to restart my computer, so I forgot to have the adjective generator up. So I pulled that one from my own.
That came straight from you.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, Robert Glendinning ning 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 ning. Ning 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 bam bam. Sorry, Robert Glendinning, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that, who are hopefully in the chat. You are all, let's see, Ugox, HYH, 20 minutes ago I watched the second vid from the mysterious Mr. Enter on the Saber Spark situation. Did not expect to hear your input on this now. We were surprised by that too.
Yeah.
It was
I
a
watched
severely last minute thing.
Yeah, it was very last minute, but I managed to watch the whole video, and basically got the cliff notes from that we're going to be talking about. So yeah, there's that. But for those who are not aware, this is going to be a trigger warning since there's 66 of you here right now. We're going to be covering first, there's two segments. We're going to be covering the Saberspark allegations first, and then we're going to be talking about a video by the game theorists.
Yeah, that one's going to be probably shorter. It's not really like... That one's more of a, man, you guys are wimps kind of video. That's really... It actually has a tangential connection here, believe it or not, considering the topic of the Saberspark video, because I talk about mouthwashing in it.
Okay.
If you guys know that game, we've mentioned it. I think I've mentioned it before on stream, but it's a game that is a very, very dark subject matter, but it has to do with that. So it connects tangentially to the Saberspark stuff.
Gotcha. So trigger warnings right now, mainly for these allegations that relate to SA and sexual assault and coercion. So if you're uncomfortable with any of those topics, I don't blame you for leaving right now and just jump on a different stream, or wait for the VOD when we cover the whole all of the stuff and you can skip to the game theorist.
I need a clarification. What does SA stand for if not sexual assault?
My brain did a fart. That's why.
No kidding.
Hikaru, lol, you make a lot of amazing motorcycle sounds.
Yeah, honestly, guys, if you watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, you can hear Raymond doing his first bit of voice acting in the anime industry. Okay?
No, it'd be the other one, because I'm in the background yelling, "Card games on motorcycles!" Ow! Ow! I scratched my throat doing that.
You can hear the moment where his throat breaks too.
Yes.
I almost had that. I'm usually actually pretty good, but damn. Oh.
Did I just hear Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? No, I said 5Ds.
No, you said GX.
Oh, did I?
You said, I was like, damn, I'm the other one. What the hell? Wait,
oh,
I don't remember motorcycles in GX at all.
I mean, to be fair, that show goes in all different directions. I wouldn't be surprised if there were
Well, of course, there's a boarding school for fucking card games.
Yeah, there's like...
That anyway. Kaiba did specifically because he just can't let go of the past. He can't let go of his ancient pharaoh boyfriend.
I need to understand the fucking the economy of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. It must be insane, all right?
I mean, Kaiba's already like Elon Musk style rich. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Off of card games!
The dude mastered time travel.
It won't matter.
The dude mastered time travel. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I remember the last time that Wizards of the Coast rented out an entire fucking city for a card game tournament.
Yeah. Jesus.
Not like they're struggling right now to keep afloat.
Because they make bad decisions.
Yeah, they should start renting out more cities to play card game tournaments.
Exactly.
That's evidently the right call to make.
Kaiba doesn't make bad decisions. That's why he gets the privilege of renting out cities.
Yeah, screw the rules. He has money.
Yeah.
Well, he does make bad
Anyway.
decisions. He chose to take the stairs and not the elevator.
Oh my god. All right. So, what are these allegations, right?
Well, let's start with
Um,
the key players, and I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say this is consistent, but I'm gonna do my best to jot down like a poster board.
No, this is perfect. That is perfectly fine, because another warning, guys, is that this shit gets insanely convoluted, and there are so many pieces and
does.
players involved. So grab your notebooks and write some names down, okay?
The Orange
So-
Man, $50. How's the Batwoman review coming? $450. God, I've been busy, man. I had to go watch a 7-hour stream of Literature Devil getting things wrong about Ruby. So
And Kingdom Hearts.
and Kingdom Hearts.
Wait, what?
Literature
Oh,
Devil
has he
streamed.
started already?
He started at Volume 1. It was actually kind of fun. He had a friend there.
Okay.
It was mostly his friend. Oh, what was it? Burst Angel, I think his name is. Who was like,
Oh, I know that guy.
yeah,
I
he
know
had
that guy.
like some things right, some things wrong about all of it, and it was just like it was kind of fun. But I was there in the chat. If you saw me, Orange Man, like you wanted to see me there, I was there.
All right. Yeah, Team Jacked is always watching. Okay, so let's start with
Oh,
Saber
wait.
Spark.
One more
Okay.
last thing to detail take care of. Twy,
Oh yeah.
what is
Yes?
the Digimon on your head?
Oh, Fenrir Lugamon.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
a
cool.
mouthful.
Yeah. They do get pretty long names when they get more powerful.
Yeah, but he has 2 first names.
And so does Metal Garurumon.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now Kaiser, please continue.
Okay, so here are the key players involved in this drama that you guys need to know about. Of course, there's Saberspark, right? Big YouTuber.
He's clearly a Nazi
Actually,
because he's SS. Actually, I'll put him in blue.
I mean, have you seen his beard? That is definitely a Nazi beard.
Oh.
I'll just put
God.
Sabe.
Yeah, Sabe, whatever. Big YouTuber, main source of these allegations, right? Jesus Christ, we're getting people
Yeah,
donating
nameless.
already.
Speaking of
Nameless.
mouthwashing, funny story. I once got a chance to show the anime Bang Brave Bang Braver to
Braver,
my college
yeah.
anime club. Some people thought that Lewis Smith looked like curly mouthwashing. I was gonna say,
I've seen the first episode of that anime. It
we're
seems
watching
pretty fun.
through Evangelion right now, and we're near the end.
Yes, we are.
When Ava Unit 1 has like those bandages on, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's
Yeah.
just fucking curly from mouthwashing. Holy
Oh,
shit,
really?
that's like it's like straight up the exact same imagery of like the bloody under muscle wrapped in these pristine white bandages and the creepy single
Uh-huh.
eye popping out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I know nothing about that game, but
People think mouthwashing is
Me
his
neither.
last name. No, people joke about that. Like that's
Yeah.
it's like people saying John Halo for Master Chief. Like that's just sort of a thing
Yeah.
the internet does.
Yeah.
yeah.
Saberspark is that creepy
John
guy,
Zelda.
right? Well, we'll get to that. He may be creepy.
We'll get into
Creepy
those
in what
things.
way?
Yeah, as far as I know, he doesn't really do any creepy things, but whatever. Anyways, Saberspark,
Like-
big YouTuber. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like he's not shy about being a gooner, but that doesn't make him creepy.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
shy about being a gooner, and everyone calls me.
You
creepy.
guys watch him, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. He sneaks up on people and explode. Okay, that explains it. Anyways, so Sabe is being accused by this girl named Emily, or Emu Emmy, who's like another content creator, of essaying her, sexually assaulting her twice in a convention back in 2012. In 2 conventions back in 2012. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hikaru, I think I've seen this video in question. All I can recall was how badly done it was. I'm from Scotland, so we're not chill when it comes to such accusations, false or otherwise. I have a bottle ready. Well, dude, all right, don't do so on my account, but I understand. So we got Emily, who is accusing Saber Spark. Then we have I love Kim Possible a lot, or just KP or Rachel. You might know her as the chick who made that big expose on Lily Orchard last year.
Because she used to be friends with Lily.
Yeah, she used to be friends with Lily, had a falling out with her, decided to speak on the allegations against her in regards to Courtney and other stuff. And she decided to make a really, really the worst fucking video expose on Saberspark ever. Because surprise,
it was so bad, it got removed within hours.
Yeah, it got removed within hours of it being made. And the funny thing is, most of it isn't even about Saberspark. It was about this other guy who was Saberspark's editor, who she had a falling out with like a decade ago, but she's still harboring some animosity for it, despite the fact that he made up for his mistakes. So she basically added in the Saberspark shit as an afterthought. It's filled with these cringy ass memes throughout the video. It was incredibly unserious, and it starts off on the complete wrong foot in regards to these allegations. Lewis Smith reminded them of pre-crash Curly, and a CIA agent reminded them of Swansea. Okay. All right. So KP made the video. It's really bad. Everybody denounced it. So there's that. Then there is the two main investigators of this drama. Okay, the closest thing to heroes of this story, I guess. There's Cope and Seethe, who is a drama commentary YouTuber, or Beckett, I guess. That's his other name, internet handle, whatever.
Yeah.
And then there is the mysterious Mr. Enter, who is the only other knowable cartoon reviewer guy involved in all of this.
Really unexpected to hear that Enter has inserted himself into all of this.
Yeah, it is insane. Like, granted, he had been on a comeback for a bit ever since, everything with him went down. But after he, made this video denouncing his old editor, Star Giant Productions, and just talking about how crazy they were, like, he has just been on a bit of a redemption arc. Granted, there are some major mistakes he makes in this drama, which we'll probably get to a little later. But first, Ugox for £5 says, the worst part, learn about Saberspark, discount the allegations. He often reviews stuff for little kids, but also apparently Arrow on the same channel. I mean, I guess, but just because you talk about cartoons does not mean that kids will make up a majority of your audience. And he doesn't really, make it for kids, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, here's the thing. So, is it that children just own the concept of 2D animation,
or talking
because that
about
is kind
2D
of
animation?
Yeah, because that is kind of the thing that people imply when they say that cartoons are for kids, because it's not. There are and have been a lot of adult cartoons out there, and also adults also like to watch cartoons, whether or not they were made for kids or not. And you can also discuss children's cartoons from an adult perspective in a way that children will not be interested in.
Reminder, these cartoons can only have been made by adults.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting things is I actually had a conversation, and I will discuss this more publicly when certain things get revealed, but I've had a conversation with an actual actor from a child's television series. And he talked about how the behind the scenes, it was free game. They were all adults. They all talked about very adult things. They actually, he was one of the one of the actors. They would act out scenes that were written for kids, but they would actually, as practice, do it as though they were fully adults. You know, they were
Yeah.
using they were using dropping F-bombs and shit. They would do that all the time.
Right.
Adults made these things, so
Yeah.
it's perfectly fine to analyze it as an adult.
Yeah, and also, like, if you want to talk about, you know, more risque animated content on your channel, as long as you're making it clear that, yeah, this shit isn't made for kids, which I don't know why you wouldn't think that just looking at the thumbnails and YouTube protections and stuff, then it's perfectly fucking fine. Like, that's one of the issues in regards to Mr. Enter, because his first video is mostly good in regards to this drama. It's when he talks about specifically his views on Saberspark and his response to the allegations where things get kind of screwy, because he notes some of the reasons why the cartoon community apparently doesn't like Saberspark. And this was one of the reasons. And I gotta tell you, man, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh my god, we just ripped Enter a new one during
mostly
our
you,
private
honestly.
watch. Mostly
you were
me,
really boiling
yeah.
over.
Oh yeah, I was so mad because like, what the hell does any of this have to do with any of the allegations? This is just you saying with your whole ass that you don't like this man because you think that all cartoons should be for children and that any discussion on them should be rated fucking G.
Which is very weird because there are other reviewers that do very similar things with similar levels of success and no one gets hurt. So that's kind of weird. That's just one of the things that he notes in that video. Hikaru says, "My blood is boiling over. Think I'm going Maverick." Dude, we just started. Okay, keep up. So the only two other people that are going to be important for this drama is Bonk and Sophie. So
who are Bonk and Sophie? Where do I put them in the chart?
Don't worry. I'm gonna explain this.
Hang on. Quickly, Neil. To clarify, Land Before Time is a family film that is different from a children's film. Like it's a bit of a nuanced thing, but the difference between for children and for family is that for children means that only children would enjoy it for the most part, but family films mean that both children and adults will like it because there are things that are deeper in the film that adults can enjoy and get out of.
Mm-hmm.
Yugok says, that's why I said the worst about Saber Spark, but did not call him a creep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the word. That's pretty much the long and short of it. I only seen like a few of the guy's videos. He seems all right, basically. You know, he seems like a decent guy. You know, he's a little gooner or whatever, but it's just part of the gag and shit. It's whatever, right? So, what was I gonna say? Right, Bonk and Sophie. So Bonk and Sophie are they were in contact with Emu Emmy. And were largely some of the people that pushed her to going to Kim Possible in order to make her video about the allegations.
Bonk and are they? Should I combine them as one entity? Bonk and Sophie.
Yeah, just combine them as Brony fandom because they're both halves of one account apparently for some weird ass fucking reason.
I'll just put them as Brony.
Yes, chat, you heard right. Because this whole thing is a microcosm of the real Shadow War about fucking Brony allegations against other Brony figures.
This is all Brony shit. Many years after the Brony fandom ceased to be in a large capacity in fandom spaces because the show ended.
Yes.
Torino, the White Devil de Guzba, says, for example, Armored Troopers Vodums and Berserk are mature. Slight rant. I hate when animation is derided. This also spawns live-action remake obsession. Some things work better in animation. Based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, in the last two, I already said that the last two was the last two. But the big two in regards to this Shadow War with the Brony stuff is Black Griffin and his wife Claire, who were both basically former actors or personalities in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. and they have some who are close to Saberspark. They're friends with Saberspark, who have allegations against them, specifically Black Griffin.
I will say, even though they're important to the story, they have very little to do with everything that is going on with this situation. However, despite as little to do with the situation that they have, the majority of what goes on with these allegations has to do with those two, because they're trying to fight those two through the Saberspark allegations.
Yeah. Let me see.
So repeat their names so I can.
Oh yeah, Black Griffin and Clarissa.
I'll just say Griffin as a unit.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
friends
yeah,
with
Mr. and Mrs. Griffin.
Griffin.
Hey, Peter! I'm sorry. Okay, Ugok said, wait, so did y'all watch Mr. Ender's vid from today? I watched the full thing. Twy only saw half of it.
Yeah, I only got to half of it because I got kind of bored. And then I realized that I had to do things, like make soup, which I'm eating right now.
Yeah. So, the Griffins are tangentially related. But these are all the who's who and who's done what that you need to know for right now. Now, there are other fucking characters
I don't know how you
involved
get
in
any
this
clearer than this board right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it spells it all out, honestly. We don't need to say anything more.
Pretty much. Like, yeah, there are also some, like, other Dispering people involved in this, but they're not as directly involved.
I'll just put a peanut.
They're not important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Peanut
sorry,
gallery.
Anthony. Y'all are not important aside from breaking up with KP over all this.
Yeah. Honestly, good for them, because they stood their ground and they didn't want to get on the hype train just because it was getting popular.
Yeah,
and
Courtney
they
was
actually
also pissed.
Yeah. Like they stuck to their principles and said that everything that they had been shown didn't make sense and they didn't feel comfortable with joining in on the allegations. And they got a bit of hate for that, and that was cool.
Right. Okay, so...
God, imagine if we get big enough that people start coming to us for things. That would be wild.
Dude, I don't know how... I don't know how we would handle that.
Exposing Fat Man falling.
Like, if we were the ones to break the story, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy. I'd be down for it. I'd also be really scared.
Yeah, justifiably.
Expose! Celtic Phoenix revealed. Wait, aren't you the host? Yes!
Yep. Celtic Phoenix exposed. Let's go.
It's a hot plot twist. It's the exhibitionist fetish.
No, Titan, I'm saying we're not important for you guys to come to us for things.
Yeah.
It was a self-deprecating joke.
But yeah, all right, these are all the characters you need to know, okay? If I miss anybody, I apologize, but to be fair, I had to review pretty much all of this stuff today. And a little bit yesterday. So, there's that. My confession by Celtic Phoenix. Jesus. Alright. So, moving on. Let's get to the initial allegations made by Emu Emmy. Raymond, if you can pull up the watch together. We're going to be watching it through this video by a guy named Internet Versus, who is a commentary YouTuber who basically just makes videos just showing allegations that exist, not giving really anything about his personal opinion, just showing that in the tweets from all sides commenting on the conflict. He's a half of a different commentary YouTube. He's a half of a he's the co-host of a podcast called Red Fox Comms, which is a commentary podcast.
My favorite character is
he's been
the
at
Peanut.
this shit for a while.
Fair.
Yes. Yeah, he's one of the
Fair,
peanuts.
very fair. It's mine too.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, same here. We're all peanuts, okay?
Ironically, they're the
guys.
least
Exactly.
salty of the entire group.
Yeah.
True.
Oh, also, since this was said in chat earlier, Chris Chan is involved.
What happened to you, Celtic? Where's
Yes.
the chibi model? What did I miss? Oh, a friend of mine, when we were joking about Final Fantasy outfits, just did up a Final Fantasy version. I'm a Chocobo. It's a really good model, and I've loved using it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should make up my model as well and use that one occasionally. Because it's really nice. I love it.
Yeah,
it's really
I swap
cool.
back and forth between
They're all
them.
really good.
Yeah, not me yet.
Peanut butter glazed donuts, anyone? I see. I'm not really a big fan of peanut butter as like a sweet, like a dessert. Like it's not really big for me. But I
I
think
like
that's,
it better
Who
when
are
it's.
you?
I like it better when it's like.
Uh,
If it's
I don't know
inside
you.
the donut, I would be more into it.
like
But it being on
I'm
top of
good
it
on like
would be
Reese's.
kinda-
I'm good on like Reese's.
Yeah.
But like I think it's because I grew up with like peanut butter sandwich as like my default like boring
same.
meal. It's like for me, it's always a savory thing.
Oh, my default boring meal was mayonnaise and cucumber sandwiches.
Whoa. I don't like mayonnaise.
That's expected.
I know. I know you don't. I know all of the foods that you don't like.
You can keep the
'Cause we-
cucumbers are great though. I love those. Those are good.
That is the clearly the biggest bombshell of this entire stream so far. But yeah.
I mean, I'm also having another one of my childhood comfort foods, lazy foods, which is tomato soup and Ichiban noodles.
Okay.
See, I can see that working.
Yeah.
It does. It's very delicious.
Hey guys, how y'all do? What the hell happened to Keller? Why is he more detailed? He shouldn't be detailed. He's supposed to be simple and small, JK. Thank you, Wilkins Coffee. Oh, okay.
This is my first serious face.
Because this is a serious stream.
Yes, but yes, guys, somehow Chris Chan returned. Apparently they have been a fan of KP, and they were in the live chat for the live stream of her video talking about these allegations. That's about it.
Wow.
Yeah, which is weird, and I think unless I get
When
this
lolcows
wrong,
like other lolcows.
Hey, Kels,
Exactly,
I found a
they're-
fanfiction
they're
that crosses
breeding.
Ruby and Digimon over that would make Twi angry. Maybe we'll add it to bad fanfiction night.
yeah, add it to the poll.
No. Oh, that
Jesus.
fanfic thing, because you sent me one like that on Reddit where somebody was like asking for the opinions of other people on the Ruby characters
Digimon partners?
Digimon lines. Yeah.
Mm.
And somebody got so fucking butthurt over it because I said my opinion on it. And it's like,
Okay.
dude, like,
Right.
this person is asking their fucking opinion, like, because Digimon are supposed to represent your soul, pretty much.
Mm.
And you can make any kind of excuse whatsoever to justify literally any kind of Digimon partner. So it's all irrelevant anyway, but here is my opinion. And it's like, no, your opinion is wrong. I think that you're nitpicking. Who the fuck cares? I don't care. I'm having fun. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no definitive like way to determine who gets who as a Digimon partner.
Peanut butter
But
cheese
there can-
sandwich for me, Batwoman 452. Well, you can lower that to
Peanut butter
Batwoman
cheese.
425 because that is an abhorrent answer.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That is docked
butter
you
and
points on the
cheese?
Batwoman. I'm kidding, of course, but just
Y'all are built different, man. I swear.
Anyway, that was my little rant about people being stupid on Reddit.
well, yeah, it's Ruby
Wait.
fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Oh, hey guys, apparently Seeker or maybe even Crimson has been like harassing Linkara about
What?
Star Wars and RWBY for
We
the last
don't
couple
know
of
for
years.
sure,
What?
but it's a new. Oh, what was the name? Email something.
Email stalker is what Linkara calls them. But Linkara has said apparently this person is really infamous in the RWBY fandom.
Oh, gotta love them worlds colliding.
What the
Guys,
Yes.
Oh my
guys,
God,
we
there's
forced
no
Seeker
way.
out of the RWBY fandom so hard he went to go bother Linkara.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's not. No, I gotta look into that. You gotta show me stuff about that later.
Okay, I will send you what I have.
Okay.
Nameless, Twy, what is your favorite Digimon of all? I think, is it Aegiomon?
Aegiomon, yeah. Like, I also love Lucimon. I also love Palmon. I also love Animalicaramon. I love Syndrillimon. Honestly, I could go on for like 20 minutes discussing like all of the Digimon that I love because there are over 1,200 different Digimon out there. How can you ask me to pick just one?
She's like that one guy who has that video about he likes all the girls. You know, I like big girls, little bitty girls.
Oh, fucking.
She's like that, but with
what's his
Digimon.
name?
Yes.
Celestial
Yeah.
Warlock for me, cheese microwaved on a plate. Batwoman 542052. Now you're just like you're not even adding to it. You're just saying you're repeating the number. That's microwave cheese on a plate. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I mean,
you're right.
I've eaten plain melted cheese before. That's good.
I like Shotomon and Gundramon. Gundramon's neat.
Yeah.
He's a good edgy boy.
I love Gundramon. Yeah.
I need to think about what my favorite is. but I'll
Yes,
think about it.
Neil. Thank you.
Still have my old Digimon Tamagotchi. Okay, but we need to get into this video. This video by Internet Versus just has the initial allegations on it. We don't have to watch the whole thing. We're not going to. They're just going to show the tweet made by Brony Fandom where they post Emily's accusations towards Saber Spark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Popular animation YouTuber Saberspark recently had allegations of SA levied against him on Twitter. And while this thread went viral last week with millions of views, it still brought many questions to the table with people doubting certain elements of it, such as the user wishing to remain completely anonymous, the allegations happening over a decade ago, and there not being hardly any proof at all to back anything up. Despite this, some actually celebrated this coming out as they don't like Saberspark, and this led to a disgusted response from others online. Additionally,
Which,
a
this
video was
surprised
supposed
me.
to be made about the allegations, but the YouTuber who was said to do it
What surprised you exactly?
That Saberspark had haters. Like, I knew Critter didn't like him specifically because his thumbnails were kind of clickbaity, but it's like, I mean,
Glass
for one thing, no, they're
houses,
not.
Honestly.
Yeah,
But,
well,
yeah.
for one thing, glass houses, but also, like, we have different definitions of clickbait, apparently, because clickbait, in my mind, is if you have, like, tits in your thumbnail, but then there's nothing remotely sexy.
There's no titties in the video. We've been robbed.
Yeah, there's no
chat.
titties in the
We've
video.
Been robbed.
Yeah, like,
But
that's clickbait, in my mind. Like, if you are
Yeah,
just
you're being
enticing...
dishonest.
Yeah, if you are enticing somebody with your thumbnail, I don't count that as clickbait.
Yeah. Like they're
He's
provocative
describing what is
thumbnails,
happening
yeah,
in his
but-
video.
Yes. They're provocative thumbnails, sure, but it's like, again, glass houses. That's the name of the game here.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, like, what? Am I clickbaiting because I have Saberspark in the thumbnail of this video of this stream? Agumon's been summoned. Oh no!
Holy shit!
We're not equipped to handle this level of celebrity.
Oh my god. I
Dude,
love you so much.
The actual Agumon has appeared in chat, and we're gonna be talking about rape allegations. I love it.
Oh no! Agumon, close your ears. Do you have ears? Ears, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
he does.
dinosaurs
he has
have
little tiny
ears.
ears.
Dinosaurs
Good, you can
have
cover
ears,
them
yeah.
easier then.
Yeah, he's actually got hands that can reach his head. You know, it's not a Meet the Robinson situation. Anyway.
I mean, if it was a Pokemon, then it would be more okay, because surprisingly, despite the fact that Digimon is inherently hornier, Pokemon is the one with the raunchier like stuff in canon.
Well, and
Let's
in
move
fandom.
on. Yeah, well, I don't know what levels
that.
they are in between
Maybe.
the two, but
Hey,
somebody
like,
can
look.
probably check that out.
Look, there was a joke in the manga, like way back in the day, about having a bath with a tentacle.
Yeah, I heard about that. But...
And like, remember, like last year there was those myths and tales and stuff like that.
And
yeah.
Yeah.
Twilight the Vaporeon. No. We're talking. Well, I'm talking the fandom. That's where the Vaporeon comes in. But like it becomes the canon. Pokemon still might edge out Digimon, honestly.
It does. That's what I was saying. That canonically, not fanonically, Pokemon is the raunchier series, even though that Digimon is technically hornier.
Right.
It's all about surface level versus, you dig a little bit deeper. That's all about that is.
Moving on.
Also,
Okay.
okay, never mind.
Also, I know where the female swimmer keeps her Pokeballs. Anyway.
All right, we're done. We're done. Let's keep going.
Threw it in a 2-hour video that was 95% about completely unrelated topics and filled it with memes and got a whole bunch of controversy as a result, which ended up having her private everything. Welcome to the internet versus Saberspark. To start, as a preface, everything in this video is allegations. Take it with a grain of salt and please do not harass anyone involved. But it begins when Brony fandom tweets out, "Trigger warning, mentions R. The following is a testimony of R by coerced consent between Saberspark and the victim in said testimony. There were 2 isolated incidents in 2012 and in 2013. This will all be in a video expose by I Love Kim Possible a Lot, releasing today."
Now, to preface this very quickly, Emily, these are all Emily that during these screenshots here. She got the timeline wrong. Apparently, these incidences allegedly were to happen in the same year, 2012. But just to clarify, that's
going to be a running theme throughout these whole allegations.
Yeah,
is that she gets stuff wrong.
So put a pin in that, chat.
Yeah, I will say this. Even though he failed in his lawsuits, I'm already getting very similar vibes to the Vic Mignogna situation. Just putting that out there. Which is why I was intrigued by this. It's like a celebrity's getting accused of shit, and the accuser's not exactly having the best memories. Is always kind of an interesting.
Dude, listen, you put a giant pin in that, okay? We'll come back to it. Really?
I know nothing. Where are you? I have a big pin I need to stick somewhere.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Also, the thing... I will just say, the thing that I find really interesting about celebrities getting accused of shit is that a lot of people act as though whether or not they get convicted is presuming their innocence or their guilt, despite the fact that the thing that is being litigated in court is about professional damages, not about whether or not they've done the thing.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a completely separate case.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Moving on.
And shots of a story attached where it says, "I became a fan of Saberspark when I was in high school when I found his essay video titled Ballad of the Brony back in 2011. After graduating and turning 18, I added him on Skype to tell him I was a big fan of his. He added me back almost instantly and we had a conversation ending with him giving me his phone number, which was a really big deal to me at the time since this was the first time interacting with any sort of celebrity. I had developed a parasocial crush on him due to being starstruck, which was something that he was aware of. We would talk on Skype and text each other semi-frequently leading up to the first time meeting him. In 2012, I went to my first pony convention. This was my first time ever traveling by myself, and soon after the two of us became friends. When I met up with him in person, he invited me to his hotel room and he showed me the video he was editing on his laptop, causing me to internally geek out. I was really nervous being alone in a hotel room with someone I was a huge fan of and had a crush on, but I tried to play it cool. He was 4 to 5 years older than me, making me feel more nervous and out of place. He would bring up the
Okay,
prospects
pause.
of the two of us dating.
Okay.
So here's another thing that I pointed out fairly early on when Kaiser and I had been watching these videos and stuff, is that they're specifying the age gap. Because, like, recently, within the past, like, 4 or 5 years, people have been obsessed with age gap relationships. You are disgusting if you have any kind of age gap relationship. If you are not the exact same age or within, like,
Even
11 months apart.
If you are not
you are
within
disgusting.
3 hours of age of each other, all right, you must actually be born as conjoined twins. And even then, you must be joined at the exact same time, or else it is considered grooming. Is that incest? Maybe, but we don't care. We're only worried about that age gap. Everything else we don't worry about. It's the age gap that's important.
You're going to fucking jail. You're going to jail. Like, yeah, even if y'all are adults, if there's any age gap at all, then, like, oh shit, you know, then,
like, is it weird?
that's a no-go.
Is it weird if you have, like, a decrepit old man that's dating a 30-year-old, you know, model? It's weird, but we all kind of have an understanding of what's going on there, and if they're all consenting, who's to stop them?
Right.
Like, I do understand when it's creepy when, like, a near 40-year-old man is dating, like, a 19-year-old woman.
Yes.
I do get that. And, like, part of the reason why I say that we should raise the age of consent instead of lowering it, like most weirdos on the fucking internet. But,
Jesus.
like, I digress.
I mean, Japan, it's supposed to be 20. Like, when you actually get brass tacks, it's typically 20 for, like, free game. So I think that's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Because by that point you'll have a couple of years living your life as an adult and stuff like that.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, with stuff going on the internet and grown-ass people clearly not being able to navigate relationships and intimacy and knowing when something's rape or not, I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of all in favor of raising the age of consent now.
Yeah.
Like, just straight up. Like, honestly, just fucking, I don't know, 20 or 21.
As long as isn't anything abusive happening, then who cares about age gaps? I mean, like,
no,
we do have to care about them when there's the legal ages involved. But I see your point in that state. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that there is a legal threshold that we must be mindful of. But there is otherwise
when those
free
things
game.
matter.
Yeah.
So the reason why I brought this up is because they are trying to say that this was a toxic and abusive relationship specifically because there is an age gap involved, which automatically in their minds means that he has more power over her regardless of whether or not he is a Brony celebrity.
Oh, I was freshly 18, that kind of shit.
Yes, I was freshly 18.
Yeah. Which, by the way, chat, spoiler alert, sorry to spoil this on you, she never brings up any evidence of any of this shit happening.
Yeah.
But Saberspark does, which we'll get to later.
So you think someone would go and lie on the internet?
Where? Anyway.
We do have to care a little. My sister once dated a guy who was like 8 years older than her, and he was absolutely taking advantage. Here's an interesting question. What could anyone have done to stop that wasn't her and her immediate family? Like, if you care about someone in your life and you notice they are in a abusive relationship, age gap or no, I would be acting the exact same. If it was an age gap and I realized they were having a fine relationship, I wouldn't get involved. It's only if I would feel like the person I loved was getting harmed that I would step in.
And also that,
and oftentimes I have actually tried to step into an abusive relation, like to a friend's abusive relationship, and I was shot down. I can't control what they do. Like there's a lot that goes into the complex of social mechanics of relationships and all the extenuating relationships.
Yeah, you can't just blanket statement this shit. It has to be that you take every single relationship for what it is. You can't just say
case by case.
All relationships that are age gap are abusive, or all relationships that have this two people of the same age are all perfectly fine, because we know that
Right.
that's not true. You can be like childhood friends who grew up together in the same class and then started a relationship as adults, and one of those people could still be abusive to the other.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with age gaps.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
know that a lot of middle-aged women find that hot because we are the Baku Deku stans.
Exactly. We got fans of Twilight. We got,
Twilight,
like,
the series, clarifier.
the series.
Yeah.
We gotta be
Oh my
careful.
God. Yeah.
Twilight, I feel very sad that you got stuck, like, you've been permanently branded with that name, even though it is a good name. It's just like, it's unfortunate that what it associates with.
Well, before I decided to post my Digimon video, I was actually moving away to the handle Nakago. But then, because my YouTube name was Twilight Guardian and I wanted to post it on my YouTube channel, I decided to, like, roll back my transitions from one username to the other. So
people like
I
this are why
detransitioned.
age of laws exist. Japan even has them, for fuck's sake. Okay, I gotta clarify here, because that, like, what do you mean Japan even of course they fucking have them. They've always had them.
Yeah.
Fun fact, did you know that, like, the federal age of consent, everyone likes to point out, oh, it's 13, when prefecturally it was effectively 16, and even then it has a lot to do with Romeo and Juliet laws, where if you're over 20, you are not dating anyone younger than 20. Like, it has, like, a lot of rules like that involved.
There are actually very complicated and complex laws regarding your sexual habits when you're a teenager to when you're an adult, and who can date whom, and all of this kind of stuff in Japan. Like, it's not
federally, the
simple
13 got bumped up to 16, for the record. That actually happened like a year or two ago.
2 to 3 years ago now, I think.
Don't make me feel old. Time doesn't exist. I refuse to believe in it.
Anyway, it's good that has finally happened. It's just sad that it took them into the 2020s to do it.
Doesn't Romeo and Juliet law cover only SA, not dating? It covers statutory. That's what it's basically. It's basically saying that, like, if you are dating someone of your age bracket, and, like, within a certain amount of time, it's fine for you guys, because that's just naturally, that's fine. That's what young people do. They will do that at that age. That's okay. It's if someone of a outrageously older is dating someone that's younger and takes advantage of them, kind of what we're discussing right now, taking advantage of someone because of an age gap and a maturity gap. I think that's maybe a more important thing to highlight, is everyone focused on age gap. No one's focusing on maturity gap, because I have met severely naive adults.
Dude,
I have met incredibly
mature
young adults.
Well,
I don't want to say children, but young adults, 18-year-olds.
Yes. And then there are a bunch of adults that are just, like, incredibly immature as shit, like, even into their 50s. Not about, like, intimacy, obviously, but just other things in life, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But another thing to point out in regards to this situation is that, from what I can remember, the age gap between Saberspark and this girl isn't even all that significant either.
Exactly. That's what we discussed earlier, is that they were specifying that it's only 4 to 5 years apart, but acting as though having an age gap of 4 to 5 years when you are both legally adults is really ridiculous.
I dated a girl 4 years older than me. Actually, I once very briefly dated a girl that was, like, 7 years older than me. That didn't last very long for a number of reasons, but, like, it was just, like, there was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, the majority of age gap relationships will not work out simply because you come from different social eras. And so it's going to be difficult. If you are somebody who can get past all of the issues and all of the hurdles that comes with an age gap relationship, from social standing to maturity to your social cultural background to all of these other things, then it can potentially work out. that doesn't mean that it's going to. And that's why we usually think that it's weird nowadays, because most people can't. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be impossible.
Yeah. So,
anyway, let us continue.
Dating and how it didn't feel right for us to do so. After that, he almost immediately initiated making out with me and guided me to his bed. In this moment, he did not directly ask me for consent. I was thrown onto his bed and he would insert himself into me. Saber Spark was also significantly larger than me, as I was an 80-something pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically could not stop him. I felt extremely nervous and uncomfortable because I had never experienced having any sort of intimacy with someone I was not dating before, much less someone I just met. I was very new to meeting people online in general. At that moment, I lay there, disassociating, as it felt very wrong while trying to rationalize it in my head to convince myself it was a safe and normal encounter. He rushed off to clean and finish himself and came back to the bed and offered me a handshake saying, "Friends?" This would cause me for the rest of the things to feel.
Yeah, this was the first part that made me like, okay, what? No, that does not sound real. I'm sorry.
I just cleaned the cum off my dick. By the way, I didn't finish in you. I just did it myself over in the... You know, interestingly, what may have happened here, because... Okay, what I'm actually reading from this, what might have happened is they initiated an exploratory sexual encounter with each other to try and field out whether or not they were compatible. If he didn't finish with her, it may have been that things just like, it was awkward between them. It wasn't working out. He went, cleaned himself up, and he, like, that's where it came back. And it's like, okay, that didn't work out. Are we still friends? That might be like,
ding, ding, ding. That is exactly what happened.
Yeah, Saber admitted that it wasn't necessarily between them, but he had kind of performance anxiety because he was scared one of his roommates was going to walk in on them.
Yeah, because he was rooming with a shit ton of people during this convention.
That that makes a lot more sense to me than this discussion going on here. Like, okay, guys and gals, we need to understand when you go to someone's hotel room with them alone, all right? It's not necessarily fair, but it is true that we have some unspoken rules or unspoken expectations in our society. I do not believe for a second that you went to that room not expecting something to happen to some extent.
Exactly. Like, that is incredibly unreasonable to think that... You really think that this random dude that you met online, that you are fans of, that you've been talking to, and you decide to meet up together in this convention, you really do not have the common sense to believe that, hey, something might happen here? Like, I'm not trying... Again, I'm not trying to freaking victim blame or whatever, because there are times when, you know, some stuff can happen.
Yeah, especially if, like, conversation happened beforehand and, like, it was made clear that nothing was going to happen. There's a lot there's a lot of different caveats that could change that equation, but on the base, introducing that idea is like, all right, what did you expect was going to happen when you went to that room? You elaborate to us. Because if you didn't make sure that you were on the same page, there's other, like, I don't know, why didn't you ever just say no?
Also, I do want to point out, okay, so first of all, I'm one of those people. I am very fucking dense. So if I go to a hotel room with somebody, I'm just going to assume that we're going to hang out. And then it kind of catches me off guard anytime something else happens that I don't expect. But I'm fucking dense like that, okay?
Is this is it a regular occurrence for you?
I have been caught off guard, not necessarily in sexual situations, but just in general. Or I have
just expecting the handshake.
Yeah, just go there, I expect the handshake, I leave. That's it. Everything.
Friends?
Friends? I am friend. I am friend shaped. I am nothing else shaped.
All right. You got
anyway.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I found it very odd that from almost the very beginning that things didn't make sense. But oh gosh, I lost what I was going to say with that little tangent.
I'm so
sorry.
Twi is Canadian shaped. Oh.
Yeah. They're moose shaped, okay?
Ugok says, reminding me of that time when I flew to the Philippines to meet a girl 8 years younger than me. She was 20. Some takes on age gaps today are insane in contrast.
Right.
Yeah.
Though you do have to be careful on that side of the world. Sometimes people are not the ages you presume themselves. I've heard some horror stories about people walking in situations and basically, maybe getting implicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody says that the fact that the friends part is real is hilarious. It's real, but not in the way that this chick is putting it. So
yeah,
granted,
it
this
was
is Saber. Oh god.
From what Saber Spark said, it was basically an in-joke between the two of them.
Yeah. That basically in response to just like any awkward situation, they'd be like, friends, just like a little in-joke thing. Now, granted,
Yeah.
that's his testimony, and there doesn't seem to be that much evidence for that. At that point, he said, she said, but you can see the story making a bit more sense already.
Oh,
even just from that.
I remember what I was going to say.
Okay.
Remember, guys, this was 2012.
Yes.
The concept of enthusiastic consent was not a thing back then.
Right.
Like that, a lot of people forget that is a lot more recent than what we give it credit for, because it was completely a phenomenon that existed on the internet thanks to the Me Too movement. This is pre-Me Too movement, guys.
Yeah.
This was the end of the Rockstar era, effectively.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Rockstar games for some reason. Anyway.
Remember that 18-year-old boy got jumped by his friends for meeting up with a 17-year-old girl?
Oh
wow.
wait, I think I heard about something like that. Yeah, that shit is fucking Maverick. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah.
Well, I don't know anything. What are the details there?
I don't remember. I just remember I heard something about relating to that.
Because like that's Romeo and Juliet area for like as far as I can tell. I mean, they're within the same age group, so
right.
Yeah, like that's why I find it really insane that people are getting so obsessed with age gap relationships of any sort. And that they don't seem to understand what Romeo and Juliet laws are or what they're for. It's very worrying, guys. Like, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Feel that I was taken advantage of and ashamed of myself for not trying to stop the interaction. Though I tried pretending I was fine to everyone around me. I was and still am demisexual, and being put in that position was not something I wanted. I maintained the friendship until a second occurrence happening at a completely different PonyCon in 2013. This time we met in a public space but had no one around and talked for a while. He kept bringing up the prospects of us starting a relationship, but how it felt wrong. He would grab my hand saying how it felt so right, only to push my hand away saying, but so wrong. I had decided that my crush on him was something I needed to get over because I felt that my emotions were being toyed with. He then suggested
pause. I need to just get this visual out of my like, oh, us being together would be so great, but so wrong. He like puts his hand over his forehead.
Yeah, it's like a drama.
No.
Yeah,
like
I had the same thought.
Yeah, like billowing cape, like everything. He's like, we are forbidden lovers. Oh,
yeah.
Oh. Jesus Christ, lady, can you make it sound even more fabricated?
We could never
I know.
We could never be chat.
This is
we
why
mustn't.
so early in Kaiser and I trying to figure this shit out, I was already incredibly suspicious about anything that this lady was saying.
Me too.
Ugox, I was extremely lucky that she was who she says she was, looked like it in the pictures, and was tiny as told, while I was there with her alone. Is that why you were in? Because she was tiny? Are we learning something about you today, Ugox?
I mean, no. How tiny she was.
That was. I mean, nothing against. I mean, I guess maybe the picture was tiny.
Specific.
Maybe the picture was tiny. Maybe that was it.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just in the short stacks. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? You go, King. It sounds like you had a good time.
Yeah. Don't answer that, by the way. Keep it
the
to
deal
yourself.
would have been broken if she was over like 5'6".
Oh my God, she was like
Exactly,
7 feet tall.
She was 7 feet.
Yeah, I have really long arms, so I can take it at a really high angle and make myself look tiny.
Yes, that'd be so funny. Oh man.
Yugox found his own Uzaki-chan. Yes.
Exactly.
Short stacks,
Yeah.
my man. Look, there are some good short stacks out there. Every man knows this.
Right. Okay.
Space around others, and we went into an elevator to go to the lobby of the PonyCon hotel. As soon as the door closed, Saberspark forcefully shoved me against the wall and shoved his tongue down my throat. It scared me and actually hurt, triggering another attack of disassociation. Once again, he did not ask for consent when throwing me into this situation.
It probably
Once the
bounced
doors
her head
opened
against
and
the back
people
of the
were
wall.
present, this
Oh, I was thinking that like the tongue literally hurt, and I'm like, how? It is just pure
Oh no,
muscle.
it's barbed like a cat. So no.
Jesus. I'm moving on.
led me to embarrassed. He got off me and took my hand and guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we just were and into a men's restroom where he pulled down his pants and guided my hands and head to perform oral S on him. I was afraid of denying him because of past experiences with SA, so I did it to get it over with without wanting to cause a problem where he would finish on my face, apologize profusely, and then offered the same handshake as he did at the con I initially met him, saying friends. Despite pretending I was fine, I had slowly begun pulling away from Saberspark. I cried that night while staying with a friend, but waited for that friend to fall asleep so no one could hear me, and I would cry for months, feeling ashamed of myself for putting myself in a compromising situation with someone I hardly knew. Brony.
There's already a lot about this that doesn't make any sense. Like, you sound like you were
Yeah.
emotionally devastated by this, and yet you only slowly pulled away from him. You didn't fucking run away from him at Mach speed. You didn't confront him on this. You didn't try to, like, actually have anyone investigate this. And this is always a thing that bothers me about these kinds of accusations. They made this accusation, what, in 2025?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It has
It was in
been
May.
13 fucking years. Where have you been? Why did you not actually confront anyone on this for 13 years, and why now did you finally come forward?
Raymond, this gets
Well,
worse. It gets
She claims that she's been making these accusations for many, many years, but what it really is just her whining at a couple of her friends in private.
Yeah, so she said oh god.
Well, I was going to say, do we have evidence that she actually has been doing that?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
technically.
Oh,
Yeah, we
technically.
know that technically we know she's been in contact with a couple of friends online and one friend who she refuses to name, that apparently she's been, talking to about this situation since 2013, I believe.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about that, though, is that, the part where she says that, I slowly pulled away from talking to Saberspark and getting into contact with him.
It was him.
So here's not only that, Saberspark, like a couple days ago, came out with receipts that is a complete fucking lie.
Yeah, it was actually him that was slowly pulling away from her, not the other way around. She's
they were still in
clingy as fuck.
Yeah. And
Yugok
they were still
says-
talking to each other for a few months after that point. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Yugok says, her height took me off guard. I didn't know how she looked before we hit it off in a fairy tale forum, and her size was now not the factor. Her 4'11", me 6 foot. My man!
Oh, you're a tree.
Damn.
You got that height
Alrighty.
gap moe going on, man.
Yeah, for real.
It sounded like that might not have ultimately worked out in the long run, but like I hope it did. It sounds like you got something good going on there. You both like the same shitty anime. Alex Satakai says the story is slightly kind of reminding me of a very dumb allegation against Angry Joe, as well as the Quentin Flynn and Vic allegations. Yeah. Hikaru, what gets me is why go to the internet for this and not authorities. Sorry, but if this is what they claim, report it instead of farming internet points.
No, that is absolute
That's
fact.
another big
No,
point. They never go to the police about this.
No,
Yeah,
no. You know what the
she
worst...
hasn't.
No, she hasn't. You know what the worst part is about that specific point, Hikaru? I'm so fucking glad you pointed this out. Brony fandom, in any ways, well, Bonk specifically, the guy who just needs so much help. They have made it a statement that publicly making accusations and canceling people online is better than going to proper authorities or other channels because the system doesn't work. I'm sorry.
He has the same mindset as like Lily and
yes.
fucking God, what?
Do we know what state this occurred in?
Ethel.
I believe we do, but I forgot which specific state it was.
What convention was this? BronyCon or?
Yeah,
Hold
BronyCon.
on. Yeah,
And there was another one as well, like a different con. It was 2 cons.
Yeah,
Baltimore.
it was 2 different cons, but in the same year.
So Maryland. We're looking at Maryland. Maryland, there is no statute of limitations for rape or other felony sexes. So no, there is no statute of limitations. She could go to the police at any time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone was acting like there is a statute of limitations in Ohio for 25 years. And then let's see. How did the Vic situation end? Vic basically sued the shit out of people, and the case ultimately, basically they settled, I think, out of court. Ultimately, or was it ultimately dismissed? It might have ultimately been dismissed.
I think it was dismissed because he got a really shitty lawyer, and while their lawyer was also really shitty and a bit of a clown, they also got a person who knew nothing about the internet and didn't really seem to pay attention all that much to everything that was going on, so it was basically dismissed.
As someone who combed over all the information, I can tell you the judge just did not give a shit about that case. It was I don't think it was like the lawyer's fault ultimately. I think it was a bad judge role, and there was a bunch of drama involving the judge, and the judge was pissed at everyone. It was just like he lost like an election as a result of him being involved in this case, because
wow,
like at least that's how he perceived it. People just knew he wasn't going to win anyway, but he was apparently, from everything that I've seen of the judge, he was an egotistical dick.
Well, yeah, so like it just seems like a bad judge just in general. It has nothing to do with like him being a bad judge for the case or anything like that, but I would think that is very unprofessional to not care about cases when it's your job.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they keep electing him, and that's unfortunately how judging works.
I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Vic situation basically ended with him not his lawsuit against all the people involved falling through, which was also to kind of be expected because defamation cases are notoriously difficult to overcome. There was always a kind of a low chance of that. The important thing for Vic was that he recoup his reputation by fighting back, which by all appearances, while he's not welcome in the mainstream industry anymore, he was always going to be blacklisted for the accusations. He seemed to recover a lot in fan spaces. So for him, it worked out as best as it probably could for Vic outside of a clear victory. So
yeah,
and everyone else is still employed, which I don't, fine, I guess.
Honestly, I think that the old guard need to be retired because they're up their own asses. The main thing, from my understanding, is the reason why a lot of people hated Vic in the first place is more to do with the fact that he is a bit of an egomaniac, which, yeah, I've had conversations with handlers of Vic, and they said, yeah, he's a bit of an egomaniac and he's hard to deal with, but he doesn't do the shit that he's been accused of. I met a person in person who said that she was a handler of his and she had no problems with him other than his ego. But that doesn't mean that the people who were accusing him also didn't have egos. It's just that they don't have people attacking them and saying that they also have these other reputations that cannot be substantiated.
Yeah.
And
But to be
also,
a fly on the wall in regards to all that stuff would be insane.
yeah, it really would.
I think posting this kind of stuff on the internet is only okay if going to the police failed. Then you expose the person all you want.
Well,
I mean, yeah,
well,
but then you
okay,
include that in the accusations. Like, I went to the police
Like-
and nothing was done, and you kind of put the police on fucking blast.
Not only that, but it's also
Yeah.
bad because a good number of people who do this online, they say that they do this not because they want the person that they are accusing to get hurt or have their reputation ruined, which is, spoiler alert, that is the case for Emily here, right? Because even she knows she doesn't have any evidence. Whether or not you believe she's lying, that's a different thing. But they're doing this to get validation and to get some sort of emotional catharsis by sharing it, which on one hand I understand, but on the other hand, if you're going to do that, talk to specific people in your friend group about this. Why are you posting this shit on Twitter? Why are you making a YouTube video about it? When you name specific names and say that this guy did this to me, that can ruin that person's life, whether or not it's even justified.
Yep.
And there's a whole host of people for the past few fucking years that do not understand that. They don't. And people like Brony don't think that the court of public opinion is actually more justice than the actual system. That is complete fucking bullshit. You know what happens when somebody is canceled online? They get yelled at for about a couple months, and then they get back on the saddle so they can potentially hurt somebody else.
Yep.
This doesn't result in any justice whatsoever. Whereas even if you go to the proper channels and nothing is immediately done about that person, that guy has a record that is coded in law that can get picked up on at least eventually.
Yeah,
Like it's the difference between a 50% chance of working out or 50% chance of failing to a 100% fail all around.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I think that it's very horrifying that some people think that internet justice, which can be easily abused,
Yes,
is a much better system, because
Yeah.
there are so many people out there. There are so many cases out there that have been exposed of internet justice that was done out of spite rather than
Yeah.
anything that person had done wrong.
Yeah, or that people fucking straight up lie. Look what happened to Quite. Quite immediately had is a comedy YouTuber, right? He had allegations against him by this Orion freak guy that said that they assaulted them and abused them, and it was completely fucking false. And Quite had to reveal very personal information about himself and his sexuality and his life in order to, debunk every single allegation this person fucking made.
Wow. Sorry, I'm just getting some information that's very interesting. I'm not gonna name names, but apparently, someone that we know was actually on I Love KP's editing team.
Oh, really?
And did a voice in the video, and we also know another person that did the thumbnail for the video.
Oh.
So that's interesting. Wild,
Holy
the
shit.
crossover that happens here.
Jesus. Yo, this is the Jack syndrome. Everything's connected.
I'm not, for their sakes, I'm not going to invite them on.
So
I'm
sure.
glad they're. I feel like I'd rather not drag them into the drama or have them blast anyone they're associated with. So
right, I can explain the voices thing. So KP had some people do voices in the videos for certain segments of it, some voice acting stuff, but they were not completely informed on all the things about what the video is actually about and how this would exactly fit in.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually. I was also in the video to do a voice line that I didn't expect would be in that video in particular, but everything is fine for me at least. I was very shaken with what happened, but I'm on no sites really. We didn't even have test screenings, so I couldn't have known how bad the video was going to be received.
Yeah, everybody who
Wow.
did like a voice in that video or was like featured in the video or whatever, they basically said the exact same thing. Even June the King was there for some reason. I guess because
Huh.
of the pre-established connection because of the Lily stuff. But even June was all like, "Yeah, I had no idea." Which, on his part, I would say, dude, you probably should have vetted this chick a little bit, but I understand, you probably thought that she was on the up and up. We all did. She went Maverick.
Oh,
Boo
Sai
fucking
was
who.
approached to do
yeah.
voices by KP?
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
Sai and
surprised.
Ant were both approached a couple of times, I believe.
Damn it! Why wasn't
And
I approached to do a voice? Get me in some of this controversy. Give me some of that sweet controversy views.
No. You don't want any of this. You would have
Honey.
Brony fandom on your ass for like the next month, and it would be terrible.
Honey, you already have enough controversy.
Yeah, I
You-
know. I was gonna say I already
What
live
did I
next door to Fat. I already live next door to Fat Man on the internet. All right, I have enough bronies.
Yeah.
What did I say to Titan the other day? Like, you have so many accusations piled up that they can just put on a coat and call themselves an adult human.
For real.
She said she says I will say KP has been really hurt and definitely decided to make up for all this, though to be honest I don't think all the hate for her was warranted. I will imagine we'll get to that because I don't know the full circumstances
For
but
KP?
for KP.
I
I
think
feel like
that
that's
she got
absolutely deserved.
smacked on the wrist pretty hard, and rightfully so, because she didn't do her due diligence. And while she may not be a bad person, she was incredibly irresponsible.
Yeah, she was incredibly fucking No, it gets even worse because skipping ahead a little bit, when she was in contact with Mr. Enter, his research team and a few other people.
Okay,
And they know yes. And after she made the video, right? And they started investigating it. They brought to her attention certain discrepancies in Emily's story. And what happened was that KP threatened her. And there's a recording of her doing it.
Yeah. Like, it's fucking wild that she would threaten a victim that she is allegedly trying to help bring their victimization to light.
Wait, she
Like, holy
threatened
shit.
Emu?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
And she did it using the freaking Discord voice message thing.
Wow, she's a fucking sociopath.
Yes.
Yeah. That is also a reason why KP gets rightfully a smack on the wrist.
Oh,
because
and
why the fuck
Go.
would you do that?
Yeah, and she had a She-Go profile picture when she did that too.
Yeah.
Now I'm imagining Shigo's voice just being like, "Don't tell me that shit, bitch."
Yeah, like she just threatened this girl who she thought was a victim of all this stuff. Isa for $5. Thank you, guy. I just got here a bit ago.
Geez, this internet drama is getting very complicated and weird. This feels like
Oh,
a media.
jeez.
What are you talking about? It makes perfect sense. Look at my diagram. How could this
Refer
be
to the
any
chart.
less clear? All right.
Yeah.
We got Saber
so
up here,
clear.
got his editor down here who slept with KP, and then KP did a
Oh,
hit
wait.
piece that threatened Emu, and Emu was accusing Saber, so she made that video on that, and then Brony was the one encouraging Emu to encourage KP to make the video, and when she made the bad video, she talked to Mr. E, and then that's how this all worked out. You see, it all makes complete sense.
Complete sense. Also,
Yep.
to clarify, KP and this editor did not sleep together.
Oh, I thought
What
that you said they were
happened-
exes.
No. What
He made an inappropriate joke in her direction once.
Yeah, and ever since then, she never let that go.
Yeah.
What's even more funny, though, is that KP seemed to have some weird, unrequited feelings for Saber Spark, and sent these deranged emails towards him.
Like,
Oh wait,
So
she
there's
KP
that.
sent
that.
deranged things towards him.
Yes.
Oh my god. All right. Oh, I gotta add that to the.
I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. But just imagine you make a kind of raunchy joke about somebody one time, and then you don't really think about it, and then like 10 years later, they get up your ass about it.
Yep.
Keep hitting the wrong button.
Oh my god, it's Lily Orchard and Josh Scorcher all over again. Exactly, Leo. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's that freaking cracked. And by the way, this is just the Cliff Notes version I'm just giving all to y'all. This is me trying to abridge it the best I possibly can. This gets even more wild than this. You wanted to say Saber fart, didn't you? No, I didn't.
We all heard it. We all heard it.
No. God damn it. But okay. So yeah, that's Emu Emmy's initial accusations, right? And the thing is, though, is that the timeline is this: KP made the video. Saber Spark made a response to the allegations, and then both Mr. Enter and Cope and Seethe made both of their initial videos talking about the situation and gathering and showcasing evidence that was not shown in KP's video. So that brings us to today, as of a couple days ago, where, drum roll please, ladies and gentlemen, Saberspark vindicated himself of these allegations, because this man gathered up old laptops and phones and spent hundreds of dollars repairing them until he could finally find some evidence of him and Emily still messaging each other after these alleged events happened.
And not only that, but what was in those text messages is very telling as well.
Yes.
Because it shows that it was Saberspark that was the one that was trying to pull away. And she would complain at him. How dare you unfollow me on Twitter, kind of stuff.
Yes. And the worst part is this. When Saberspark decided to unfollow her on Twitter, the next hour, she decided, we have proof, like certain screenshots, I believe, of like the earliest, point where she decided to talk to her friends about this situation. She messaged them and said that Saberspark raped her an hour later.
Yeah. Because
wow.
what is essentially...
Yes.
Yeah. What is essentially happening is she's getting upset that he is toying with her emotions, in her opinion. So therefore, any kind of consensual sexual encounter that she had with him is automatically null and void in her mind. Yeah. And she can just retract that because in her mind, her emotions were played with. He didn't actually feel the things that he claimed that he felt for her. Therefore, it amounts to rape.
Yeah. Which, like, what do you even say to that, honestly? It's incomprehensible. Hikaru, always keep receipts, people. You might need it.
Yes.
True shit. True shit. And like I said, he had to dig deep into this. He couldn't get the Skype stuff.
Treat every single sexual encounter like a porno shoot. You have to have contracts and cameras rolling the entire time.
At this point, bro? At this point? I don't know.
So, to be as fair to her as possible, there is like such a thing as having a sexual encounter where not everything is truthful. So there can be assault based off of the lack of information, like whether or not it's adultery, whether or not it's
an STD.
Them, like lying to you in some way in order to have sex with you. That can be a form of rape. Yes. And I would assume that if she is being genuine, even if it turns out that things were not that way, that she assumed that because she thought that he loved her, and then it turns out that he didn't love her as much as she thought he did, that she assumed that that was the same, that it was rape by omission. It's not true, but I can see her logic.
This girl is crazy and she needs to go down. Yes.
Okay. What's even worse is that she also couches so after Beckett and Mr. Enter were approached with the messages that Saberspark managed to dig up. What happened was that Mr. Enter went to her and asked her, like, what the fuck is this? And she apparently didn't. She basically said she forgot, right? And that,
I
have
Emu
a
or to KP?
Emu. They went to Emu and told her, yeah, what the hell is this? Why didn't you remember any of this? This completely contradicts what you said. And they said that, I completely forgot. I have this medical condition that, makes it difficult to remember certain things. Here's the thing, though. Emu Emmy, when talking to both Mr. Enter for their interview, which they do have a full video of that's like 3 hours long, she was able to recall so many details, both in relation to this drama and including past controversies that she has been, because she's been in past sexual related controversies before this.
Yeah.
Explicitly.
Do you want to know who she had sexual controversies with?
Who?
The voice actor for Sonic the Hedgehog.
Ryan Drummond, yeah. I'm not even joking. Not even joking. This is confirmed. And she's also been on Dr. Phil for whatever reason before.
Yep. So this
God,
lady is known as
Yeah.
this lady is known as a bit of a problematic person.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Emily is able to recall so many aspects of her life, even just irrelevant things like, where certain things in the convention or the hotel are, that also seem kind of dubious when comparing it to Saberspark's testimonies, right? So, like, the whole thing about her having a faulty memory to the point where she does not remember messaging Saberspark after she was allegedly raped for like more than 5 months straight, that the math ain't mathing. That shit don't go together, bro.
No, it don't.
Alex Tatakai, $5. Between this crazy situation, the H3 versus Hassan and co drama, I've been eating good when it comes to terminally online entertainment. Dude, that's a whole beast. That's a whole beast in itself. I'm not gonna comment on that.
Well, is the argument between, like, is it between Ethan and Hassan, or Ethan and Hassan's chair?
Yes, the answer
because
is
honestly,
yes.
I'd put my money on the chair at that point.
Probably.
It's seen a lot more than Hassan ever has.
Yeah. Ryan Drummond, yes, it was Ryan Drummond, Eric, that Emily apparently had an affair with.
Yeah, I don't follow voice actors unless if they're like extremely prominent.
Saberspark has done a sit-down interview with commentary YouTuber Cope and Seethe, revealing a ton of information about him and his interactions, along with showing that he was able to recover an old iPhone.
Yeah, there's that. Now, what I'm gonna show you now is this video by Internet Versus, which basically shows some of the messages that Saberspark revealed between himself and Emily. Okay.
Saberspark has done a sit-down interview with commentary YouTuber Cope and Seethe, revealing a ton of information about him and Emily's interactions, along with showing that he was able to recover an old iPhone he had from 2012, showing text messages between him and Emily in the multiple months following the alleged second incident that Emily claimed. And the text definitely gives some credence to the argument that Emily is lying about the whole thing. Cope and Seethe did a great job on the interview in the video, so it will be linked in the description, and he perfectly put together a timeline of events for the messages. And and so I recommend you go watch that. However, he did send me the months of full unedited messages between Saber and Emily, and so we're going to dive into those, along with showing the internet's reactions to everything going down, including Brony Fandoms, who's been reacting to the whole situation. Welcome to the internet versus Saberspark's vindication. It starts when Saberspark quote tweets Copenseed putting out his video and attaches this statement that says, "As some of you may know, false allegations were made against me last month. I was contacted by Beckett of the Copenseed channel regarding what's been happening. Now that more information has come to light, I decided to speak up and share my text messages along with everything I have relevant to that time. I hope this provides closure on the matter for those who are still curious. I'm ready to move forward and get back to work." Saberspark also made a post on his YouTube community tab saying, "Moving forward. Hey folks, I hope y'all are well. This post is a general follow-up to recent events, my current state of affairs, and the future of the channel. Before anything else, I want to sincerely thank you all for giving me a chance to speak and share my perspective in regards to my recent situation. It's been a lot, but me and the team are hanging in there and we're ready to get back to work on projects. First off, I want to announce a shift in the channel's direction moving forward. I know I'm known for covering adult-oriented topics in my videos and that they have a big part in my channel's identity. They generate a lot of clicks and ads, but after further reflection, I realize now that I don't want that type of content to define me as a creator, so I've decided to tone back adult topics in my future videos. Now, that's not to say I'm banning all adult animation from my channel. It's still fun and interesting to talk about, but I will be taking a more respectful approach towards the genre in the future. I want to create projects about things I like, not just what draws in the views because of YouTube's algorithm. So from here on.
Now, granted, to comment on that real quickly. Now, like I said, I've only seen a few videos from him. One of which being on the, I guess, sort of like talking about like an adult animation thing. I don't know, man. I always got the impression that he cared about, really was invested in talking about these things. I never got the impression.
I saw his
that
coverage
really...
of Totally Spies. It was great.
Yes.
And it talked about a lot of the adult stuff that went on, like jokingly. It's great.
Yeah.
He's passionate about animation in general, but it doesn't mean that he only cares about adult animation. He just loves animation. Like he stated that he wants to retire in a couple of years and open his own studio.
Which is fair.
Damn.
Like that's how much he adores animation. And like you can hear it in his voice. Like he is very passionate about everything animation.
Yeah. So with the trying to make his own studio thing in mind, I can somewhat understand why he would want to like maybe tone that down. But I can't help but feel like what was it? This is also in response to I guess criticisms by detractors made about him covering these things on YouTube in the first place, which I mean, well, he doesn't even always cover them on YouTube. He at times kind of posts them in other platforms where it would be like much more appropriate. So I don't know.
I would hesitate to like assume that these are the reasons why he would do this. Because there are way too many reasons why. It could be the allegations or the criticism, sorry. It could be that he wants to tone things down for when he opens a studio in the future. It could just be that he's burnt out talking specifically about adult animation all the time, and he wants to add more variety to his content.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is perfectly fair. It's just that's what was it? I hope that it's not one of those other reasons, basically.
Yeah.
My projects versus the quantity of uploads. However, I will still cover the occasional topical movie or show, but I will be striving for a higher standard of quality across the board. I still look back on my VeggieTales video as my magnum opus, and I want to return to that caliber of content again. If anything, this new chapter will be a lot more fun and fulfilling to pursue. I've been doing YouTube professionally for over 10 years, and it's been one of my greatest blessings. I cannot overstate how thankful I am for what I have. I've also made some mistakes, but I always strive to learn from them and improve both as a creator and as a person. Now, I know some of you have asked about it, and yes, I am evaluating my legal options. The process takes time and I want to ensure it's done correctly. There is more to the story that will come to light in due time, but that's all I will say about it for now. Overall, we will be getting back to videos and projects very soon. Despite the bumps in the road, there is still a lot to look forward to with many awesome changes and improvements on the horizon. The goal of the channel has and will continue to be the discussion and celebration of animation. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all for your support. I also want to give a shout out to our YouTube members and patrons in particular. Y'all really had our backs, helped us to stay stay afloat, and we could have never done it without you. Thanks again for standing by us, folks. We'll be back soon. Saber. And now, thanks to Beckett, there is a whole bunch of texts revealed between Saberspark and Emily back in 2012, immediately after the cons where Emily first said everything happened. In these texts, there's talks of all sorts of things, where Emily even says to Saberspark that the events where the second incident allegedly happened was actually her favorite and she loved it. And these texts really reveal a whole bunch of information about their interactions. And we all know the internet can be a daunting place with drama stories or information spreading like wildfire. I mean, look at this.
It's an ad. I forgot about he had an ad. Okay. We'll just
Ew, AI mode. Gross.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed that Google's changed to that, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Well, it
Yeah,
has.
it's been doing that
Surprise!
lately. Yep. Surprise.
Yay.
and
I'm
challenging,
so
and it's made that way
happy.
by design.
Did you know that there was a study that they did, and that people who have used AI regularly, I think they say that the study that they did found that the people who use AI regularly are like, their IQ is lowering.
Yeah, I figured.
We're de-evolving!
We devolving.
Not evolving, but getting dumber. Specifically because, like, AI is just making it so that people don't use their brains. Also, I haven't finished watching this video, but there is a video talking about how there is a literal cult that is being formed around AI, where people legitimately think that AI is, like, a deity or an alien or some sort of a god.
Okay,
Agumon T1 says, Kaiser, Emmy was on Dr. Phil because she got pregnant at 16.
Yes.
Yeah. She's a teen mom too. I forgot about that. Thank you, Agumon.
Yeah. That was one of the reasons why Saberspark actually decided to distance himself from her, because she made a fake pregnancy scare with him. Due to
it's just a small thing like that.
Yeah, due to the, alleged sexual encounters that were rape.
Remember when Saber put some of his vids on the hub? Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yep. Actually,
I'm not drawing a pregnant emu, by the way. I'm not gonna do that.
Please no.
There were some times where I was looking for some Digimon videos to try to find some dialogue or to try to find some sort of clip, and I just go on to Google video or whatever, and then I click on one, and then I end up on Pornhub, and then someone just has these full episodes of Digimon on Pornhub for whatever reason.
Dude, I'm not surprised.
I imagine the suggested video next is some Renovon vid, right?
No, it was more like full episodes of Digimon.
Dude, I've seen one time Fast and Furious be on Pornhub. One of the Fast and Furious movies. Just the whole
I mean, I still love there's that guy that does wholesome porn. Like, that guy's legendary. Where like, he goes on the Pornhub and uploads videos of, like, actually fixing the plumbing. Actually cooking dinner. Actually, it's like, and nothing happens. It's just this wholesome guy doing normal household tasks that have been pornified normally, and he's just normally like, doing them as a normal person would.
Titan, Kaiser, we're robots. Should we be worshipped in this cult of AI morons? We're too good for them.
I was gonna say, you guys are actual AI, like actual artificial intelligence. You're not machine learning algorithms. Completely different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ugox, damn, my luck is weird. I hook up with a Filipino taiga, yes, she was that bad, whose childhood friends left her for me. Well, she married a guy looking like me. Saberspark gets this emu person, yikes.
Lord.
Wow.
Well, I'm
good
sorry,
you,
I guess,
I
that you
guess,
didn't wind up with her, if you feel bad about that or not.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it.
I mean, this probably happened.
Well, if you're happy about what happened, I'm happy for you. If you're not happy with what happened, I'm sorry for you. There's my completely contradictory statement on the matter.
Yeah, Hikaru, share your drinks with him. There you go. Anyways.
Try Aura for free for 14 days at aura.com/internetverses. In those 2 weeks, you'll easily discover when your game is being exposed and sold. But back to the video, we have some text to read here. The DMs between Emily and Saberspark are as follows. Starting from December 18th, 2012, which would have been roughly 1 month after the second incident, 3 months after the first alleged incident, Emily texts Saberspark, why did you unfollow me? Steven, I want you to be honest with me. It's making my heart ache thinking that you're mad at me to the point where you unfollow me. After what I've been put through, I deserve some form of explanation. And Saberspark replies, it is nothing personal, but when I open up my newsfeed, I see like 100 tweets from you. I tend to not follow people who tweet so much. Sorry, it wasn't personal. And Emily replies, I'm just trying to be different and reply to people who want to talk to me. The thing is, and please bear with me on this, but you know how I look up to you like a brother. So it hurt my feelings.
So does that sound like someone who's been raped?
Well, by their brother, maybe.
Fuck.
I don't know. Are we going full Andy and Laylee here? Where are we going with this?
Christ.
Because I hate to break it to you, but in Andy and Laylee, it was consensual. Anyway. Hikaru,
Reploids over AI.
Yes.
Yep.
You got.
Thanks.
I'm happy about the friend she got. I'm happy about the friend she got me. Nice. All right.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, you came out on top in that situation.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Celtic, Sweet Home Alabama moment. Too dark. Too dark. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the pregnancy scare didn't get you, but
the pregnancy scare, but the
Alabama
fictional incest. That's what gets you. I'm sorry. This is the whole point I'm gonna have with the fucking game theory people. People are so weak this point.
Yes, I would agree.
Andy's nuts laying on your chin. Okay, all right, that's taking it too far. Not because it's disturbing, but because it's just a lame joke. Half and half on the coffin.
Jesus.
No, double the coffin.
It wasn't personal. And Emily replies, I'm just trying to be different and reply to people who want to talk to me. The thing is, and please bear with me on this, but you know how I look up to you like a brother. So it hurt my feelings. I'll stop replying to people so much if it's a problem. And Saber says, it's all good, I'll follow ya. And Emily replies, thanks. I'm sorry for coming off emotional. I'm just stressing out over things. Then a few hours later, she texts him again. Did you unfollow me again? I've only tweeted like 2 times within these past few hours. What is going on? And Saber replies, because I want to avoid drama. I feel like you are latching onto me and I need space. Sorry, I need this for the time being until the doc is done. And she replies, why couldn't you be honest with me for all these months? It's not like I'm obsessive over you. It's hard to do my own thing when you've been fooling around with my emotions in the first place. I'm not the only one at fault. And Saber says, I am the bad guy and for that I am sorry. And she replies, I asked you to promise me one thing and you couldn't do it. I'm sorry. I can't accept your apology at this moment. Then a few months later, he decides to text her again saying, hey Em, I won't take too much of your time. I just wanted to say sorry. Sorry for how I treated ya. Sorry for going silent for months and not chatting with you. It is my fault. I got scared and ran away and left you behind. I was a bad friend, so I just wanted to apologize. I'm not expecting you to be kind or talk to me again at this con or ever, and that is fair, but I just wanted to say sorry. I won't avoid you. I won't treat you like you were in the wrong because everything was my fault. I just wanted to admit to it. I hope you can forgive me. I don't expect a reply or forgiveness, but I just wanted to own up to my sins. I'd understand if you didn't want anything to do with me. Take care, Em, and have an awesome time at the con. And she replies, I guess I'm not sure what to say. And he says, you don't have to say anything. I just want to bury any hatchet so you don't have to think I'm the bad guy. You can still avoid me, that's expected, but I just wanted to say sorry at the least and lay this to rest. And Emily replies, I understand. I guess at this point I can forgive you. However, I do not want any more of this messing around. I'm dating a Solrak now. If you want to be friends, then that's fine. And he says, of course. That time is over and long gone.
Pokemon
I'm
or
happy
something?
for you too.
No,
Dating a soul rack.
Yeah,
by
it's
the
the
way-
readout. It's like, is that a Pokemon? Like,
By the
I'm
way-
sorry, I've left you for a better Mon.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is after the pregnancy scare, obviously, and then she immediately starts dating Solrak after this, but she's still upset at Saberspark.
Oh, you can feel it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mark Lou, hey guys, can you cover real life fake wizards video on certain people bought of Twitch 2? I get the hate for the Switch 2, but this vid had a lot of bad points. Maybe.
Oh, that'd be
I've seen a
interesting.
little bit of his content. I've generally been entertained by it. But I
never
did
heard
I
of
did
this guy.
see I saw some takes he had on the Switch 2, and people complaining about how expensive video games are, and it's like, you guys are saying it's okay now because you're buying this stuff, and I'm like, well, inflation exists, man. We've actually been very blessed that games haven't risen in price for like 10 fucking years, and now they're adjusting to what they probably should have been. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of arguments to be made one hand or the other, but like we're in a bad place when it comes to gaming, and it's not all the consumer's fault.
Right.
Yeah, no, but like, I find it so dumb that people just feel so entitled to what is effectively entertainment. And like to a certain extent, like, yes, I get it. We all need entertainment and stuff like that, but also these are people's jobs. And Nintendo and other companies like that, for better or for worse, they do want to try and pay the people that work on their shit a fair wage. And to say that they shouldn't do that because you don't want to have to pay as much for playing a shitty ass or a mediocre video game for like 12, like maybe 30 hours and then never pick that game up again. Like, that's so stupid. That is such a really stupid reason to get so mad at the Switch 2.
Aiden, thank you for reminding me. I need to get the fucking squirt bottle emote. Also, sore heart. I played the first chapter of Lele and came up with the game theory. The theory is that Andy and Lele aren't brother and sister. I am sorry you feel that way because it is confirmed that they are.
Yeah.
Wait, who's Emily?
Anyway.
Emily is Emily Emu.
Yeah, Emily is the girl
This
who made...
is Emily.
Yeah,
she is the
Emily.
emu that's causing all these problems.
Yeah. She is the one who is accusing Saber Spark of raping her a couple times.
Did you just come in? Because we've been talking about Emily for a while.
No, he's been here. I don't know why you missed that.
Yeah, I think he does this thing where it's like sometimes he's all like, "Oh,
well,
who
he
is
might
this?
be
Who's
second
that?"
screening us.
Like,
so.
Oh, maybe.
But even then, like, you use your ears to hear. You don't need your eyes for that.
Wait, so she's responsible for all this stupid drama? I mean, essentially.
Yes.
I've only been here 20 minutes and I'm still a little lost. Well, don't worry. I have this helpful sheet. You now understand everything.
Yep.
Yes.
There you go. Oh, I got it.
Look at this graph!
There we go.
I accidentally pressed Twitch on my phone, and then I learned that Clay is live, and they're doing some draws for Don't Starve.
Can I not get it like a half zoom on this? Can I only do it in 25? Why is it 69%? What?
Yeah.
This program bemuses me.
Also, we should play that on stream someday.
Mayhaps.
What?
Yes.
Play what?
Don't Starve.
Don't Starve.
Oh, okay.
Just walked in. I have zero idea what's going on. Just look. My chart right here spells it all out.
Yeah, it's so very clear. Can you see? Trust the chart. In chart, we trust. Okay. Just write that at the bottom. In chart, we trust. Oh shit. But yeah, back to the video. Because there's a little bit more in these messages.
Just a bit.
And I wish you the best. Then Emily says, thank you. I appreciate it. Dave told me you asked about me. And Saber says, lol, well, I wanted to lay this to rest. And Emily says, it's all good. I'm glad you apologized. I won't ignore you anymore. Didn't want to make it awkward. And Saber says, good. Then she texts him a few more times saying, enjoying the con. Then there you go. I followed you again. Then people want you to visit Solrak's charity stream. And he says, I'm out with my friend at the moment. Sorry, Em. And she says, it's cool. Race was looking for you. Sorry. Then she says, this chick is plain evil. He replies, don't pay attention to her. Just a hater. And she says, thank you, I appreciate it. Then a couple weeks later, she says, I need a hug. Then 10 days later, she says, can I have some advice? And Saber says, what's up?
Yeah, I would definitely want some advice from my rapist.
Yeah.
I would want a hug from my rapist, man. They just give the best hugs. So tight you can barely escape.
Exactly. God,
what the fuck is this lady doing?
Yeah, exactly, yo.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Did she just assume that he wasn't going to have any of this on backup?
Dude,
Yeah.
I guess so, because apparently this is from an old phone that he managed to recover.
I hope Saber, I feel sorry for you, but I hope you realize friends and a handshake is going to become a running meme with you and your followers from this point forward.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to embrace that, my dude. You're not gonna be able to run from that. Look at this graph. I laugh. Yes.
Love that meme.
And she's, is there a chance we can chat on Skype? It's a bit of a long story. If not, I'll text. And he replies, I really can't talk at the moment. Cool if you text it? And she says, all right, here it goes. Carlos and I broke up. The reason we did was because he suddenly decided that he didn't like me being a mother. He wanted me to leave Lucy behind and be with him. Then he talked to his dad and he didn't approve of the relationship, and he is going by that. I mean, the boy is 18. He can make big boy decisions on his own, you'd think, especially regarding dating someone. I want to take Lucy and move to California so I can become an animator. I feel like complete shit right now because I want to make things work with Carlos. I don't know how. And he replies,
You're
personally,
dating
I'd take
someone a
step
year
back
and a half
refocus on your
younger
own
than you?
life.
How dare.
Savages, barely even human.
Also, I want to point out, the only thing Saber did, Leo Ultima upgraded said, the only bad thing Saber is doing here is not responding to her text that much. That's not bad. You are under no obligation to respond to someone's texts.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
when
You can
like,
ghost someone, that's
you're-
fine.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, you're a busy personality. Like, Saber Spark was famous even back then, especially within the Brony community. So they didn't want him on panels and have him do different things. And this is at a convention where some of these messages are happening. So, like, I don't know, man.
On challenges you can tackle. Lucy is your daughter, so there is no leaving her behind, and it is your duty to take care of that. Make decisions.
By the way, God help that child. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I fear for her future. I fear she does not become like her mother, but I feel like that might be a lost cause, unfortunately.
Hopefully
Possibly.
not.
Possibly.
But,
Also, Internet Versus, maybe do a couple of retakes on these readings. You're changing words here occasionally, and it's just saying, comes off as like a little weird.
Yeah.
that would help you and her out. Becoming an animator? That is awesome. Make something out of it, but do it in stride. Moving out to Cali might be too big of a leap in my opinion, but something that could happen in time. Personally, I'd take a break from Carlos if I were you. You both are young and have a ton of real life stuff going on that only becomes harder to do because of a long distance relationship. I think it is time for you to leave that idea of having a boyfriend behind for a while. Focus on supporting yourself and come back to boys when you're established. That is just my opinion though. I mean, I'm talking to a girl now who I have liked for a while, but I won't jump into a relationship with her till I know I can support myself first. I hope this helps. And she says,
Dog,
That
wow,
sounds
that is
incredibly
the-
fucking reasonable.
Yeah.
just like what a rapist would say. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Anyway. Oh man.
yeah, I don't want to move to California until I finish my education. I see where you're coming from. It's really difficult. I'll try my hardest to focus on different things. Then she says, usually it's the guy who comes my way. It's annoying. I just don't know. I'll try my absolute hardest to not think about it and do what I can. Sorry, I was in a Skype call. Then she sends him an article. He thanks her. They just start talking about the convention and what cons they're going to next. He says he's going to Sweet Apple Acres, and she talks about showing up as well. And he says, cool.
Wow, I would definitely go to a convention with my rapist.
Yeah.
You see a trend here?
Yeah. It's I'm not seeing a lot of her backing away from him slowly. I see a lot
Yeah.
of her running right into him again and again and again.
Yeah, it's like
Yep.
this. No, but Raymond.
This is the clingiest
but
rape
Raymond-
victim that I have ever seen.
But Raymond, it's because he's so large. She's an 80-pound, 18-year-old ooh girl.
It
Like,
doesn't
I'm
matter
sure-
that there's hundreds of miles of distance, maybe thousands of miles, depending where they are, of distance between them. He's so much bigger than her, it's intimidating.
Listen, he has his own gravitational pull. Okay, the distance don't
Okay,
matter.
all right. Look, we reserve that joke for Movie Bob.
Okay, fair. Yeah, he's not that big.
like-
I've seen his real life pics. He's not that big.
Kaiser will tell you, I got so in on her fucking weight being 18 years old and only 80 pounds. I'm like, ma'am, are you fucking Eugenia Cuny?
Yeah, I was about to say, are you fasting? Are you anemic? What's going on?
Are you skin and bones, ma'am? Like, did you have an eating disorder that makes it so that you look like you have, that you're about to waste away? Like, why were you 18 years old and only 80 pounds?
Girl, despite
That
the
is-
size, men have an obvious weak spot. That's not reliable, man.
Ugh.
I take it as someone who's a martial artist. Guys can get back from that pretty quickly. Celtic whips out a graph from Always Sunny. Please, mine is far more organized. Can't you see?
Totally.
Far more
All right,
organized.
far more organized. In chart we trust. In graph we trust. Kaiser, have you heard about the Illuminati drama with the Yes, I have, and that shit is insane. If you want, I could probably cover that as well, but that's for another time.
Cool. Hopefully I'll see you there. So continuing to talk about meeting up at future cons after everything's happened. She says, hopefully, what's up? He replies, not much, just got home from EQLA. You? She says, just got back from jogging. Oh yeah? Home sweet home? Lol. He says, you know
Alabama.
it. Just good to be back home though. I still need to drive back from the airport. She says, ha, I know that feel. Do you get post-con blues? And he replies, not at the moment, but I think I will later. Don't you have a con coming up soon? And she says, yes, at the end of the month. Cutie Mark Con, then Trot Con a few weeks later. He says, awesome, I hope you have a fun time. And she says, thank you. The VA for Babseed is going to be there. I'm excited, but I'm more excited for EFNW so I can meet up with Acoustic Brony. He says, nice. She says, yeah. Do you know if they are going to have EQLA next year? For context, she is bringing up going to EQLA again next year, whereas this previous year they had just done EQLA before, which is again where the second incident allegedly happened. In the first allegations that Emily put out, which she was anonymous for, on Brony Fannote's account, and so Saberspark responds, not yet, but I'm keeping an open ear. That is a con that I don't want to miss. And she says, right? EQLA was my favorite. I would have gone if it weren't on Mother's Day weekend. And he replies, aw, you're a good person for staying home. That was big of you. And she says, thank you. I just really appreciate my mother and what she's done for me. I love her. And so then he says, hey, can I ask you a random question? I've pondered it for a while, but didn't want to since we had a rough patch. Now that we are buds again, I feel like I can ask it. And she says, sure thing, man. And he replies, did you ever tell anyone that we had S? I never did, but I wanted to see if you did. I'm not angry, just curious. And she replies, nah, I just told Sandra and Carlos that you sort of mess with my feelings. Like I said, that was our secret. Sorry, I didn't mean to type anything after that. And Saber replies, cool. I was just wondering, thanks for keeping this between you and me. She says, of course, no worries. And he replies, so, was I gonna bed or no? And she laughs, saying, I thought I already told you. Yes. And he says, cool, lol. I was just wondering. She says, lol, no worries. He replies, so are you and Eddie together now, Ed? Or just good friends? Because he's a cool guy.
1 minute. Welcome Keenan to the crew. Kaiju Gon 2001 says Celtic whips out a graph from. I already read that one. Where's the other thing I was going to read? I literally, this should be Risa 20. I literally just blocked a guy's number and he never tried to stalk me. What the hell?
Yeah.
Celtic, what martial arts did you do?
Amazing.
I did Taekwondo when I was younger. I know that's like the basic bitch stuff, but I got to blue belt, I want to say, before it just became like untenable to regularly go. But yeah, no, this all sounds like, man, you're just talking. I guess she just has rape fantasies. That's why she thought the sex was so good. It's the only thing that makes sense if he was a rapist.
Like she tries to say that part of why she was still amicable with him during this time, after she was confronted on it, was also because, oh, I have this sort of, fawning, people-pleasing personality that persisted since I was younger. So that's what I was how I was portraying myself during these conversations, even though I knew internally it was wrong.
Uh-huh.
Now, take that for what you will. Personally, I have no reason to trust any of that for obvious reasons. But it's just it's so goddamn weird.
I mostly don't know what to make of that, really.
But, I mean, because, like, the thing is that you did not mention this in your initial allegations.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, though, to preface this a little bit, she did go to people like KP, Brony Fandom, and a couple other people when she made her allegations that sort of asked her to omit certain details.
Wait, did she finish when he didn't?
I think
this is a question that no one's asked.
okay. What? Okay, I thought. What?
Matter?
I mean, it would be certainly interesting if she's accusing him that like I don't know. It just seems it would be weird. It just like.
I'm not gonna answer that. I'm not gonna answer
I don't know if
that
you
because
can. I think she's
Neither
the
am
only
I.
one that can.
What the fuck,
Why are you
bro?
like this, Raymond?
Why not?
Probably the undiagnosed ADHD for 30 years.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
fair. I swear to God, man, if you have your own allegations, man, you are not helping your case.
She says she dissociated. Someone
Nope.
dissociative disorder. I wouldn't say dissociating during sex is fun or enjoyable. We don't even know if that's true.
Yeah, that's the problem here.
We have conflicting information on that right now.
Yes. What she said in her initial allegations do not...
Why did that pop into my head?
stand.
It's because she made a point of it in her post to say that he finished in the bathroom, meaning they didn't finish together. So it's like, typically speaking, when someone is committing an act of rape, they finish. So the fact that he didn't, it's a kind of a sticking point here, honestly, in terms of like weighing against her accusation.
Yeah.
Set that for a minute. Where
can
was
see
I?
that.
It's a very weird place we're in right now. It's all my fault. I'm sorry.
But like, yeah, this is so fucking weird.
And she replies, he's a great guy. I love him, but we're just friends. And he says, okay, cool. She replies, no worries. We're just besties. And he says, by the way, I like your new cosplay. She says, which one? He says, I loved your Sweetie Belle one. You looked hot in that. And she says, oh, thank you. I was pretty proud of that cosplay. Then later that evening at about 9 p.m., she texts him, I'm lonely. Entertain me. He says, I'm thinking of a number between 1 to 2,473. Guess. She replies, 69? No. 103? Wait, 2,453? And Saber says, lol, 69, but no. The answer was banana. And she says, damn it, I should have known. I had a banana today. Yeah, I'm a dork. And he replies, how does eating a banana make you a dork? Lol. And she says, no, the 69 thing. Bananas are anything but dorky. And he replies, 69ing and bananas. A dangerous but sexy combo. And she says, very true. It's also fun. And he replies, lol, I like how you call it fun. Most people would be like, oh, but you're like, yippee instead. And she says, lol, I'm a little different than the other girls. And he replies, lol, I guess so. And she
I'm
says,
not like
so
other
what are you up to?
girls.
He says,
Yeah,
just
for
browsing
real.
anywhere while laying in bed. You? She says, cool, just watching Netflix and relaxing in bed. He asks what she's watching, and she says, Doctor Who, I'm such a nerd. He replies, nerds know how to have the most fun.
Lol, I'm such a nerd. I want to slap you. I know that is not kosher in this day and age, and I would not do so if I actually met you in person. But God, do I fucking want to. I hate that, lol, I'm so quirky bullshit. It's so grating.
Especially
Stop.
within context of this.
Yeah,
it just makes
especially
me
knowing
worse.
everything we know about you currently. Also, I was Saber, stop fucking flirting with this woman. Stop. Holy shit, stop. I'm holding your feet to the fire on this. She was bad to begin with. You saw the warning signs, you pulled away, and you're coming back, man. Get your dick under control. This girl reminds me of Katie Bugs. I don't remember who Katie Bugs is.
Oh my God, I do. Okay, you know that freshly 18 line I did? That was in reference to her thing. That's a whole other drama. Basically, she said some allegations towards a Minecraft YouTuber that she was assaulted when all that happened was that they were together in a party. She felt her up a little bit when it seemed like the mood was right. Nothing else happened. And then they just never really talked all that much afterwards.
You didn't tag me in this. You gotta tag us.
Wait,
so we've
what?
got some art. Got
Oh,
one
sweet.
from Titan, and we got one from Derex.
Oh, what did Derex do?
I
Posted it.
what? It's opening on
yard.
the wrong page. One moment. Open here. There we go. And I will. Where's the copy? There it is. copy image. Sorry, everything is so scrunched how I have it, so I'm trying to.
Oh, okay.
It's the relationship. Soul Rocky. And then Titan
Holy
Executor did art of you as
Oh,
a droid from Star Wars.
Oh, awesome. Which one?
One of the I can't remember what they're
The
called.
scrungly ones.
These ones. Roger,
Oh,
Roger.
the clankers, yeah.
Yeah,
That's great. Oh my god. You know, still got the sunglasses. That's a very key part of the design. Unlike most of these guys, I can actually like run and dash and stuff. So
just Mega Man mowing down clones.
You know, as we do.
No, I don't want to save as a PDF. The chart is immortal. It'll stay here forever.
Yes. Continuing on.
So no need to feel bad at all. And she says, good, and it's true. Nerds do have the best fun. Besides ponies, what else do you nerd out about? And he says, ever play StarCraft before? Because that game is the shit. And she replies, oh, I've heard of it, but never got the chance to play. I heard it was amazing. And he says, I'm nodding off to sleep, so I'm gonna crash. I have work real early in the AM. Been nice chatting with you, Em. I'll catch up with you later this week. Night. And she says, all right, good night. Then a couple of days later, she says, Saber, I can't sleep at about 3 a.m. Then another couple of days, she says, what's up? Then about a week later, she says, your Larson line trended at our con. You should feel proud. And the last text message is June 1st, 2013 at 1:45 a.m. where she says, whoa, back up. Now what did I do? And for context, again, as Copency said in his video, this is again him unfollowing her on Twitter.
Yep.
And Beckett also sent me DMs from Emmy, which was her response to him interviewing her, which the response is also in his video, when she was directly confronted over the existence of these text messages and some of the contents in them and what she said.
Now, before we get into that real quickly, Nameless says, Kaiser, which do you prefer, Greygar or Falzar? I like Falzar's design better.
I have no idea what that
thank you,
is,
Nameless.
and I will let you cover
Yeah.
it. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I was actually going to say I need the restroom.
Oh, no! All
Can't
right.
do it now.
All right, I'll be,
Yeah, I guess
I'll
I'll hold
be
it.
quick. I'll be quick.
Okay, but yeah, those are basically super powerful AI beasts from the 6th Mega Man Battle Network game. And they are really, really cool. Kaiser Droid versus Grievous. I would beat Grievous's ass. Yes, and you can still complain in Kaiser that you are 3 days from retirement when you get shot by Jedi or Clone Trooper. Yeah. Dude, that'd be a dope fanfic, though. Yeah, I honestly, I imagine myself as one of those, like, commando droids. Not the ones that are, like, oh, bigger but also slow, but the ones that can actually, like, fight, like, really well against, like, skilled opponents and shit. They have, like, a ton of those in the Clone Wars cartoons, and those have always been some of my favorites. Let me see. But, yeah, with this whole drama is so insane because there are so many incomprehensible like parts of it, and almost everybody involved is just especially the people that are like, you know, making these allegations towards Saberspark are just some of the most maladjusted human beings you can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Like, let's say hypothetically that everything that Emily is trying to say in regards to like her fawn syndrome and poor memory and all this other stuff is absolutely true, and Saberspark actually hurt her. But as she's going to say in this whole blurb right here in a bit, she doesn't want anything to actually happen to Saberspark, and she never wanted to from the beginning, apparently. So like, you wasted months of your life relitigating all of this and what allegedly happened to you for essentially nothing but pain and PTSD, probably. Just a whole bunch of shit that you would probably want to avoid if something happened to you. I'm not saying that, oh, and some people might respond by saying, oh, you're saying that she isn't a perfect victim. It's not about perfection. You don't need to be perfect to choose not to do things that would make your life worse.
Hikaru says, best Maverick Hunter is Green Biker Dude. A moment of silence for Green Biker Dude.
A moment of silence.
Yeah. All right, now Kaiser, it's your
now
turn.
Kaiser can go to the bathroom, and I'll be the dancing monkey.
Yeah, this is a pissing speed run.
Go drain your excess fluids, whatever you want to call it. whatever robots piss. I know they do because I've seen the first Michael Bay Transformers film. So Twy and Kelt are like Jedi or a Sith Lord. Well, I'm evidently a Sith Lord. I mean, come on. Look, color scheme.
Obvious.
I'm kind of fucking nuts.
And I'm obviously a Jedi because of my color scheme and the fact that I am a sane and rational human being. But we have a secret, illicit enemies to lovers relationship.
Yes, exactly.
Strictly confidential.
Yes, Kaisers are droid in the background. I would love just like in the middle of like a dramatic like my love for you is like this and like leaning you down, and then Kaiser's just like, well, I'm right here, guys. And he fucking like when we just completely ignore him, he's like, fucking hell, fleshies, all you fleshies are all the same. No, Kelt, your mace window. That's why your lightsaber is purple. I don't know, not purple lightsaber.
Mace window?
That's what he said.
You put a mace to your window?
Go gadget pisser. Shut up, you guys. There's a turning your Kyber crystal white joke there. Kaiser needs to get his oils changed. Critter would be Chewy. Yes, Critter is definitely our Chewy. Does Kaiser have the high ground? Would Kaiser watching that count as voyeurism? I don't know. That's an uncomfortable area that Star Wars never wants to go. It's just how sapient the fucking robots are. Finally caught Moltres in a dusk ball. Nice.
Ooh.
No. See, his name is Mace Windu because he went out the window. And I'm a giant robot battle station that gets destroyed. Oh. Well, that's an unfortunate position to be put in.
I'm back. What happened?
Nothing. Nothing of concern.
Nothing at all.
I can just watch the VOD, right?
What? No, no one actually
It'll
does
be too
that.
late.
Okay. Well,
Nobody watches our VODs.
don't say that. Some people do.
Robert Glending sent 10 more gifted memberships.
Ooh.
Everyone gets showered in memberships.
All right, great. Kaiser stopped lubricating them. What the fuck? What? What the? What does that mean? What? What were y'all talking about?
Wait, I got a lightsaber at Disneyland a few years ago, and I got a white crystal to use in it. When I ran afoul of some stormtroopers, my blade became yellow. What did I just type? Ha. It's a pissing joke. We're back to those again.
Okay.
Thought we were easing out of those. The black guy peas! Oh, God damn
All right,
it.
we're done. We're going. We're going to keep going.
So she's back at saying, over the last 7 years, I have slowly developed onset chronic migraine disease, which has affected my long and sometimes even short-term memory in regards to conversations I have had. I remember most physical in-person events well, especially ones that affect me, but many online and through text conversations and details regarding them have either gone foggy or I can't recall them entirely. This is why most conversations with Saberspark after the two events were not conversations I even remember happening until them being brought up to me, and even then, I had to take time to remember. I also did not cannot recall Saber being physically present while at Downtown Disney during a really horrible panic attack I was having. I do remember feeling overheated and began to hyperventilate and needed to skip out on watching the Brony documentary events entirely because I felt lightheaded and like I was going to pass out from hyperventilating due to that panic attack. I only had recalled my friend and I went to the event with being with me, along with a prominent voice actor from the show checking on me and showing me emotional support. I imagine I didn't remember the detail of anyone else witnessing this because of how really panicked I was. Even now, after being told a Saber was there, I genuinely cannot recall anyone else who also may have been there with me during this because I was hyperventilating and unable to think terribly well.
Otherwise known as I have convenient memory loss disease.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that's basically the end of like all the posts and shit. And this is just Brony fandom being psychotic again. We can look at that in a minute, but what are your thoughts, Raymond?
I mean, you probably got a pretty good inkling of them right now. I'm seeing a lot of the same shit that I saw in the Vic case. Now, the Vic case is interesting because it has, like, all the stuff in legal documentation that you could read through. So I made my decisions based upon stuff that had to be submitted in a legal forum and had to be basically sworn affidavit truth. And I found a lot of that stuff contradictory on the anti-Vic side. I'm seeing a lot of similar stuff in her story here, especially this like, oh, I don't remember it very well, but I remember these things, but not these things. Like, Meanwhile,
Yep.
I've not seen a thing from Saberspark that says that he has misremembered anything. He has not changed the story. He has made absolutely consistent in how he approaches this and how he handles this and how he handles himself. And that's exactly what I saw with Vic, and it's the reason why I am believing Saberspark so far from what I've seen.
No, that's absolutely fair. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
Like, and again, this is even worse when you think about this, okay? I'm gonna sweeten the pot for you, Raymond. So remember that interview that I told you that Emily and Mr. Enter had of Emily, right? On his channel.
Yes. I have a note for it as the what the fuck is this evidence?
Right.
Yeah.
So they were having an interview that's like 3 hours long, asking her questions about her past controversies and the stuff in regards to Saber Spark specifically. And probably the first question in regards to that they asked was, why now instead of before? And her answer is that she basically said, oh, I always felt that I wanted to speak out against Saber Spark, but I didn't feel as confident about it until the Black Griffin stuff came out. And people were arguing with, and Saber Spark was going under fire for defending Black Griffin. Right.
Okay, what is the Black Griffin stuff? I know we have the notes up here with the friends.
Yeah, I'm going to get into that. So Black Griffin is he's a singer and I think he's a voice actor in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, and so is Clarissa. Here's the thing though. Clarissa is a voice actor in Friendship is Magic, but she was playing a child character while she was in her like early teens, whereas Griffin was an adult. So they met a few times in person, and then years later, when Clarissa was in her 20s, like early 20s, she decided to pursue a relationship with Black Griffin, and then a year or two after that, they got married.
Okay.
So when that came out, what happened is that people started accusing Black Griffin of being a groomer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Saber Spark defended Black Griffin because they were close friends.
Yeah, so this is like the whole situation between Clarissa and Black Griffin seems to be, how dare you have known this person before they turned adult age? That is illegal.
Damn. So, and Saber was just like, yeah, that's stupid. You guys are stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Essentially. Oh my god.
What is this? Is this 5D's shit?
Yes, yeah, that's Jack Atlas, the one who says, "You say card games are
Yes!
psycho."
You say who did this art? Who did this art? Who did it? Who did the art?
Oh, it was Daigato.
Daigato, it looks amazing. I love it.
Yeah, it looks awesome. Thank you so much, dude. But
Don't
yeah,
you
Saber
want me, baby? I'm Lenny Pator. Don't you want me? Oh. Okay.
Look how round he made you. You are
Yeah.
It's not inaccurate considering how much exercise I've been getting recently. God, I gotta fix my freaking sleep schedule.
Yeah.
It's been just
Me, same.
exercise. My exercise routine has been just shot.
I need to get some
Same.
exercise. But yeah, like Saber Spark is basically this game piece in the greater drama that is about the Black Griffin stuff. And by the way, of course, Clarissa has stated publicly and even got interviewed by Cope and Seethe saying that no, I wasn't groomed by this guy. I only met him in real life like on 5 or 6 different occasions. And in every single one of those occasions, we were surrounded by other people and cast members. And we didn't really do all that much, any weird stuff together before we decided to become a couple. So, like,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's literally like we discussed this earlier in the podcast, how people just get so weird about age gap relationships. And this is one of those things that it does not matter like if you existed in a completely platonic state around them, nothing happened. The fact that you knew about each other when one of you was underage means that you should never get into a relationship with that person ever, because that means that they automatically groomed you. People don't know what grooming means anymore, apparently.
Hikaru,
Real shit.
Would this make Kaiser Yusei, but with Ride Chaser instead of that dual bike thing?
Yes.
Yes.
100%. And also, I guess by virtue, it would make Twi Akiza.
Who?
The main girl from 5Ds is fine. She's
okay,
cool.
I have no idea.
And instead of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm playing Magic the Gathering against his Yu-Gi-Oh
Yeah,
deck.
same. Dude, I've been getting into Magic again because the Final Fantasy VII set came out.
It's a good set by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's mostly really, really good. I am building a commander deck centered around one of the cards of Lightning from 13. Because I pulled her when I got in like these booster boxes and shit. But I also pulled a bunch of summon cards. I'm gonna make a Tom Bombadil summoning deck. Yes, Tom Bombadil from Lord of the Rings is a card.
I can see Celtic summoning Black Lotus. Oh god, I don't have that much cash on me.
Yeah, no way.
It's Black Lotus is one of the most infamous cards in Magic the Gathering, to the point that even I know what it fucking is. Because I'm just a very casual player. But it's literally one of the most expensive cards in any card game ever. It was from the very first set, and it's because it's effective. What does it even do? Oh, Black Lotus. Oh shit! It goes for $11,000.
Yep.
Jesus.
Sounds about right.
You sacrifice Black Lotus, add 3 mana of any one color to your mana pool. The reason why that, like, basically, it doesn't cost anything to play, and it just gets you 3 extra mana to spend on your turn, which the way the mechanics of Magic the Gathering work is you can only put down, you have a number of mana per turn, and that just basically boosts how much you have to spend. It's like basically free money effectively. It's crazy. It's not Pot of Greed on crack. Pot of Greed is a different mechanical craziness. What are your deck types in Magic the Gathering? I have a commander deck that focuses around Geras. My commander is Geras, which is an undead deck.
Okay. I have several commander decks. My very first one is Teysa Karlov, which is based on death triggers. That basically what she does is that when a creature dies, if they have a trigger, it triggers an additional time. So it's built around just like triggering them twice, making opponents sacrifice their own creatures, gaining life, and creating tokens and stuff.
That's cool.
So that's the very first one I got. And then the one I'm making for the Final Fantasy VII set that I've already made for the most part pretty good, just need to add some things, is centered around a reprint of Ishin, which is the Lightning Lone Commando, which what she does is that whenever a creature attacks, if there's a triggered ability from them attacking, it triggers an additional time. So it's built around just like, you know, aggression, dealing high amounts of damage.
Okay, well, we're losing viewers, so let's get back to the drama. Apparently people don't like that stuff.
Okay. But yeah, with the freaking Black Griffin stuff, like, my thing is this. At this point, they're married. There's no evidence of any sort of coercion or abuse going on. I say at that point, leave them the fuck alone. Is it unusual? Yeah. Is it a bit unusual? Yes, absolutely. But as long as both are consenting adults and there's no evidence of abuse going on, it's fine. And we just have to let it be until you know, whether or not something happens. Right? As a result of all of that.
See, I'm Dedarex am attempted to try magic, and Orange Man, I sold my collection to pay for rent. It was a rough time in my youth. Batwoman 457. If Kazuya Mashima hates humanity, why does he spend his downtime as a human? I don't know what that reference is. I was going to say, for the people that can't play the game normally, there is a really fun, free-to-play fan game. I'm trying to think. It's called Card Forge. MTG Card Forge. Look it up. Free to play. There is a campaign mode that you can play, and there is a deck builder mode that you can play against pre-builds. It's really cool. I use it to test my deck all the time. It's great. Anyway, Kazuya Mishima. Do you know who that is?
I think that's a Tekken character.
Ah. That's a good question. I wish I had an answer for you. I don't play Tekken. I know some Soul Calibur lore. That's it. We're talking early. We're talking, you know, Soul Calibur 3 and below. Anyway.
All right. But yeah, that's more or less the whole the broad strokes of the drama between Saberspark and all of these accusations. And you can just understand how ridiculous all of this is by the end of it.
Oh, absolutely. This is like yeah. I can only imagine the shit that he's gone through as a result of all this.
Yeah. From his post that we looked at earlier on his channel, it seemed like he's taking some kind of legal action. We don't know who exactly yet. My guess, it's probably not Emily, because she seems like she's going to be backing off anyway. I don't know if it's going to be towards Brony fandom, which, oh my god, they are themselves a character. So
they really are.
Brony fandom was not dealt a very good hand once it was clear that a lot of the allegations seemed to be pretty fraudulent, right? And they kept fighting with people on Twitter repeatedly, both Bonk and Sophie. And what Brony streaming on multiple platforms, filming themselves considering taking suicide.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, was this in relation to the Saberspark stuff?
Yes, they got a whole lot of backlash after all. You know, not only for sticking by a victim, but also just saying things about Saberspark without any evidence.
Yeah, and so they were on a live stream walking down the street, and they stopped at a bridge, and it was implied that they wanted to jump off the bridge, and that they were trying to convince themselves to jump off the bridge. And then We even still had the live stream going when the police arrived because people called the police on him.
Yeah. And of course, Sophie, who, you know, is the second handler of the account, changed the password so that, you know, Brony fandom couldn't access it. Unfortunately, she gave it back to him like a month later.
Really dumb move.
Like, what in the absolute fuck? What would possess you to give someone who already seems mentally unstable and isn't able to take any of the heat that they've gotten as a result of this drama to the point of nearly killing themselves, back their account to which they were able which they can probably like potentially put themselves in danger again?
Yeah, it's really dumb.
Like, it is insane. It's so fucking crazy on the Sophie's girl's part, but like Brony fandom just has a habit of not being willing to let go of anything. Like, every single person that has ever had like a disagreeable take on him or shat on him or even harass him a little bit, he never lets them go. He always keeps on posting about them.
It's
and
so
getting himself
obsessive.
into deeper shit. Yeah. I don't know if there's some kind of compulsion thing going on. They're clearly not mentally well. They need to get off the internet for their own sake. This is a person that needs help.
Yeah.
I'm glad that nothing happened to them. Right? And I'm not going to be one of those people that made fun of their attempted suicide. That's fucking gross to me. Okay.
Oh, then I should have raised this Minecraft attempted on the chart.
Oh god!
Well, I mean, you're not the one making the joke. It's part joke, part censorship, self-censorship. So
yeah, fair.
Yeah.
But like, but what I will say, it is very ironic that he is the same guy who always keeps saying that, oh, the police is completely worthless when it comes to cases of assault. Meanwhile, he got saved by the police.
Yeah, that was so ironic.
I understand, you know, both cases are different, and yeah, one has a higher, you know, batting average of success, if you want to call it that, than the other. But still,
oh, should
like,
we have
I feel
had
like that's
Sai on? Would Sai have been a good guest for this?
I mean, she's streaming right now.
Well,
so.
yeah, I'm here from the Sai stream. That's what it reminded me. I'm like, oh, yeah, she might have actually been fitting for this.
Yeah, I guess so, because she's been fighting against Brony fandom as well in regards to all of this stuff on Twitter. Right. So, yeah, you know, she probably would have been good to have on. As well as Ant.
We might
like,
have
Ant
to ask
literally...
her the next time that we have something somewhat tangentially related to her on for stream. Because,
what was it? In Anthony too, because Anthony was fighting against this guy initially a whole lot when all this stuff broke out, and he was telling this guy, why did you people not go to the fucking cops? Why did you not contact Rain? And Brony fandom is all like, I don't know who Rain is. Is he a YouTuber?
That I forgot about that. Oh my god, that was so good. Like, it's like, bro, do you not remember how Google works?
Yeah. This guy touts himself as like, oh, the guy that a lot of, you know, that can be trusted in cases of, you know, sexual assault and grooming allegations and stuff like that. Meanwhile, he doesn't know what Rain is.
I mean, I don't know what Rain is, but I can presume what it is based on, like, you know, I imagine the R stands for rape. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah?
I don't know.
So basically what it is an organization that helps victims of sexual assault and other things be able to, they act as a liaison between them and the legal system.
I
Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network. That is what it is.
Yeah, that I figured it was something like that from just the context of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
god.
God.
Apparently Bonk doesn't even think that organizations like that are good. And so they don't know any organizations like this. They don't know any charities that are out there to help people or anything like that. They purely go off of the Me Too movement and internet justice.
Yeah. Which is totally helpful, guys, and never results in more people getting hurt in the future.
Yeah, as though the internet is the only place where humans actually interact with each other, to the point where it's like, yeah, that would be totally effective if your entire life was the internet. But guess what, my dude? People get assaulted in real life, and they can continue assaulting people outside of the internet in real life. And the internet will do nothing for that. Like, the internet harassment and everything like that, and shaming somebody, that only hurts your online presence. That doesn't hurt anything else. Like, sure, maybe some people might get you fired from your job, but the moment that you do things like change your number and like move away and all this kind of stuff, people will not be able to find you on the internet again, especially if you don't have a very obvious internet presence anymore. You can effectively disappear very easily off of the internet, and then you can continue doing whatever it is that you do and continue hurting people if you are an abuser.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like that's why internet shit is not useful for these things.
They still haven't caught me for my murders. I mean, shit! End the stream!
Yeah, the internet statistically does even less. I mean, look what happened with EDP. He's still going around like, yeah, he's not able to have like a job or whatever, but who's to say they haven't hurt anybody else in real life?
Was EDP the guy that caught trying to get a cupcake from a minor?
Yep, the same one.
That video is so painful to watch.
It is. Oh my god. And it makes me so glad that Alex Rosen, the guy who fucked up that whole thing, who recorded that whole thing, it makes me so glad that he actually transitioned to actually contributing to getting real pedophiles in jail and working with the cops. Like, if there is any sign that the system can actually work, Alex Rosen, the last I checked, helped the police put away over 500 pedophiles.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, yes, thank you very much, Dedorex, for the wonderful art more.
Oh, yeah, Commando Kaiser, it's so good. This is your trash. What the fuck, dude?
EDP, how to fail at being a bad person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honest to God. Alrighty. But yeah, that's the long and short of the Saberspark drama, people. If there is any specific details that I missed about it,
well, don't worry, it's all on the chart.
Know. Yeah, everything you need to know is on the chart. But other details have been left out just because we don't want to be here for 5 hours about this one thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a way I can copy and paste this? I can just put it in, like, something? Well, I want to just share it so that we have this, like, immortalized.
Yeah.
Is there a...
I guess you could do, like, screenshot, I guess.
I'll do a screenshot if I can get a good view of it that, like, covers everything and doesn't make it look bad. Print screen. Yeah.
Let me see. Do you guys like Sonic? I have yet to play a single Sonic game.
Same.
I generally like Sonic all right. I mean, my big heyday was the Sonic Adventure games. Those were the 3D ones, the first 3D Sonic games. And it's one of the reasons I love airships. That, Final Fantasy, and the spaceship, the Absolution from Toonami. It's why I love things like airships. I love spaceships and airships and such because of that. I always love having this command center, and it's why when I got the inspiration to do that for Jacked, I was like, yes, that is so much yes. Because the egg carrier in Adventure 1 is so goddamned cool. It is
It's
such a
so
cool
awesome.
fucking airship.
Yep.
Also, if anyone's interested, the chart is in the general in the tundra.
My
Nice.
Sonic heyday was Sonic Underground and Sonic X.
Oh, mine was Sonic X, and then I watched Underground when it was on Disney XD.
I fucking love Sonic Underground. Like,
Son-
it's
Yeah,
such a
Underground was
cringy
fun.
show, but in such a good way.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
My favorite Sonic character. Oh, that's a hard one. Oh no, it's
Sonia.
not. Sorry, it's Oh, what was his name? Because like, they've had a few variations of it. It's not Epsilon, is it? It's the robot from Adventure 1.
Oh, Omega, yeah.
No, Omega was, I think, the last version of him.
Oh, you're talking about Gamma? I think his name was Gamma.
Might have been Robot. I think it might have been Gamma. Yeah, it was Gamma. Gamma is like legitimate, like whereas the rest of the story and adventure was kind of silly, Gamma was legitimately like heartbreaking, and it's really impressive considering there was like almost no dialogue in his story. It was all just through like body language and shit.
Yeah.
Which is why them bringing him back as Omega, I've always been like of a mixed opinion on, especially because the next game they brought him back in was Sonic Heroes, and I don't like Sonic Heroes. Like, I want to like Sonic Heroes, but it never gelled with me.
The opening's a bop, though.
No, actually, I hate it.
Really?
I don't know why. Something about it just does not sit right with me. Not like, you know, the one that I always hold as the peak is open your heart, it's gonna be all.
Oh yeah, open your heart.
Open your heart. Yeah, that is such a, especially the version of the opening cinematic for Adventure 1.
Dude, my favorite Sonic vocal song, well, I guess discounting all the Frontier songs, because those are probably at the top, Undefeatable especially. But aside from that one, it's a toss-up between With Me, Night of the Wind, Live and Learn, and His World.
Guys,
specifically, what was it? I forget which ones for it. Crush 40's versions of His World.
Guys, I know Omega and Gamma are different robots, but we all know why they brought Omega in. It's because that Gamma was so popular, and they wanted to bring that character back, so they made Omega as sort of a replacement character. Like, he fits that niche of the robot that kind of learns about life and such. So, look, I can see what they're doing with it. It's a soft resurrection in a way. Hikaru, Sonic Adventure 2 has an amazing OST. That is true.
Yeah.
The closest I got was Snapcube. Snapcube's dubs are hilarious.
Yeah, they are hilarious. Oh, they're planning on making a Kingdom Hearts one. I can't
they
wait.
are? Oh my god. Oh
yes.
No. Twi, have you ever watched Snapcube's coverage?
No.
I don't know if you would like them or not. They're just so much fun. They're hilarious. Hi, Shadow. It's me, the devil. I love you.
Yeah, it's sort of like real. It's sort of like a bridge series, but it's like
they do it
real-time
live. They do it
fandoms.
live. So it's
Yeah.
like these really. That's where the legendary is like Sonic the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker and he pissed on my wife.
Yeah, all of these are ad-libbed. Every single one, every single line.
So let's see. Now that we're done with the Saberspark stuff, let us move on to, I guess, a second thing that we brought up and just we'll pivot into briefly, the saga of email weirdo.
Yeah.
What is this,
yeah.
Twi? You posted this document.
So apparently for the past couple of years, Linkara of Atop the Fourth Wall has been having email correspondence with some guy over Star Wars, and apparently he learned that this guy was very infamous in the Ruby community.
Oh shit.
Who'd be the devil out of this trio? In what context?
What?
What?
Like, is there a trio that involves a devil somewhere in a Sonic game or something? Or, like...
Yeah, I was about to say, what?
Hikaru, please elaborate. And yes, the Lightbringer himself.
Yes, the Lightbringer himself.
This is
The Lightbringer.
There's 24 pages of it. Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah. So do you want to read, Raymond, or do you want me to read?
I can read some of this.
Should we take turns?
I will take turns, I imagine. I don't know if we're going to get through all of this.
Yeah.
Because I still want to at least hit on... Well, I don't know. We will see. Maybe Game Theory they'll get a pass. We'll see.
Well, if Game Theory isn't going to take very long, we can always do that one first and then finish this one out.
You three, I mean the Snap Cube dub. Like, well, I'm still not quite clear on that. Like,
I forgot about the Shadow fan dub, but maybe I don't know.
Who would voice the devil out of us three? Maybe.
Probably me.
I don't know. I voice the devil pretty well.
Okay, well, if you want the devil so bad, you can marry him.
Impossible. Cannon Seeker's dead. No, he is not. Cannon Seeker can never. He is a fixture. He does not. He is immutable. So here we go. Let's go through this. I'll do my best Linkara impression. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall. Introductions. Some introductions are in order if you're discovering this for the first time. Hi, I'm Linkara, a YouTuber who's been making comedic reviews of media since 2008, with a special emphasis on comic books. I came about in the early days of YouTube, one of the caustic critics crowd that was polarized by the angry video game nerd, the nostalgia critic, and others. Even was on Channel Awesome for 10 years back when they had multiple reviewers and their own website before departing due to various issues, mostly their higher-ups' mismanagement of the company. Over time, things have changed a lot about me. I used to be a conservative, but now I'm firmly on the left. As I said, I was part of the caustic critic crowd, so my reviews skewed negative, and I would be hyperbolically angry and goofy so bad it's good stories right along legitimately, offensively bigoted work with no real distinction between them. While nowadays, reviews are more mixed, certainly still being angry about really awful racist, sexist, etc. works, but being generally more positive. And of course, while I started by exclusively talking about comic books, thanks to Patreon, I've opened the floodgates to talking about non-comic media on my web series Atop the Fourth Wall. Now that you know that...
Not sure why half of that is relevant, but sure.
Yeah, I'm so invested in why you're on the left. I don't give a shit. You're on the internet. I just presume that's the status quo at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, well, maybe it has to do with, like, whoever this email weirdo is and their accusations.
Possibly, considering Cannon Seeker. Now that you know that, let's skip ahead to December of 2019. In case you've forgotten or just never were interested, from 2015 through 2019, Disney was releasing Star Wars movies mostly in December, in particular the sequel trilogy and the movie Rogue One. As such, it was almost a holiday tradition for a few years to have Star Wars around Christmas time, and I decided to capitalize on that by myself by releasing some Star Wars-related reviews in a few Decembers, as well. As such, by December of 2019, I'd already done a review of the comic adaptation of Star Wars The Force Awakens. Yes, if you didn't know, comic book adaptations of movies are a thing, just like novelizations of, but these days you usually only see them for very big releases, like, say, Star Wars movies. And thus, since in 2018 I reviewed The Force Awakens, I decided to review the adaptation of Star Wars The Last Jedi. If, again, you are someone not familiar with the film or with Star Wars as a culture around it, the movie was a bit polarizing. I personally absolutely loved the movie, but there was a sizable contingent of people who were either very critical of the film for several creative choices it made, or just downright hostile towards it, despising it for several reasons, and just in general turning that vitriol towards anyone who did enjoy it or just making their personality, I hate this movie and will inject my hatred into every conversation that is tangentially related to it. So, of course, I expected plenty of either negative reactions in regard to my review. Comment sections can be toxic places, and I did my best to express my opinions about some of the criticisms that I felt were legitimate or just silly. That being said, I did not like the comic adaptation. Thought it was bad, in fact. You can always watch my review itself if you're curious, but needless to say, I love the movie, but the comic left me cold. Interesting. So why are we all here? Part 2. Enter the weirdo. Okay.
All right.
Oh man, apparently someone who really hated The Last Jedi decided, I'm going to stop doing the voice, by the way. I can't keep that up.
Okay.
Decided now it was the best time to email
Fair.
me to tell me why my defenses of it are bad, with such stirring arguments as you don't get it and you don't watch the Clone Wars, you're not a real Star Wars fan. With the username Leonard. Oh,
Okay.
wait. This was not actually his real name, as follow-up emails and emails addressed used were actually references to Leonard Epsilon Church, a character from the series Red vs. Blue by the company Rooster Teeth. I loved Red vs. Blue back in the day, even kept watching many seasons later, but eventually fell off, so I recognized the reference. For posterity, here is the email sent to me. I am not giving an actual email address in this because I do not want anyone to face a harassment or hate campaign, regardless of how annoying or trolly they are. Transcribed, one of the questions I have seen in the theories, Snoke being Darth Plagueis. No, you haven't often dismissed it. Also, for the person to defend The Last Jedi is pathetic of dismissed any criticism of what the film had since it was debunked, and no filmmaker has said to handle the film itself. You can try to defend the film, and maybe I don't see you as a fan of Star Wars and just Star Trek, and both Star Wars and The Last Jedi comic adaptation and The Last Jedi film is even bad and still have good problems. Good luck to defend it if you can handle.
What the
What?
fuck? What?
My eyes are bleeding?
Yeah.
Ow.
Was that English?
Dude, is this a human? Is this not AI?
Dude, don't insult the AIs like that. Fucking
Oh,
machine
true,
learning gets
true,
more...
true.
They're more cogent than this.
That is true.
Yeah.
If you want, I can read this part. The next part anyway.
Let's get down to the next email. I'll swap out.
Sure.
This is overall a pretty innocuous message. I don't even know if I would even call it a hate message, since it seems more upset about The Last Jedi itself rather than me or my review of it, with only some insult towards suggesting that anyone who defends the film is pathetic. However, as you can see, the spelling and grammar are not great. A recurring thing will be seen throughout this along with if you can handle by dismissing me as more of a Star Trek fan than Star Wars, which is technically true. To this day, I don't actually know much about the email weirdo, and yes, that is how I will be referring to him as we go. So it's entirely possible that spelling and grammar issues are a result of learning disability, or that English is not their first language, which I personally feel is more likely. But regardless, I have not seen any real improvements on this in years. Yes, years since this whole thing started. So yeah,
Right.
while I didn't really feel like a serious hate email calling me pathetic for trying to defend the film didn't warrant a response from me that was that serious, so I responded with, "Church, I miss when you were a ghost." Context in a moment, but they soon responded to that message with just the word "what," and then my follow-up and their response. That's a great fucking rebuttal, and oh my god, did it go right over his head.
Yeah. What the fuck? All right. Let me see.
Transcribed.
Transcribed. Yeah, sorry. I have no idea what your initial email was really saying. If it's possible English isn't your first language, so forgive me there. It's just a little rambly. But it sounded like you were insulting me for defending The Last Jedi. In turn, I made a joke response based on your email address, which is a reference to the web series Red vs. Blue. The character Leonard Church in the early season, before they had worked out the full lore, died and became a ghost. In later seasons, this was retconned, so that he was actually an artificial intelligence named Epsilon, so I was making a joking reference to when Church was a ghost. Hope that clears up. Email weirdo. Let me think about your response in defense of The Last Jedi.
God, that fucking hell, man.
So, yeah, what? Okay. All right. I kind of feel a little bit iffy about Linkard just egging this on, but I can understand him being kind of curious, morbidly. Anyway. So their what signaled to me that they did not intend their email to be a troll one, so I decided to clarify my joke as clearly as I could. After all, if English wasn't their first language, the joke might not have really clicked for them, so I didn't want there to be any hard feelings on an otherwise well-meaning message. But of course, then we get to their follow-up to my explanation. I don't know why follow-up is like that.
Oh, he just accidentally hit too many dashes. Also, AdamMan678. No, the original church was Alpha. Nerd!
Wow, that cut off real early.
They couldn't handle it.
Too much of a nerd here.
It was an odd thing to say in hindsight. I didn't really need them to think about the joke or my defense of the film. The review stood on its own, and it was clear they didn't like the movie, so what did it matter? Still, I figured that was the end of it. 3 days later, they sent another reply. Apparently taking that long to ponder my review. He listed 5 points that he didn't like about the movie that amounted to, I think this is bad, or you didn't do a good enough job reviewing it. The last point is the only one we'll highlight here because it's kind of goofy. I had stated in the review that in the future I intended to review the comic adaptations of the Star Wars prequels. This is what he said about it. Actually, I thought he already did review the prequels.
Yeah, I thought he did too. Or was that because... No, I thought he did because he also did coverage of the Star Wars as well.
Yeah.
Like that weird alternate, what if they used an older script one?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you already reviewed the...
or
the
as
was
this
whatever.
happening so long ago that we just think that's old when in the current timeline it would have been... Anyway.
Possibly. I'll check...
So I need to ask, did Linkara release this? Is this a thing that Linkara released about his email stalker?
Yeah. Like, this is the Google Doc that he released on his Tumblr.
I mean, we're getting, I feel like we kind of want to skip to the end of, why did he feel like he needed to release this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I'm going to scroll all the way to the end because, look, it's Canon Seeker. He's being fucking weird. At least we think it is.
Yeah, it's okay, they're arguing about Star Wars. All right, fine. That's the first contact, right? What else did he do?
I declare I win. After an eventful few months, many emails going on with various topics came September. He says that the war is over and that he has won, no takesy backsies.
Okay.
Are we seriously still doing part? Oh my god! And this is great. This is too much for stream, at least for this stream today. Maybe we'll come back to this.
Yeah.
Why is there a recipe for hot cross buns on here?
Wait, what?
It's just a screenshot of a recipe of hot cross buns on here.
Where
What
was
the
that?
fuck?
2 packages, 1/4 ounce each, active dry yeast, 2 cups of warm whole milk, 110 to 115 degrees, 2 large eggs, room temperature, 1/3 cup of butter, softened, etc., etc. is traditional hot crust buns ingredients.
I'm gonna need some time to actually.
Yeah,
look
I
through
feel like
this
this is its
summarize it.
own. I feel like you've gotten the gist of it. Long stretches of time without anything from him. Then out of nowhere, I mentioned something Star Wars related. He crawls out of the depths to be angry about. Yeah. What's weirder still is that he will include links in emails, and not just to randos on Reddit or posts, but sometimes to my own post. He will find an old tweet or a review I just released and link it as if I wouldn't know what he was talking about unless he included it. To be fair, his rambling nonsense would make it difficult to parse what he's referring to.
Wait a second. I typed Ruby in the Control F just to see. Let's see. But see, at this point, he had once again changed his username to the one he's mostly stuck to since, Cindersexual Jones. With some variations and evolutions, the latest form at the time of writing being Crim XE Dream Cartoons. While I was a big fan of Red vs. Blue back in the day, I never got into other Rooster series that gained popularity. Ruby. Well, he dodged a bullet there.
Is this
Crimson?
Is it Crimson?
XE?
I think this might be Crimson.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow.
This might be the nickname.
I didn't know that it was
Cinder
Crimson
Joe.
because there's a lack of swearing. Every other word.
This might not. There is a chance this might not be them.
It could be a
Because
new
they
insane
do
person.
tend to be-
Oh, that's juicy. New insane people.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Celtic trying to impersonate Linkara. It's so adorable.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, thank you, Titan.
Yeah, put it in the art. Put it in the art, chat.
Oh, that's so cute.
The Lightbringer.
The Lightbringer. Also, what is exactly happening here? We're taking a bit of an intermission. We're actually kind of more winding down because I don't think game theory is going to take too long to cover.
Yeah.
We're talking about an email weirdo that we may have to cover sometime in the future.
Yeah.
Because, Jesus, some of this sounds just insane.
Right. Actually,
Yeah.
let me type Crimson. Okay. No, the name Crimson doesn't come up.
Well, I
just
imagine that it
Chromexy.
wouldn't if they're mostly going by Cindersexual in here, but you can have like different handles
I mean,
and personas and different websites and stuff like that. And unless it's
Sure.
people go digging, they're not going to see the different personas and different
Right.
handles and all that.
Right. I'm just saying that if this is the same guy, I'm going to need to look into this a lot more closely.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, on the game theorists and why
Right.
they're little bitches apparently.
This may
All right.
Yeah.
So already they do the sensationalist stuff. Oh, we're going in cold here.
be the most important episode
haven't
of game
watched a
theory
game theory
I've
movie in,
ever
like,
done. Over the last
12
year
years.
or so, I've been noticing an evolution happening within the indie horror space. So today, I wanted to look at why it's happening, where it's going, and what it means for all of these channels going forward. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the channel that stares into the abyss and asks, "Hey, Abyss, you good?" But today, loyal theorist,
Okay, so I just want to establish here everyone's history with game theory. I know you guys don't watch it very regularly. I find
used
it,
to watch it a lot.
I find it fun, but I don't take it super seriously. Occasionally there will be a theory where I'm like, that has some water to it. There's some pretty good weight. Most people know this though as the Freddy Fazbear fucking channel at this point.
Yeah.
Considering
yeah.
it covers a lot of indie horror stuff. And honestly, it and film theory and stuff, I've been kind of just tailing off of that stuff for a little bit just because I'm a little saturated in the market. But I've never been much of a game theory watcher, so this means nothing to me. That's fine. It's absolutely fine. And honestly, this isn't the most offensive video in the world, but I find it as a
No.
content creator fucking annoying because they are whining about basically losing their source of revenue, and no one likes it when someone does that.
I will just say I
Cry
have
about it.
never willingly watched a game theory video. The last time that I did was with the guy that introduced me to Ruby, and I made him fucking cry because I told him that the video was stupid, and then he got really upset at me for it, as though like it was his personal theory that he had come up with and that I was shitting on his ideas.
Yeah, we call that parasocial bleed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know about that back then because that was roughly around the time of the allegations were going on. That was back in like 2013. So like, volume 2 of Ruby had just released. These allegations were going on. I was doing my first semester in college. And then he just sends me this video asking my opinion on it. It was a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time video saying that there's no such thing as only 3 timelines. There are millions of timelines because the timeline changes every time that Link dies in game. And I'm like, that's fucking stupid.
Was that guy Celtic? No, that guy wasn't fucking Celtic. How dare you? See about Matt Pat is in politics now. He seems pretty innocuous, so yeah. But Game Theory was not finished after Matt Pat. He passed it off to new host, and this is the newest one. This is Tom, I want to say his name is. He's been
Thomas.
okay. I'm not really the fondest of all the new hosts. There's something about them that comes off as very kitschy. I don't know how to describe it otherwise. But I thought it would be changing up the roster. It's just the same thing, but now we have a British map pad. Honestly, the reason why that's the case is because these guys were already writing for game and film theory and all those different theories. They were already writing for those channels long before they took over. So a lot of the transition period was actually far, far smoother than people realize.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is, like, people do take these videos really seriously, too seriously. It's okay to not take these seriously.
Right.
But it is their livelihood. So there's like a mixture of like, I kind of get where you're coming from, but guys, chill the fuck out.
I have a simple question for you. Why has indie horror gotten so dark? That might seem...
Opening
What?
question.
It's horror.
What?
It's
I'm
fucking
sorry.
horror.
That was the statement that made me think.
As in, we
Oh,
got
no.
there, bro. Where have you been? Like, I would imagine that indie horror has always been dark. If anything, that tends to be darker than the stuff. that
We'll
gets
get
released
there
out to the
because
public. Yeah.
it's interesting his viewpoint on this.
Seem like a funny question coming from me, the guy who literally talks about dead kids and serial killers at least twice a month. But to me, it feels like over the last year or so, there's been a definitive shift in the indie horror scene. While we're still getting our generic walking simulators with creepy childhood mascots or the 157th version of Ban Ban, we've also seen an influx of horror games that are darker, more twisted, and quite frankly, traumatic. I started noticing this last year when I made a video on one of the most requested franchises from our entire subreddit, Lacy Games. When diving into that series, it became apparent that while this was 1000% a piece of art worth shining a light on, it was also going to need some massive content warnings. After many internal conversations at Theorist and...
Okay, so I needed to, I was going to try and hold back on this, but I need. So the series about stuffing kids' corpses and having their corpse juices leaking out of animatronics. That one wasn't traumatic enough to put warnings on, but this one is.
What the fuck? Yeah, what were y'all doing before? What?
The heck is what are you guys smoking? I gotta ask you about that.
Yeah, keep it away from me, please.
many nights tweaking the script, we ended up with a video that I am really proud of. But after that moment, I started noticing more of these dark indie horror games with actually scary real-world themes being requested. Games like Amori.
I'm sorry, Andy and Lele, one of the most over-the-top, crazy fucking series that is like hyper goddamned, like... I've been watching a Let's Play of it. Actually, I need to get back to finishing episode 3. But literally everything in it is just an over-exaggeration. You have these crazy over-the-top advertisements. Their soda in the setting is Toxicola. It's literally toxic for you. It's toxic runoff. Everything, them eating their neighbors is literally a joke for their own survival. Like, nothing in that series is taken super seriously. And yeah, there is an emotional core to it. It has a lot of depth, believe it or not. The writing is actually pretty good. But at the end of the day, it's all really well encased in this kind of lightheartedness.
Yeah, it's sort of like a morbid comedy, basically.
Yeah.
From what I've seen of it, anyway.
It's a dark comedy. It is a straight up dark comedy.
Black comedy.
Yeah. So it's like, why are you including it? This actually falls. I would say it's more cartoonish than goddamned Freddy
Five
Fazbear.
Nights at Freddy. Yeah.
Bad parenting, mouthwashing. It's not just indie horror either. Analog horror here on YouTube has begun to see the same evolution. Things like the Inside Out analog horror go to some really dark places. And then...
I'm gonna raise this now. If anyone's familiar with the pony fandom, cupcakes. If anyone's familiar with that, I will be... Someone put a pin on that and remind me later, because I will probably forget.
Okay.
A couple of weeks ago, I dove back into the Giggleland ARG. The first time around, it felt like more of your typical indie horror affair, but this time, it involved one of the characters literally wearing someone else's skin. So afterwards, I took a short break and began to ask myself why. Why does indie horror seem to be getting bleaker and bleaker? How did we get here? And where is it going? So today, I wanted to pull out a little bit.
How is that in any way bleaker than the corpses of children in animatronics trying to murder you?
Yeah.
I would imagine, like, to be fair to this channel, I guess, and what he's trying to say is, like, from what I know about Five Nights at Freddy's, there isn't really a level of, like, in-your-faceness about it. Like, it is under the surface, really. Whereas this looks like it's just, like, right there in your face. Like, there's no subtlety to it.
So you're saying that the horrific elements of Five Nights isn't as graphic as
I mean,
what
I
this
never
game
heard
seems to
of
be.
the leaking of like fleshy bits from the animatronics before. That is the first time that I'm hearing about it.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but like that was mentioned, I believe, in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 in like one of the later game phone calls. Like,
and I've never played it.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is I am just confirming for your sake, at least from my observations, it was there. So you understand that, but it was present, and he seems to be ignoring it, is what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, though, there is a difference between hearing about it in a phone call and watching it happen on screen.
We'll get to that, because there's another example, especially with mouth watching. We'll get to that. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I understand part of that. Like, I understand a little bit of where he's coming from, but at the same time, it's silly. Oscar Borgia, don't forget, in FNAF, there's been a ton of dead children in the games, and the main villain is in a rotting suit. Also, hey everyone. Hey Oscar, it's been a while.
Hey Oscar, how you been, dude? Hope you've been well.
What do you mean, don't forget?
for-
I never knew in the first place, because I never paid attention to FNAF. Literally, the only connection that I have to FNAF is Nate Wants to Battle did a couple of songs that were loosely based on it, but if you didn't know anything about it, you wouldn't be able to tell that they were fandom songs.
I followed
That is
past. Oh, actually, you want to know what the first fucking theory they covered with FNAF was? It was one where their theory, because it was before any of the sequels and stuff like that and the original story, their running theory was that FNAF was actually an allegory for a real life fucking like murder spree that happened in an actual pizzeria where 5 actual real people were killed.
wow.
Yes. So you can understand, this was back at the beginning of the FNAF craze. I'm sitting here like, guys, what the fuck are you talking about? That was literally one of your earliest goddamn theories.
And look meta of the indie horror scene.
Almost
to shine up.
Sorry, probably real quick. I don't think we got into Isa's super chat. What the hell is this guy just a wuss? Like, oh god, there have been darker horror games beyond just mascot horror. Get out of the FNAF bubble.
He's talking about indie, but I'm still.
We're not talking about horror games in general, Isa. He is specifically talking about a very specific subgenre of horror game.
Right.
Pay attention.
A light on why games have been getting so dark, what it means for the future of the genre, and inevitably this channel. Oh, and it's probably worth mentioning, we will be talking about some potentially triggering topics in this video. I will remind you again before we actually talk about the specifics, but just so you know, this is your warning. If you don't want to hear about any of these subjects, I totally get it, but please turn back now.
I've become sick of trigger warnings because you have to make them so broad now. Or because if you're specific, then it becomes triggering in and of themselves by mentioning it. So, abuse. What the fuck do you qualify as abuse? Holy shit!
Yeah, we
self-harm's a little more specific, but like just violence?
What kind of violence? Fucking.
Also,
I don't know.
can you give me a trigger warning for all of your really distracting editing techniques?
Can you give me a trigger warning for your trigger warning? I'm
Yeah,
triggered
give
by
an
that.
epilepsy warning.
For as long as there have been stories, there have been horror stories. Ever since cavemen were gathering around fires, there have been tales of monsters and myths that played on our collective fears. Demons, ghosts, scorned gods, alluring monsters, and curses have always been part of humanity's subconscious. They represent the unknown, danger, inequality, and more. If there has been an
I just remember inequality.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, the inequality between gods and men, and
Yeah, I guess
men
so.
and women. Like, literally just last night, I learned that there was a rape tree in Hindu mythology.
Oh, that's fun.
That's
So
that's new to me.
the tree has human woman-shaped fruit that you can just pick and then have sex with the fruit.
That is not what I was imagining the other way around when you said rape tree.
Yeah, no, like, apparently it was made by one of the gods to prevent rando homeless people from just raping this one guy's wife. But now the tree didn't disappear after the family died off, so now demigods and other creatures just go to the fruit tree to have sex with the fruit. And they're meant to be like perfect copies of this woman physically. The only thing is that the fruit doesn't have bones, but they do have internal organs.
Oh, that just got so much worse. You're just okay, so you know those like finger. I think I've discovered like the water toys. We discovered like it's like you're just like carrying one of those like wobbly water toys. It's like the plastic tube with like that's like a finger trap. Like it's like one of those, but a human-sized one. Oh God! Oh God!
Why did you?
No,
say
that's
that?
not a rape. It's the.
Why did you say that?
You know what? No, you have to be a crazy fucking rapist in order to enjoy that. Jesus Christ. I guess people were in the slime girls
Hinduism's
even back
weirder
then.
than I thought.
Izanagi, I'm aware of the fact that he's talking about indie horror, but I think there have been more horror than just FNAF-style mascot horror, and also this guy's views of FNAF darkness seems warped. I think, honestly, either it's... I think it's a combination of them knee-jerking towards new guidelines or something like with YouTube or whatever, and, like, them being too lost in their own sauce. So we'll get there.
Anxiety humanity has felt, there has been a monster that's personified that anxiety. In a way, this process makes overcoming our fears easier. Dragons can be slain, ghosts can be warded away. Even when horror stories end in tragedy, the process of verbalizing fears can teach us how to avoid danger in the first place, or it can help us to process the unavoidable. Because of that, horror has always been an ever-adapting genre and a way to reflect widespread societal emotions that the storyteller and their audience are faced with. When it comes to what is considered modern horror, many historians cite...
Okay, actually, I need to pause here because no, not always widespread societal. Oftentimes, people are writing down their own fears. Like
Yeah.
a good example of this, and we'll probably I know he ignores Lovecraft in this. Lovecraft wrote all of his stories because he was fucking petrified by the world. Dude was paranoid as fuck. In Greek mythology, Zeus would have an actual child with a tree with like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
See, I was
Actually,
when she said
wasn't
rape
there
tree,
a-
I was imagining more of the Evil Dead category. So, yeah.
Oh, God.
Another guy that is famous for writing down his fears and anxieties and stuff was Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, you know,
I was
Edgar
about
Allan
to
Poe
mention,
was
yeah.
absolutely an inspiration for Lovecraft. So, yeah, no, transitive property.
Yeah.
There.
Yep.
like a writer of Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus of horror. If you got that joke, congratulations! I hope your high school English teacher is proud of you. Now, To be clear, the lines I'm drawing out today aren't quite as black and white as the title cards might make them out to be. Technically, there were plenty of printed horror stories prior to Frankenstein, like Carl Friedrich Hallert's The Necromancer, or Horace Walpole's The Castle of Otranto, and the same will be true of all the eras I'm talking about. What I'm mainly focusing on is the turning point of these eras, the time where we began to see an abundance of these types of stories, and when they began drying up. Frankenstein, for example, quickly became the poster child of the genre because of how it dealt with the apprehensions towards rapidly advancing technology. With scientific advancements, particularly electricity, mankind began playing in the sandbox previously reserved for the gods. So Frankenstein asked if we were equipped to handle the unintended consequence of our ambitions.
Okay, 1 minute. Is he gonna?
The next big movement in horror came at the dawn of filmmaking.
Oh, no, motherfucker! You can't just skip over fucking Dracula. I'm sorry, Dracula is just as formative as Frankenstein when it comes down to horror. Sure, Frankenstein may have come first, but they are both radically different types of horror. What?
I thought Dracula came first.
No, I believe Mary Shelley published Frankenstein. I mean, they were made basically at the same time, because they were friends.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, I believe that Frankenstein and Dracula both came out of a writing challenge for each other. Yeah. So that kind of, like, you're already missing, because, like, Dracula has a bunch of different themes going into it.
Oh, sorry, I was away for 1 sec. What was going on?
Basically, he said, oh, yes, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was the poster child for horror, and that it was all themed around the societal anxiety around advancing technology, which isn't inaccurate, but at the same time, he completely ignored that Dracula was also just as popular, if not more popular, in certain regards, and, you know, was around the same time and covered a completely different subsect of things. So it's like,
yes, that is true.
This is something that you're going to see. He has a very narrow viewpoint of what each era of horror says, and he keeps saying, "Oh,
is defined by
yeah." He says like, "Oh, not He says that they're it's not black and white, but he keeps portraying it as if there's no alternatives going on in the background. And I'll make note of a few that as we go along, because he's going to get into cinema now.
In the 1920s and 30s, German Expressionism brought about films like Nosferatu and The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. These sharp and twisted horror pieces reflected Germany's emotional response to the First World War and the rise of fascism bubbling up within the populace. Likewise, the 40s and 50s produced surrealist films across the globe that evoked the mangled
he does mention the bad seed.
But like, I should clarify. Like, I'm not as familiar with this era, so I'm not gonna have as much commentary, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I have actually watched The Bad Seed, and I don't know why he's adding it to The Wolfman and The Thing, because The Wolfman and The Thing are both, like, supernatural stories. Like, they're supernatural horror films. The Bad Seed is just The Sins of the Father, the film. Whereas the child in the movie is the bad guy, and that's because her father was a bad person, and because her father's a bad person, genetics means that she is a bad person.
Oh, so it's like the serial killer gene thing from Riverdale?
Yes.
Is that what this is?
Okay,
yes.
So that's that. Let's see what he says about this era.
First World War and the rise of fascism bubbling up within the populace. Likewise, the 40s and 50s produced surrealist films across the globe that evoked the mangled battlefields of World War II.
No! I'm sorry, like, this passed me by because I was so pissed about other things, but, like, the Wolfman has nothing to do with World War II, motherfucker! Thing...
This would be the first take of that I've ever heard.
Thing is not anything about... The Thing is literally, they go to the Antarctic and they find an alien in the ice! That's all it is! Like, sure, John Carpenter's The Thing is a little more complicated because it's an allegory for, like, paranoia in the Cold War, or at least you can see it that way. It's a lot more complicated than that. But, like, the original The Thing was, like, I don't know how you equate that to the World War. It's fucking weird. It's a creature feature.
Also,
that's the
I don't know if he'll ever mention this film, but It came out in 1961. The Innocents is like, how are you going to equate that to like post World War II shit when it's literally about a film saying that sexuality is bad, because the whole film is about a woman who is sexually attracted to her boss, and then she ends up having a pseudo inappropriate relationship with his young child that she is supposed to be babysitting.
Evidently, she's a Nazi. That's all I got for you. What does an alien plant monster have to do with the Nazis? Yeah, it's a very good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Body horror
all
was
allegory.
popularized during this era, employing a graphic, visceral shock to access that historic, traumatic experience of the war.
Body horror? No. Like Wolfman, a little bit, sure, and then you also have The Fly around that time. But like,
Sure.
The Fly is more of a Frankenstein story.
What about The Mummy?
Yeah, what does the Mummy have to do? I guess.
Yeah, what's the Mummy?
I guess the excavation of ancient relics, like it's maybe an allegory for the Nazi drive to dig shit up. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, dude. What we need is one of those bread tubers that just sees Nazism and fascism and everything.
What about Tattoo of the Iron?
come
Tattoo
here.
of the Iron Man came out in 1993, I want to say. That's different. That's going to be a point of also, I should mention this is very American focused. I do not remember any of the I don't remember many, if any, foreign films coming in here that aren't ancient. Why would Frankenstein not be considered body horror? That's a very good question. It literally is cobbled together out of body parts.
Yes.
Frankenstein as a novel is all about man playing God and the dangers that come with it and failing to take responsibility for the creations that we have. We must summon H-Bomber Guy, please no.
Yeah.
Atrocities committed across Europe and the severe nuclear devastation in
both
Japan
British.
inspired some of the more gruesome and unearthly visuals. And yes, Godzilla. In the 1960s and 70s,
It also inspired a bunch of
Is
fucking
it-
superheroes.
Yeah.
Like
What?
I don't know how you're
Ultraman,
this.
everyone?
Like these are very primordial states for the genre. I don't know if you can actually pin down broadly what they were about. Like they were more about the sensational nature of the horror. What do you call the Invisible Man? The Invisible Man literally runs rampant and like he kills like hundreds of people by like derailing trains and shit. What's that about? Like, is that supposed to be about Nazi spies? Maybe, I don't know. The Mummy is more about Britain's morbid fascination with Egyptology, especially the Victorians. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
70s, supernatural and religious horror reigned supreme, with films like The Exorcist. Set in Washington, D.C. and released during the apex of Nixon's Watergate scandal, which I learned about recently on GT Live, the film was intended as a direct response to the Vietnam War.
Okay, but now you're ignoring the burgeoning fucking slasher genre, which I'm pretty sure got its start around this time with like things like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho. Oh my God, you just skipped over all of Hitchcock. I'm pretty sure The Blob was around this time.
Oh yeah.
The Hills Have Eyes? Yeah, The Hills Have Eyes.
Oh, is that The Hills Have Eyes? Is that the what? Is that the
It's
movie
the one where
that
it's the family go out into the middle of the desert, they get trapped there, and they get stalked by a bunch of inbred hillbillies, effectively.
Yeah, that's the one that in Praise of Shadows relates to hillbillies, the black people. I remember that.
Yeah.
What?
And again,
Yes.
yeah, you didn't know about that?
No, I didn't.
Oh wow!
my
Well,
God,
I'm not
In Praise of
wow.
Shadow.
I'm not very familiar with In Praise of Shadow, and I'm not actually that familiar with The Hills Have Eyes as a series. So
Okay. Yeah. So he did this kind of the curtains are blue and represent sorrow kind of bullshit that this video is doing, but with the Hills Have Eyes, where he's saying that the hillbillies are an allegory for black people and whatever.
he said that they can represent different groups. They can represent like
they
I
can
don't know.
represent the other.
Yeah, sort of like the other like native group. I think he explicitly said like native groups that have been colonized by foreign peoples and excised from their communities or whatever, which doesn't even make sense in the context of that movie because the family don't even want to be there.
Yeah,
they had to,
yokai lover. Funnily enough, Nazi spies do play a role in the Invisible Man too. I understand. Is he the guy who tried to shame Wendigoon?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
The very same.
Oh, it's that guy. Yes, it is. Okay, now I'm
Yeah.
like, okay. Do we include Italian horror in this? No, we should be, but he's not.
Probably, yeah.
And again, since now he's specifically talking about the 60s, again, the innocence, where the whole horror of that is like repressed sexuality.
Isn't Sophie's Choice also in the 60s?
Maybe.
Because I'm pretty sure that's considered like a psychological horror. Gaslight, I mean, I guess it's more of a thrill. Those are more thrillers.
No, I think Sophie's Choice is no, it says 1982.
Okay.
Based off of a 1979 film.
Okay.
Carrie is in the 80s, right?
Carrie's in the 80s. Yeah.
Okay.
Might be very late 70s.
In addition, obvious display of protest apex of Nixon's Watergate scandal, which I learned about recently on GT Live, the film was intended as a direct response to the Vietnam War. In addition to the obvious display of protest in the film, there are more subtle suggestions of the period's history influencing the film. The Exorcist ultimately ends in an exhausting, uneasy draw between good and evil. Although Reagan lives, Father Marin is forced to jump out a window to his death by the demon that once possessed Reagan. This unsettling conclusion mirrored the general uneasiness felt by the American people when the United States troops pulled out of the Vietnam War. During the 80s and 90s,
I wonder how much truth there is to that, because I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure it was based on a novel. So I'm not entirely sure where to draw that information from. What about Night of the Living Dead? That's a very good question. What about Night of the Living Dead? Only one of the most fundamental horror films of all time. A ton of horror left out. By the way, one message got skipped. Oh, what message? Yokai, The Mummy. I wonder if we'll get that I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Funnily enough, though, the Hellsing got me to read Bram Stoker's Dracula. Great, love the book. Oh, that's cool that Hellsing did that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shit.
Due to the birth of the 24-hour news cycle, America was forced to become more aware of the horrors that were around them, namely child abduction. A few high-profile cases from that time, like the Greeley case of Janelle Matthews, spurred on what became known as the stranger danger panic. The idea of a serial killer hiding among you, ready to pick off any unsuspecting children who were breaking the rules or by themselves, which, if it wasn't obvious, is the premise of most 80s and 90s slasher flicks, like Halloween, Friday the 13th, and Scream.
Yeah, but no, Halloween was more about, like, Scream came out in the fucking 90s, not in the 80s.
In the 80s and 90s. He's talking about both decades at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but, like, I'm sitting here like, motherfucker, you just skipped over The Thing, Alien, fucking Predator. Like, you're skipping over so many massive goddamn horror franchises. It's so, like...
Yeah, all of Stephen King's work that's been adapted.
I think he's cherry-picking what horror to talk about. Not that he's ignoring them, but he's focusing specifically on very specific horror films in order to craft his narrative.
Yes, that's my problem.
Not it's not that necessarily that he's saying that they didn't exist, but like it's still a problem.
Well, my problem is he's saying that these are what defined the era, when you have Alien that came out in 1979 and it became one of the most copied films in history because of how influential it was. Like, I don't understand how you can say, like, sure, the slasher genre was great, but even by horror standards, slashers were looked down upon. They were often looked as lower quality horror films, even though Halloween is fantastic. I don't know why you didn't include Texas Chainsaw Massacre in here. Why do you include Scream, which is itself a parody of the slasher genre? It's a commentary, and I think it actually might be more of a 2000s film than anything. Actually, I think it did.
I think we're also admitting the most important question.
Oh, it's 96.
What the fuck does any of this have to do with modern indie horror games?
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, does the first
He's-
Terminator film
he's-
has horror? Yes, it does.
He's cooking.
Yeah. Nightmare on
Okay.
Elm Street. Yeah. I don't know how you classify that. That's supernatural as fuck. A lot of slasher are supernatural.
Now, before you guys start telling me that this is an episode that should have been on Film Theory, or before Lee comes breaking down that door accusing me of stealing his stuff, this is about the time where horror games really started to appear on the scene. And they largely followed the same sort of patterns we've been seeing up to this point. You had your traditional spooky characters like Dracula, Frankenstein, and werewolves in Sega's Monster Bash or Castlevania. You also had movie tie-ins for movie franchises like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Friday the 13th, and Halloween, once again sticking to the horror that reflected the reality of the day. And this symbiotic relationship between video games and movies carried on into the late 90s and 2000s. With Y2K drawing near and anxieties about mankind's reliance on technology, horror shifted from slashers to the apocalyptic. With the fear of crumbling infrastructure came the threat of mindless anarchy, aka zombies. And so we got
No.
Zombies were a thing
What?
before that. though.
Zombies have been a thing,
zombies
and they
were
were
way before
massive
that.
in
What?
horror games. Resident Evil 1 came out in 1996, well within the strike zone. Like well before the strike zone you're talking about here. Fucking Silent Hill, he's going to mention Silent Hill, but Silent Hill came out in 1999. I see, Ugox, horror got more messed up, must leave out Hellraiser series to make the point. Yes! He hasn't mentioned Hellraiser, which is a whole fucking complicated mess of themes.
Yeah.
About the natures of indulgence.
a zombie-focused media with games like the Resident Evil series and the arcade shooter House of the Dead, and movies like 28 Days Later, The Walking Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Shaun of the
Dawn of the Dead came out in the early 80s. Walking Dead came out in the late thousands, and Shaun of the Dead was mid-thousands. Fucking, your timeline is all over the place, man.
And it's a comedy as well, so there's
Yeah.
that.
Although, admittedly, I do consider it a very good zombie film, too.
Yeah.
Dead. The key to a successful piece of zombie series and the arcade shooter House of the Dead, and movies like 28 Days
Body
Later,
Snatchers,
The
The
Walking
Raft,
Dead,
Fog.
Dawn of the Dead, and Shaun of the Dead. Turns out the key to a successful piece of zombie pop culture is just adding of the dead at the end of its title. This
very
era
clever.
also introduced us to the world of Silent Hill, which was a huge game, but it fits more into the psychological horror genre that we'll talk about later. Like I
No! Talk about it now! It started the fucking genre! like, this is...
Also, there is a lot of slasher shit in Silent Hill from what I've seen as well.
No, not as... Well, look, Silent Hill's complicated. Silent Hill's very complicated, but psychological horror is the most comfortable niche for it, and
Sure.
it reigned over it, but it was not alone. You have things like Clock Tower that was a pretty good psychological...
Oh yeah, Clock Tower.
but-
Yeah, that one with like this freaking scissor hands. Guy.
Yeah, Scissor Man.
I mean, the big scissor. Yeah, the scissor man.
The there was one where you're trapped in a prison that was a lot of psychological stuff. And Resident Evil was also inspired by Sweet Home on NES, not House of the Dead. Well, he didn't say it was inspired by. He said that they were contemporaries, which they were. Though different because like it's not really scary. Like the horror in House of the Dead isn't really scary. That's a haunted house versus even more of a haunted house. All the same is like he's really, really fucking cherry picking. You can see where I'm already fucking annoyed by this.
BRB.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, not every era is perfectly black and white.
So that means some eras are. Huh? What the fuck was that phrasing? Watch your script, man. You're saying something you don't intend to say, I don't think. Parasite Eve is psychological horror. It's also body horror and also kind of a zombie. Like it's kind of a mix between Resident Evil, an RPG, and Silent Hill. It's kind of a nice middle ground, honestly. Alone in the Dark, That's more of a Resident Evil along the lines. For Alone in the Dark, yeah. I have no mouth and I must scream. Freaking that was mentioned earlier. That's a huge psychological horror, and that came out before Silent Hill.
Silent Hill was just ahead of its time. It wasn't until the 2010s that video games and movies really began to diverge. During this time, there was a shift in how people looked not only at the world, but at themselves. Mental health awareness for things like depression and anxiety began to climb, and there was a huge increase in young people going to therapy. Movies in general began to reflect this with stories like Funny Story and The Perks of Being a Wallflower, which center very explicitly on taking one's own life, during a period where, sadly, the rates of said action had skyrocketed.
What's the
Horror
era?
movies did the same thing with Black Swan and Nightcrawler.
I don't know if Black Swan's really a horror movie. I've never fucking heard of Nightcrawler.
Black Swan is a psychological horror. Yeah, it's based off of a Japanese psychological horror film, which I am blanking on at the moment. Blue, yeah, Blue something.
Black Swan. I was gonna say I thought it was more of a thriller than it was a horror. But those two, admittedly, those two, they teeter on a line.
Like, I watched Perfect Blue. That's what.
Yeah,
I
Perfect
fucking
Blue.
watched Perfect Blue when I was like 14, 15 years old. I was not ready for that.
I
But
still need to watch it. I still haven't watched it yet.
okay. If you don't want to know about what it is, but I will say it very quickly. It is about an idol who wants to quit being an idol and become an actress. But the social and psychological pressure of changing her public identity wears on her mind, and she slowly starts descending into madness, while also there is a twist in a villain in the form of a crazy fan that is her manager, who is contributing to her mental health issues. And she starts hallucinating a lot of things, including herself as her idol persona, like doing all of these horrible things. And Black Swan is directly based off of Perfect Blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember if you mentioned Saw, but like this is also the era that brought us torture porn. So
Psychological horror movies that showed how an ordinary person could devolve into darkness, and the sinister nature of modern day media culture and consumerist ethics.
Taxi Driver, the 70s. Fuck off.
Initially, gaming followed suit with
Also, you're completely ignoring the torture porn genre, which was massive. You highlighted the slasher genre at the wrong point, I should mention. But then you're disregarding the torture porn genre, which was even more massive for a time. Like, I don't like you're oh god, he's so cherry picking. It's painful.
Yeah.
smaller scale survival and psychological horror games like Outlast, Penumbra, and Amnesia finding success. The thing is though, these games had a problem. While yes, they were psychological, they were also dark, gritty, and oftentimes quite graphic. This didn't really mesh with the new kid on the block that was beginning to pick up steam as a major player in the media landscape, and more specifically, the video game landscape, YouTube. YouTube was becoming the...
I hate how he says this, because, hey, you see that guy up in the corner there, Marky Boy? You know what he got famous off of? You know what Jacksepticeye got famous off of? You know what so many people got famous off of? Amnesia, Outlast, Penumbra. All these massive dark horror games are what catapulted them to success.
I was about to say, almost every video about these games are some of the most popular on the platform. Even as somebody who doesn't really care for this kind of stuff, I see them on my field and they get like hundreds of views, thousands of views, millions of views.
Does he, Izanagi, does he not know of the Japanese gore genre? Visitor queue and audition among them. Dear God, this feels... He's completely jumped over J horror, which had a huge heyday back in the mid-thousands. Got huge popular. You know, our boy Phalus would be out of a job if it weren't for them.
Yeah.
Lord knows he covered enough of that stuff.
place to watch gaming.
Oh yeah, he also completely jumped over the real advent of body horror, which was the 80s and 90s, with things like The Thing and the Tetsuo the Iron Man. He's jumped over
Yeah.
Higurashi. He's jumped over The Ring, The Grudge. Cronenberg. He's completely ignored Cronenberg with The Fly. Like I'm going through just down the list. You have ignored so many different subgenres that have became massively popular, had massively different themes to what you're trying to focus on. There is no one mainstream horror. Horror doesn't have a monolith, and he's trying to paint it like it does.
He's trying to paint it as though there is a genre monolith for the eras, which maybe you could argue that there is and there isn't, but I think that it's a lot messier than what he is trying to paint it as. But also, I'm trying to talk about this, but I don't know all that much about horror, so
yeah, no, it's fine, but like you know the basic concept, and like that's all you really need to know to understand. He's being silly.
Yeah, like I have watched horror. I'm not a horror aficionado, but I have watched a lot of older horror, which isn't scary to me anymore. Like from the 50s, and
he's completely ignored Ginger Snaps.
yeah, he did. One of the only horror films that I could say is like one of my favorite film series. Yeah.
I forgive him for not including anime, even though I think it is offensive that he doesn't, but like
Sure.
I understand it's already a niche media over here to some extent, or it was.
Also,
Yeah,
for those who don't know what Ginger Snaps is, it's
I know.
it is a coming of age story about the horrors of being a woman and transitioning from girlhood to womanhood. Like, being a werewolf is a metaphor for transitioning into womanhood and gaining your period.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
For
content
Kaiser,
creation.
what
Like,
about
all of
better
the-
photos?
Like all of the horror with werewolves and being unpredictable and being dangerous is metaphor for all of the hormones that girls experience when they start going through puberty. And then of course all the blood is very self-evident. There's even a plot point of the girls dealing with a lot of blood that is just fobbed off as them getting their period. Ginger gets attacked by a werewolf the moment that she gets her period for the first time. And that's supposed to be a metaphor for how men suddenly see you as basically a piece of meat or an object to be used for their personal desires the moment that you start transitioning into a woman.
And later, this theme would then be translated very faithfully into a little Disney film known as Turning Red. Ugox. Bro, there's a whole YouTube community dedicated to horror, thanks to which I know way more titles this guy skipped despite not watching horror myself. I know, and we're going to get to that because Dead Meat covers quite a bit of different horror types.
Oh, also for Kaiser, what about Better Man? I've watched a couple episodes of that show, but I couldn't really finish it because I felt it was kind of boring, even though the presentation was good. I don't know how influential it is, but if it is, then yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Markiplier, and some guy called MatPat. I'm messing, of course, although I actually haven't seen him in a while. He's probably enjoying retirement on a beach somewhere. Anyway, YouTube was just switching up their algorithm to favor watch time over views, and so longer Let's Plays were beginning to blow up. People would tune in from all over the world to see what games were being played, which was big for the industry, but these violent and grotesque-looking games weren't sitting right with YouTube's other big priority, advertisers. YouTube was, and still is, an ad-based platform, and so they needed to appease the advertisers to keep them spending money on the platform to pay creators. The thing was, these advertisers weren't all that keen on all the blood and violence. They didn't like it in the videos or plastered all over the thumbnails of the site, which opened the door for one indie horror game in particular to slide on in and change the YouTube gaming landscape forever. Come on, you all know it. Say it with me now. Five Nights at Freddy's.
You will note I did not, in fact, say it with him.
None
It always had to do with mascot horror. This is it. Slender. Yeah, Slender was before this.
Oh yeah,
Slender was
Slenderman,
long before this.
FNAF paved the way.
Basically, what he's saying is, because advertisers, now we have family-friendly horror, effectively.
Yeah.
Which I find just, like, disgusting from a personal viewpoint when it comes down to horror. I actually really... I find Five Nights at Freddy's fascinating in certain regards, but I also find it really fucking lame.
Well, I mean, children's horror has been a thing for a very long time.
Yes, but like I would like it to have more bite. You know, the good children's horror I find is actually scare, not jump scares. It's actually like kind of uncomfortable, like what actual horror is. It's just
The Witches, Paranorman, Frankenweenie.
Oh, Paranorman was great.
The Bite of 87.
Gremlins, Corpse Bride.
Coraline is my favorite horror movie.
Yeah,
I haven't seen a
Coraline.
lot of them, but that's probably my
Spiderwick
favorite one.
Chronicles.
Actually,
forgot about that
Goosebumps.
movie.
I prefer the Coraline. I prefer the horror that are in Monster House is fine. I prefer the horror that was in movies that weren't supposed to be horror. I like it when, you know, movies have that scary moment in them.
Okay, yeah.
For what we know as mascot horror. This was one of the first times we really saw a second factor come into the creation of horror content. It was no longer about just reflecting society, it was also about fitting in with the medium in which it was being shown. FNAF did still follow a lot of the tropes of psychological horror, revealing the evil in the mundane, destroying our sense of safety and familiarity by perverting the innocence of childhood nostalgia. However, unlike the games that came before, these mascot games were perfectly optimized for YouTube. Instead of violent gore and gritty realness, we now have a bunch of bright, colorful, and simply shaped characters that work great in thumbnails. Even on small scale, you can tell that this is Golden Freddy, you know that this is Huggy Wuggy, and you can see that this is Amanda. They're so
I don't know who you are.
Also, holy shit, is that little girl holding someone's severed head? Oh my god!
At a glance, that anyone scrolling YouTube will know what they're looking at, which not only allows you to play the YouTube game well, but it also plays the advertiser game well. Because at a glance, these characters aren't really all that scary. Their horror is implied based on the incredibly cryptic clues that we have to put together by playing the game, which means advertisers didn't strictly know this was horror at first. It looked like family.
And what happened after they learned it was horror? They kept fucking paying!
Yeah, I was about to say, even with the other games that were noted earlier, like Insomnia, like during the era where FNAF was taking off, you still had videos that were completely monetized of Insomnia and these other games that he noted earlier. And they have like thousands and millions of views.
I know he mentions it a moment earlier, but he gets frustrating.
Friendly content like Chuck E. Cheese or Disney. And even when it became clear that this was horror, because it was getting the views and didn't look like horror, the ad dollars continued rolling in and blew mascot horror into the stratosphere.
But even the ones that look like horror still got paid, though.
Yes, and also, is it just the fact that it looks like horror? So wait, I want to just break down the fucking mind games going on here, if this is what he's saying is true. Is we all know it's horror. Everyone knows it's horror. Yes. The advertisers know it's horror. The people watching know it's horror. But it doesn't look like horror. But we all know it's horror, so it still gets funny because it doesn't look like horror, but it still is.
Yeah.
Listen,
what the fuck is going on? Who is this?
Refer to the chart, okay?
Refer to the chart
of horror advertisement.
Yes. FNAF is like this because of YouTube. What?
This led to a decade of gaming full of these kid-friendly mascot horror games. We saw the rise of franchises like Bendy and the Ink Machine, Doki Doki Literature Club, Poppy Playtime, Andy's Apple.
Hold the fuck up. Doki Doki, especially the horror aspects that I have seen, is definitely not like kid-friendly.
Yeah. God, the moment that you walk into seeing Sayori hanging from the fucking ceiling, which was in thumbnails all over the place, for the record.
Yes, all of which are monetized, by the way.
Or Yuri impaling herself on a knife, or Natsuki vomited into her
this
hand.
game- That game is way more graphic than probably anything in FNAF. And that still got monetized. That still got a shit ton of views. That was like one of the most talked about games of that fucking year.
Yes. Because here's the thing about YouTube. You just have to hit the appeals button and you're good to go. It's actually very forgiving a lot of times, believe it or not.
Pretty much.
Like, I bitch about it. You know how rarely I actually have to bitch about advertising these days, even though we cover a whole bunch of topics like rape allegations. I don't have to complain about it very much because YouTube's actually rather forgiving these days.
Yes.
Well, that's good.
Farm, Cooking Companions, Amanda the Adventurer, Indigo Park, Piggy. That's
Cooking Companions is about cannibalism. You're eating your companions. That's the joke.
Not My Neighbor, Don't Fret, and so many more that it would be impossible to name them all. But sadly, even from the get-go, we began to see the cracks forming in this genre. From broken messes like Hello Neighbor to the internet meme that is Garden of Bam Bam. And those are just the well-known ones. There are hundreds of indie horror games available that just leaned into the same old tropes, the same gameplay, and they felt like they were just thrown together.
Oh, interesting. I saw a couple that had a lot of blood on their thumbnails.
In the hopes of having some of FNAF's success. I actually have a really fun video idea to dive into this side of things. The wrong lessons people took from FNAF's success. But it's too much to talk about here, so if you want to see another video like this one breaking down the things that worked about FNAF and why it's so prevalent today, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate ya.
Nah.
This is where we enter the now, the 2020s. It was time for indie horror to evolve once again, but this time, something was different. And it's here where I'm going to put in your final warning. We are about to cover a number of games with some dark subject matters that might be triggering or traumatic for people.
I'm sorry.
As if
that Doki Doki Literature Club literally covers a girl going through a depression spiral that you think you have the opportunity to pull her out, but you're faced with the very real dark reality that sometimes people just cannot be helped, and she offs herself.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you
sorry,
talking about?
that's not dark enough? What the fuck?
Also, I gotta use the restroom, even though I don't want to pause here.
Okay, but like that is crazy, dog. Like, I don't know anything about these other games, but that game specifically ain't no motherfucking way.
Yeah, no. Ugh.
Especially with the
I don't really
existential horror related to that game as well, with the bloodiness. Like, are you serious? Hikaru says Doki Doki got onto the BBC News, but because of how scary it was to kids, I blame the parents. I can imagine that that's true, sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, a tale as old as time, parents don't really pay attention to what sort of things that their kids consume, or so they just look at something that looks relatively kid-friendly. They don't look into it, and so they give something very adult to their children. Like, we used to get that all the time with anime. Like, I used to watch, like, practically hentai with plot rented from the video store because my mom didn't know the difference, and I didn't know what was contained in that VHS tape. So like, I also just saw it because it was anime. I didn't look into anything, but also I was like 14, so why would I know?
Right.
All right. Well, final warning.
There is no shame.
You accidentally watch Boku no Pico. I'm joking.
Oh God.
Boku no Pico was after the VHS era.
Okay, fair enough.
Stopping the video here. I totally get it. Please look after yourself and your own mental well-being. If you do want to stay, let's take a look at a recent...
Oh, also a point to make to remind Celtic of Cupcakes. Yeah! Cupcakes was around. Like, I don't know how he fucking forgets. Like, indie horror, that shit's been around forever. Yeah. Like the shit that he's about to talk about, the dark shit, it's been around that long. It's been the mid-thousands. Fucking, he's completely skipped over creepypastas.
I mean, this is oh yeah, creepypastas especially the Sonic stuff. Like that goes really gory. But like even
Was
aside from
the
that, oh god,
YouTube stuff like really big for creepypastas around
Yes.
this time?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. It had a
Definitely.
pretty big following. I mean, SCP especially, the SCP games had a pretty big following. Cupcakes is one of the dark 3 of the early fandom, probably 2010, early 2011. Yeah, it's around theirs. So
this is especially weird to me because a lot of these horror games are, of course, played and made into videos by people who like the horror genre in other media as well. So I'm thinking that like if these other like really gory and really graphically horrific media in like movies and shows and other things are able to succeed, why did you think that wouldn't be the case for these games?
yeah,
Like that
and
that shit don't go together.
Well, it gets worse. He's gonna bring up mouthwashing.
Oh
We'll
my
get to that.
god.
Recent
Oh,
example
boy.
that we got so many requests for, mouthwashing. At the heart of its story, we're still exploring the awfulness of the corporate capitalist machine that doesn't give a flying fart about the individual, just like we've seen in a number of mascot horror games. But the way they show that this company doesn't care is where things get really dark. Yes, they do the classic things of leaving the crew stranded without enough supplies, but then we get to Anya and Jimmy's storyline. A storyline about SA, and as a result, a pregnancy, ending with Anya choosing to end her own life rather than stay trapped with Jimmy and carry his child. And the captain, Curly, he does nothing to stop any of it. However,
And all of, but actually, wait, they got.
unlike with previous indie horror games like FNAF, this deeply dark and twisted storyline isn't implied or hidden in secret notes or newspaper clippings. It is front and center to the story. Play the game
No,
Okay.
you actually do have to infer it. It's not spelled out what exactly happened. There's a lot. We have a lot of different hints at it, but what actually happened, if you're not paying close attention, you can miss it pretty easily. It's not like it was implied. It was just as much as the fucking newspaper clippings and the phone calls from FNAF. Like, that's what's pissing me off about this. It's like, somehow this is special. This is somehow special. I don't know how it's any different. Because the main focus of this is how Jimmy is a complete fucking asshole to everyone in the ship and stranded them. And you have to figure out, you actually have to put it together yourself, how he did that or why he did that. It's so...
Yeah, that's crazy.
normally, and it is impossible to miss. Bad
No,
Parenting
it is not.
another
It is
game
very
we got
possible to
dozens
miss.
of requests for. Playing as a boy called Ron, you're introduced to his neglectful parents and messed up childhood, along with a sinister figure named Mr. Redface, who causes his family to suffer. Through each step of the game, it's slowly revealed that Ron is a victim of child neglect at the hands of his alcoholic father, who turns out to be Mr. Redface, named for his drunken violence. Eventually, Ron's dad kills him and shoves his body into a closet. Now, again, on the surface, you may not think a dead child in an indie horror game is all that much for me to make a scene over. We talk about dead kids way too much on this channel as it is.
there's
But
one right
again, the difference is in its overtness. In FNAF, we never truly see the dead kids or the
You just showed it!
Also-
You just showed one of the dead kids!
Also, again, Doki Doki, we see dead kids in there explicitly before this.
Also, fucking the Night of 87 or whatever, the bite, where the kid's head gets chomped down on by the animatronic. I don't care if it's in 8-bit graphics. It still fucking happened on screen, dumbass.
Yeah.
Look, we don't talk about Danganronpa. Fuck that.
What's wrong with Danganronpa?
I don't like it. Personally. It's
Why?
not, I just, I don't know. It doesn't, aesthetically, it doesn't line up with me. It's nothing like,
Oh, okay.
it's nothing like analytical or anything. It's simply just a gut reaction from me.
Alright.
I know nothing about anything, so
They're
murders.
getting
We're
around
only
3
told
anime
about
shit,
them.
though.
And because the scope is so large and the franchise is so weird and sci-fi with its goofy animatronics and soul metal, we don't really feel
It didn't start there. Reminder, they covered an episode where they equated it to a real life fucking tragedy where people were genuinely murdered. It was actually one of their more interesting theories, but you guys did that. You can't escape that. Matt Pat did that shit.
attached. But here, it's once again the A-plot of the game. There's no avoiding it. And because it focuses on one kid, and we see his father do the evil deed firsthand, it forces us to witness it and feel the evil and uncomfortableness. We've even...
Okay, but like, wait a second. For the mouth-washing game, do we see anything explicit about, like, Jimmy assaulting this chick?
Nope. He never.
So how the
explicitly
fuck is
assaulted.
that any different from FNAF? What?
Yeah, we never see the moment of that. We only hear about we hear about different things, and it's all implied. Like, she never explicitly, like, the only thing we get is she is confessing to the captain, Curly, the guy that ends up with the bandages. Before she's confessing, I'm pregnant, and we both know who it was. And what we get is, like, I told you, you did nothing. Which, you know, there's a lot you can interpret from that, but it's never explicitly told out what happened. Like, we don't know. We don't even know, like, how it occurred. We don't know if he forced himself on her, pressured her into it. Like, there's a lot of different variables in there that, like, to the degree and the severity of how horrible this was. It was horrible, but, like, we don't know if it was worse than we thought, or I don't know. Like,
So all I'm getting is that this guy thinks it's much more graphic because the subject matter is about rape.
yes, that's basically what I'm getting to with that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Which plenty of fucking Alien, going back to the 70s, Alien is about that shit.
Yes.
started seeing this evolution bleed out into the more traditional kid-friendly mascot horror games. Poppy
She asks about the locks and the sweeping card. That's my first strong implication. Yes, implication. Implication is the name of the game here. Everything is implied in these games.
Chapter 4 showed us a much darker, more gruesome side with decaying bodies on spikes. And then there's Giggleland with its wearing of people's skin. Now, these themes do reflect modern societal fears. With the 2022 repeal of Roe v. Wade, a legal ruling that eliminated the federal right to abortion based on the right to privacy, it's easy to see why we're seeing stories like mouthwashing. The topic of child endangerment is one that was especially difficult to mitigate during the global lockdown in 2020. Children no longer had access to mandated reporters, teachers, doctors, other family members who are likely to notice that something is amiss and report it to the proper authorities. Even the ideas of cultism and religion in things like Giggleland are part of the same societal fears, from the people who grew up in these environments now trying to deconstruct them and figure out what happened. That all matches with what we've been talking about. Horror media is an ever shape-shifting beast, evolving and morphing to reflect the real-life horrors happening all around us at any given time.
And that's, again, he's trying to boil it down to, like, a very, like, specific scope of themes, when horror is so much more broad than that. What do you say about Andy and Lele? Like, okay, they're a commentary about being locked in your fucking house, I guess, for COVID, but, like, then it goes off into incest, cannibalism, and murder. And occultism.
As you do.
Like, I don't... Where does this come in, exactly? What about the whole Stranger Danger Child endangerment thing that was talked about earlier? Yeah, we're doubling back on that. Again, how does Dogen Literature Club not factor into this?
Yes.
It's like he is jumping to so many conclusions right here.
And again, this is assuming all those other games in the previous era, not this one, but the previous one, also don't have explicit or gruesome content in them either.
Yeah.
For all we know, they probably do, and this guy just ignoring that.
The only thing that I see now is like a whole bunch of horror games that I've never heard of before. I've never heard of this 2D cat anthro thing.
I've been out of the loop on that. I wasn't interested because I'm sick of mascot horror. I think a lot of people are sick of mascot horror at this point.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
But you see the
Oversaturated.
difference from the previous evolutions, right? Rather than this evolution being solely driven by shifts in societal fears, the main driving force is actually the additional element. YouTube causing the rise of mascot horror has led to an oversaturation of the market. The storylines and jump scares just aren't cutting it anymore. Horror fans have become increasingly desensitized to those classic tropes that used to scare the pants off of them.
If this episode might as well be hosted by Reed Richards with how much he's stretching. Yeah. And it's like, okay, you know, people were sick of jump scares back when FNAF first came out.
I was about to say, that's like the most common fucking complaint about the series ever, even at the time.
Well, like, does he think that FNAF invented the jump scare? Because I can tell you that even as someone who knows nothing all that much about horror, I know that people hated jump scare horror. They thought that it was the laziest form of horror that was out there.
Oh, and Bruce Boinkers is saying, but Giggleland isn't mascot horror, it's ARG horror, which I don't know if you could make it be both potentially, but like, I might just sit this one out because the whole video is just new GT living under a rock. It feels like that. It feels completely out of touch.
A simple jump scare in a long spooky hallway? That isn't enough to get your adrenaline pumping. Once you become increasingly desensitized to those classic tropes that used to scare the pants off of them. A simple jump scare in a long spooky hallway? That isn't enough.
Resident Evil 1 is legendary for a fucking jump scare in a hallway, for the dog breaking through the window and scaring the pants off of everyone. That's a legendary jump scare.
Yeah, and people are still playing that to this day.
Yeah, it's almost as if it has staying power for different reasons.
To get your adrenaline pumping once you've played through the same scenarios countless times before. And so, a new element has been added to the equation. Rather than the platform affecting the change, we're seeing a rebellion against the cookie-cutter, low-quality, kid-friendly horror. Moving on to new, more intense horror games to renew your sense of terror. But it hasn't gone
but
backwards.
what about those advertisers? What about those advertisers you were talking about before? Wouldn't that discourage anyone from playing them?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's almost like that shit doesn't fucking matter. Like
fucking
me and
PT.
Raymond played Signalis on stream in our separate channels.
The worst thing we had to deal with was getting copyright struck for the fucking song it played.
Yes.
PT is horrifying. The ghost, I can't remember what her name is. Like, she is terrifying to look at. She's in every fucking thumbnail, up and down YouTube. People are demonetized. Yeah. Lisa, thank you. I don't know what your metric is. I don't know where you're getting your information from.
To match the previously gruesome and gory psychological horrors of the early 2010s, those situations still felt too vast or fictionalized to really hit home. And
I'm sorry. No, PT, if you read the implications of the fucking news report that's obviously there, so it's not even an implication, you put two and two together and discover the character you're playing as was a father that murdered his entire family and then committed suicide. I'm sorry. How is that not in any way similar to the fucking murdered child that you just pointed to? I don't know what this man's fucking barometer is. I'm so all over the place with it.
Maybe you got desensitized by the murdered children, dude. I don't know.
Sounds like it.
Maybe that's not doing it for you anymore.
Lurking J, the devs of Amnesia: The Dark Descent called jump scare fear flashes. Look, we don't talk about Amnesia 3, all right? No, we don't need to talk about that, all right? It's a bad game. We can talk about The Bunker. The Bunker's good.
So, we're seeing storylines reflecting much heavier topics, the truly unpleasant parts of the human experience, in order to hit like a Freddy jump scare did a decade ago. So, that is...
No, but fucking, like, if you want to get down there, taking care of him in this state, taking care of Curly, like, who's bandaged like this and forcing medicine down, that is no different than Alyssa from the original Silent Hill, who was burned almost to death, but was kept alive for 7 fucking years with her bare skin, her bare muscle to the world, and was basically kept there to be in constant torment to birth the Dark God. I'm sorry. That's not like, just because one involves a dark deity doesn't mean that it's not as equally as dark, because it's still child abuse at the hand of her fucking crazy cultic mother. Tiny Box Tim. Yes, I remember Tiny Box Tim. He was a legend. Twilight is eating something.
Am I?
I thought so. I heard someone chewing something.
Oh, that's me. I'm chewing some gum. I'm sorry.
Okay, I apologize. I just presumed it was Twilight.
No, I was eating earlier. I finished my soup a long time ago. I was actually muted.
She was at soup
because
the whole time.
as I've said a few times now, more and more of these types of games are popping up, and more we are seeing requests for us to cover them. When we don't cover one of these games, we get a lot of people wondering why we haven't, and so I wanted to set the record straight, because the real answer is complicated and nuanced. One of my goals...
We're scared that we're going to lose our advertising. That's what this boils down to.
We could have
25
gotten here
minutes
from
for
the
that?
beginning. Yeah, bro. Are you serious?
Dude, the fucking gymnastics is great.
As the host of this channel, and one of our goals at Theorist in general, is to make sure we're telling stories we find interesting and helping to bring some educational value along the way. Stories about these heavier subjects can absolutely fit into this mold. They're insightful, and it's important to make sure we're all educated so we can help those around us. But they can sometimes be difficult to discuss in a way that feels respectful and nuanced for everyone watching. Lazy Games is a good example of this. It tells the story in a fascinating way. The ARG puzzle solving and use of symbolism and interpretation allowed us to shine some light on media literacy and build an interesting episode. The dark and traumatic story elements, of course, were a part of that, but there was more to the story than just that. There was the drama of the in-world developers and their friends. There was the sci-fi, she's in the computer part. There was even a light at the end of the tunnel, a positive message that things could be okay in the end. But Mouthwashing, while it is a fantastic game and it's incredibly thought-provoking, the reason it was thought-provoking is because it was all laid out in front of you. It's the A-plot.
No, it wasn't! Ah! You Rock, So Good Literature Club gets so graphic this whole video offends me. Also, would love to see the comments say about this nonsense. I think they're all on his side. I'll check
Really?
them out.
Okay, alrighty. Well,
Rather than a secret
it is what it
story.
is.
Therefore, to keep everyone on the same page, we would have to talk about it right at the start of the episode. There's no lead-in, no way to soften the blow, and no easy way to...
Yes, there is plenty of lead-in. You can
Yeah,
establish the like mouthwashing is super fucking easy to lead in, because you can explore the plot before they start dropping all the fucking hints. You can explain the setup, the scenario, why characters are behaving in a certain way before you even touch upon the darkest element of it. Like, you could say all the relationships and how they build around Jimmy and get them finally to Anya once you're like 5 or 10 minutes into the video. You could easily do that.
I was about to say, brother, it's 30 seconds. You mean to tell me you couldn't find anything else to talk about this fucking game so that it can be advertiser friendly for 30 fucking seconds?
Yeah. It's
What
fucking
kind of...
awful.
You guys are supposed to be professionals. You got millions of views. Fuck is you doing, dog?
No, it wasn't. Jimmy doesn't even give Anya a second thought, despite what he is implied to do to her. You have to figure out that he's the father yourself. Yeah, no, you like legitimately. There's some great symbolism in there. Here's the thing, I just thought of something. Maybe the reason why they haven't covered mouthwashing is because the implications don't go much deeper than that about mouthwashing. The deepest thing about it is the rape subplot. Like, otherwise, it's got some pretty basic bones cultural commentary. I guess maybe the most you could talk about is Curly being an enabler to horrible behavior. But otherwise, there's not too much more going on. It's a very simple story once you actually lay it out. So what if they didn't have enough meat on the bones to do a theory that wasn't just, oh yeah, this is the thing that everyone already realizes?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. Then, like, Dog, this is the most elaborate way to say that we could not cook anything I have ever heard, honestly.
Yeah.
But like at that point, I don't know, man. Maybe it's about time that y'all do this, do something I would like to call fucking research for your videos. Maybe see what theories other people have come up for the
that never
game
stopped Matt
that
Pat.
run a little bit deeper.
True.
Yeah, that never stopped Matt Pat. Listen, even when the oil is freaking dry, he managed to dig deeper.
To give you guys an out if you need one. Plus, if we tried to skirt around the subject, it would feel...
Bruh, HoloLive girls played mouthwashing on streams.
They played Annie and Lele on stream.
Yeah, I was watching a VTuber play Annie and Lele. That's where it's super fun because they're freaking out every time. Something like, and to finally when she finally breaks down, it's like, fuck it, we're all in on the incest subplot is hilarious.
Feel odd because it is the focus of the story. So any lore discussions I could have about it would always come back to that plot line. And to ignore it would be to dismiss the core point of that story. And
no, it wouldn't. You'd be focusing on something else. You'd simply say at the beginning of your theory, now we know this, they're typically focusing on this heavy subject, but we actually have something off to the side that we find just as interesting. Like, that's like 15 seconds, and it doesn't mention anything specific.
Hey, Twilight, if I decide to, I want to make a video talking about the yokai influences in Digimon and its many different characters and the way it integrates into the storytelling. Would that be me ignoring the point of Digimon?
No.
If I were to make an analysis video of Ginger Snaps and completely just bypass the analysis of it as it being like a woman getting her first period and becoming a woman, if I were just to ignore that and decide to analyze something else about the film, would that be ignoring that as a major element of the storytelling?
Yes.
Would that be harmful at all?
It could be, depending on like what it is that you're trying to say. But
if I don't say anything contradictory to it and I'm just focusing on something else I find interesting about the story, would that be a problem?
No, not necessarily. As long as you don't contradict the very blatant themes of it, and as long as you maybe even acknowledge it in some way, but you just aren't interested in talking about it because you're trying to focus on this thing. Like, you can do that.
Yeah,
Ginger
like
Snaps
you're just
explores
analyzing
two sisters. That's a perfect point. Yeah, like just focus on that.
Yeah, and you're just analyzing a specific aspect of a work. People do this shit all the fucking time. I talk about...
You can even explore the relationship between the girls and their parents and how the girls ended up the way that they are to get themselves into the situation that they are in. And for the most part, how not really tangentially related their morbid interests are to what is happening in the plot and how that otherwise has helped them. Because a girl died in their fucking kitchen like 20 minutes before their mom came home.
Oh shit.
Jesus.
And their morbid interests of taking photos of death helped them out because they just laid on the actual real blood and then they just fobbed it off as like, oh, it's jelly. Eat it. You want some?
Oh my god.
The ending is just as dark. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. That's the point and what makes the story so powerful. But it can also make the entire video I make just as upsetting. And as a creator, that clashes with the responsibility I have to you guys. We're surrounded by real stories of violence.
Yeah.
Just stop. Just fucking stop.
People are begging you to cover this game, and you're like, but it would be rude to you to cover this game. It's like, how?
What?
No.
Yeah, like what? Okay, dude. if you have an idea about the game, and if it doesn't contradict anything in this, in fact, theories that contradict or disregard certain aspects of a game's storytelling has never stopped you motherfuckers before.
And it could be interesting.
Ever.
What if you actually presented a theory that is contradictory to what is being presented? What if we learn that someone else? Because here's an interesting thing. Here's a theory for you. What if Jimmy wasn't the rapist? What if it was Curly?
Was it?
What if, because it's interesting that Curly asks, do you know who? As if there would be other options, which means maybe Anya had multiple relationships on that ship with one of the other 4 members of the crew. Like, it's possible you could take that implication from that and run with it as a piece of analysis. Maybe there's more nuance to the story that you could squeeze out of it, even though you think that things are cut, print, and dry. Like, it's hey, Celtic, when are you going to get a VTuber model? When I'm rich.
Yeah, for real.
So it's
they're really expensive.
It's so frustrating to me, this guy. It's like, come on, man, you're missing the point
Yeah,
of your
like-
fucking channel.
I'm all I'm hearing is so interesting to me. See, you know, sitting here with my 7K subs, looking at people that have millions of like dwarf me by like literally millions or 100,000s of times, just struggling to do basic shit on this fucking platform. It is unreal to me how constantly and consistently this occurs.
I should
You
mention,
people
this
suck.
isn't just this is the entirety of the theory channels as a whole.
Yeah.
It's not just this one host, it's everyone. And this is him basically explaining, yeah, we have corporate oversight and we can't do this.
Your entire channel is about making shit up and pulling shit out of your ass, and you're saying that you don't know how to pull shit out of your ass.
The Celtic,
people
you need to get more
suck.
money from the Joe that hates. Let the man rest, all right? Let the man rest.
Yeah. But
And
remember,
crime from-
Kaiser, humanity has devolved. True, we're devolving.
So what you're saying is you'll get a VTuber model when you get the funding for that Batwoman review. Yes.
Yeah.
social media, whether it's Twitter, true crime podcasts, news stories, wherever. And it's important to listen to victim stories and hold space for their trauma. But it's also important to be mindful
my
of how much
God.
additional content
I was murdered as a child. I was
Dude.
very triggered by your fucking FNAF videos.
Yeah, yo. Like, are you fucking serious? Dude, giving respect to the victims of these who suffered
already
trauma
put up
as a result of
trigger
these
warnings.
subject. Yeah, you put up 2 trigger warnings in this freaking video, dude. Like, it is not that hard to make a video that is sensitive to victims of
I feel
assault
like back in the day
or
they would make
rape
a
or
video
anything
about
like that.
how long could someone live off of mouthwash or something dumb like that. I'd be fascinated about that because that's just a weird plot point in the story. Is that
Hey,
they get stranded and they discover, okay, we're out of food, so we got to survive on something. Let's see what's in the cargo hold. And it turns out this entire time, their entire massive shipment is just boxes upon boxes upon boxes, like huge warehouses of just mouthwash. And they decide to start drinking it as their only source of nutrition. Like, that's fascinating to me. Like, can you actually do that? Probably not.
yeah. Hey, Tom. I have a kid who died when they were 5 years old. They drowned in a lake. I don't appreciate all the dead children you keep talking about on your channel.
I was going to say, like, legitimately.
I'm
how do
sorry,
you
bro.
fucking, like,
What?
Dead kids are one of the most alarming things to people. It's why it's so common for horror to dive there. Like, okay,
Yeah.
rape is awful, and it's really hard to equate awful things, but I think dead children is at least A tier higher in terms of topic.
I'd say they're in like a similar ballpark, you know?
Yeah, at the very least, they're equitable. I don't see them as being any less sensitive than a fucking... Like, I don't know what your barometer is anymore. I think you've just been fucking twisted at this point.
Yeah, I this makes me believe that this shit is on purpose. I don't believe this guy for a second that like, oh, we're trying to like give respect because I mean, maybe actually there might be a chance this might be genuine because people are so weird with morality and what content they deem graphic, right?
Yeah.
Some people might because you got people who don't really bat an eye when a school shooting necessarily happens, or like there's a reference to it. But God forbid a story references rape or assault or even sexual abuse of some kind. Like that shit will make them lose their fucking mind. So maybe this might be genuine.
Because like
know.
legitimately, I could understand it from the perspective of like there is something about losing bodily autonomy, but not your life. But like you're not eloquating that at all, and I don't know how your advertisers are gonna fucking tell.
Yeah, you're not being very eloquent in this video, despite the idea that we're trying to give respect to the victims.
So it's just it's all over the fucking place, man.
Yeah.
Adding to that topic. Sometimes the real world is a dark enough place on its own. It doesn't need me to jump into every dark or disturbing game that crosses the YouTube homepage, especially when there are so many people who have sadly experienced this kind of stuff firsthand. For a lot of people,
A lot of people have dead kids.
Yeah, what the fuck? Some people have dead parents. There's a lot of dead parents in games too. But that didn't stop you, motherfuckers.
Show is their safe space, away from all of that awful stuff that they're seeing or experiencing. And I want to respect you guys and take that seriously. I recognize that there are a lot of people that...
So you throw up a trigger warning. That's all you gotta do in order to soothe your fucking conscience and do the things you want to cover. If you want to cover something, you find a way to cover it.
Yeah, how about you respect my fucking intelligence and move the fuck on and do whatever it is you guys actually want to do.
Some people, and yeah, that's a good point. Some people play these kinds of games, these dark games, as a form of fucking therapy.
Yes.
People sometimes relive horrible traumatic events as a way of working through them, because sometimes facing it head on is what you need to do in order to get past it.
Jeez, it's almost like victims of various traumas have this weird thing called autonomy.
It's almost like individuals react differently to different fucking stimuli.
Yeah. It's fucking weird. And trying to freaking, placate to everybody in some way is just always going to leave people out. So you may as well just go with the most reasonable option.
That haven't dealt with or are currently dealing with trauma. And so, if I talk about every one of these games as they come out, it means constantly reminding them of that past hurt.
That's also presuming that every single fucking game has the same goddamn trauma involved.
Also, dog, you realize these motherfuckers can watch another video, right?
Yeah, they don't have to, like... I wonder, legitimately, how many people are slavishly glued to their subscription feeds. They have the email reminders set up for game theory. They are chomping at the bit for the next game theory, the next film theory, the next food theory. I doubt there are that many. I think they are a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of people.
No, Raymond. Okay, I've been cursed because I'm subscribed to the theory channels. I have to watch every single video that they make. Okay, I can't escape it. I can't escape it.
In a cave.
On loop. Well, box of scraps. Anyway, no. Anyway.
Making this less of a safe space for them. At the end of the day, we're an edutainment channel built on exploring the physics of Mario, and a lot of our community are younger people.
And calling him a communist. We're not letting you live that down.
Oh
so,
boy.
Talking about real, hardcore trauma isn't what people have come to expect from us. That doesn't mean...
dead kids is okay. Even though there are younger people in our audience, we could talk about people in those age brackets getting their heads ripped off or shot or buried or thrown into a freaking closet.
Here's an interesting question. Why haven't you guys done a video on Soma? Never touched Soma.
Wait, they haven't?
I don't think they have. I'm pretty sure they haven't.
What the fuck?
And that's actually a really advertiser-friendly game when you break it down, because it's all about the nature of transferring your brain between different robots. There's actually, there's very few on-screen human deaths. There's just a bunch of robot goo everywhere.
I was about to say, and that's one of the biggest indie horror games just ever.
I mean,
Everybody's talking about.
I think people are talking about it now, but it wasn't well received when it first came out because of what's his face. And not Andrew. Fucking Mahler did a response to him.
H Bomber guy?
No, it wasn't H Bomber guy. It was Joseph Anderson. That's it.
Well, you. Okay.
I mean, we will never talk about these stories. As I said, they are important, but when we do, we will always give a warning like we did with Lacey Games. And we likely won't cover them all that often. I mean, just look at the gap between Petscop and Lacey Games. And the reason I'm not cutting these out altogether is because I also recognize there's a flip side to this coin. Some people want...
I'm sorry, a 5-year fucking gap? So
Yeah, you need fucking years to make this shit. Come on, man.
also, Petscop, what the fuck? Like, Petscop torpedoes your goddamn nature. Like, you say that this is a recent phenomenon, but it's not. Petscop was 5 fucking years ago.
To see stories like this because it shows that they aren't alone in their experiences. And for developers, making these games can be a means of self-therapy, helping themselves to process their experience to come out the other side. If that is you, please don't stop making these games. If making a game like this is helpful for you, make it. And if
Oh, I'm sorry, I've just lost motivation thinking that maybe I get attention from all my favorite channels that would help get me eyes from 19.6 million subscribers.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I've been told that, well, I'm not going to be featured now. There's no chance now that I can ever be featured on Game Theory because they can only do one every 5 years and I have to win the goddamned lottery. I have to hope my game is both good enough and is somehow the top of the top, worthy of attention, and can sustain itself for a Game Theorist video. Fuck off, man. You're not doing nothing but deterring people from making the games you say you want to promote. This video is just detrimental.
Video is shit.
If you really want to see us cover one of these darker topics, let us know in the community tab, in the comments, on the subreddit. All I ask is that you bear in mind the things we've talked about today. While you may enjoy this type of content, or maybe it helps you process, there may be people in this community who don't want to be subject.
And they can
can
stop
watch
watching the
something else.
video! They can leave the video after the fucking trigger warnings you give them that make them triggered because trigger warnings are only good for triggering the people that need trigger warnings.
Yes.
Oh!
They can watch something else. Just do something. Dude, what the fuck?
You know, I went in here thinking, yeah, this wasn't as big of a deal, but the more that I'm thinking about it again and watching it live, it's like not only reigniting the anger, but it's like bringing a whole new level to it.
No, this is a complete joke. These guys are content cucks right now. Like, holy fucking shit, dude. They are being so hypersensitive.
Oh.
And to the point where I don't feel that it's genuine. I cannot believe it's genuine anymore.
There is going to be someone out there who is going to be triggered in some way, shape, or form by literally anything that you guys cover. Are you just not going to make those videos or any of the videos that you have on your channel because someone out there somewhere in your audience is going to be triggered by it?
I'm sorry, I put Pepe Sylvia on the fucking chart, and all of a sudden I've just triggered a bunch of fucking Always Sunny fans that are like triggered by that name for whatever reason. Like,
But yeah, like, who gets to determine, who are you to determine which group is more valuable? You said that there are two groups, people that want you to cover these games and people that you feel will be so triggered by the subject matter that they would leave. And now you're saying that, okay, the latter group is more valuable than the former. How did you determine that exactly? Why do you want to do that?
Pirate Pete, just check on your brain cells, play some Soma. Good night. Night, man.
All right, night, dude.
Like, do they have, like, just copious amounts of emails of people begging them not to play these games?
Yeah, it's like, I weigh that.
Yeah, I don't know, because they showed near the beginning of the video that, oh my gosh, so many people want us to actually, you know, talk about these games and make theory videos about them. You know, so it's like, if you're willing to show these comments and highlight them as being a significant thing to the point where you're willing to make a whole ass video talking about why you're not gonna fucking do it, just fucking do it, dog.
Yeah, don't make a video saying you're not gonna cover the video because you're just making a video about why you're not, like, you're not avoiding the problem. You're actually making it worse.
Dude, and the fact that the majority of people, it seems to freaking agree with this video.
Let me see what
okay.
This may be
like, for the longest time, I have not watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. I am only watching it for the first time in my life right now with Raymond. I am currently on episode 21. We're going to finish watching the show and go into the movies starting next Sunday.
Yep.
Right.
For the longest time, the reason why I didn't want to watch it was because someone that was very important to me when I was a teenager told me not to watch it because he thought that it would be something that would disturb me so much, and I took his word on it. Now, for a long time, I didn't really care. Part of the reason why I didn't want to watch it was because I just felt apathetic to it, because it is like the anime to watch outside of Cowboy Bebop. And when I finally did watch Cowboy Bebop, I was very underwhelmed by it because the hype of the anime was so much that there was practically probably nothing that it could do to impress me, because everybody would just talk about nothing but Neon Genesis Evangelion and Cowboy Bebop.
Okay.
And it's kind of the same with Evangelion as well. Like, I didn't know that it was a lot more comedic than,
Oh yeah.
than it
They
is.
don't tell you that. They don't talk about that.
Nobody talks about that. So I guess
Well, at least
in that
not
way,
after
I'm
that.
kind of surprised. But I was expecting a lot more out of it than what I'm getting out of it currently.
Right.
Chippy Risa for $20. Here's your $20 because new GT gave me that much brain damage. I can make a master list of horror games / film essays off this. This is laughable. So wait, if we keep playing GT videos, will it give you more brain damage and give us more money as a consequence?
So
Can we game the system
weigh
here?
the pros and cons. Yeah, weighing the pros and cons. I mean,
I'm all in on this. Oh, anyway, Oscar Borgia says, I have to go, everyone. This guy doesn't get horror, which is my favorite genre, and it pains me. It was great seeing you all since the Ruby Wasp stream, which the ship is still horrific. See you later. Bye, Oscar.
all right. Bye, Oscar.
Bye.
But like,
Enjoy your fumigation.
Also, Derek said, "Gang Chris Stuckman, I'm not going to review bad movies vibes."
Yes.
This is exactly what this shit is. That's why, dude, you hit the nail on the head. That's why this feels so disingenuous to me. Why it feels incredibly fucking artificial. It's the same shit. You want to appeal to the fucking corpos, even though you don't have to be successful. That's all it is. It's not about the fucking victims. Come off it.
Do they have a Patreon? Does Film Theory have a Patreon?
That they'd have to.
I don't think they do, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Oh.
Hmm?
No, this is not.
Huh.
Yeah, they
That's
don't have
surprising.
they don't have crowdfunding at all, it seems.
All right, that's surprising.
Yeah, because like I will tell you this, fucking Dead Meat, they're a horror channel that goes over they do kill count, and they actually do a fantastic job. I love them. They cover all sorts of really heavy shit, a lot of really dark themes, and a lot of gory subject matter. And they do it because they're crowdfunded, and either they show it or they blur it, and they give trigger warnings. They actually go through a lot of steps so they can do the things they want to do. This is just you giving an excuse why you're not doing the thing that everyone wants you to cover. It really just comes off that way to me.
In fact, wait a second. Oh my god, you just opened my third eye. Why not just make these videos, but put them behind, a certain membership level on Patreon? Like, have them be Patreon-only videos.
They have memberships on YouTube. You can put them into a membership-only video.
That too?
Yeah, and Film Theory has always talked about dark shit. It's like, it's so... Everything about this is just you guys tying yourselves into knots over something that no one gives a shit about.
Yeah.
To that. I'll keep doing my part too, checking the suggestions and keep weighing up the stories we want to tell and how often we want to tell them to make sure that we represent everyone in this community.
Remember,
But you're not representing everyone.
We'll curate it for you.
The good news is this discussion, this process we're talking about, it's not something that's gonna be forever. Like all eras of horror, this too shall pass. Eventually, we will see mascot horror die off. I don't know exactly when that will be, but it just will. We're already seeing it reach critical mass, so it's only a matter of time until the balloon finally bursts. And when that happens, we may also see the end of this more darker style of media. Because if the traumatic narratives are there to be the antithesis to mascot horror, well then without mascot horror, you suddenly have no need for these darker.
Oh, so when
this makes me feel sick. I didn't even realize he said this. Oh.
Yeah, what the
That's
fuck?
stupid, my dude.
Yeah, people would be still making this stuff regardless, especially since contemporary non-horror games are not going to go this far anyway. They can just be the antithesis of that.
Well, I was going to say is like, no, I don't think that these games are being made in reflection to it. I think these are being made because people are discovering different genres and ways to express themselves through darker storytelling. Like maybe there's some inkling of truth that people are sick of mascot horror and they want to go in a darker direction, which I don't even inherently believe. But even if that were the case, this may be the catalyst for this new generation that's going to stick around for the same amount of time, for another 10, 11, 12 years. So I don't think it's going to die out. I think, if anything, we're seeing a burgeoning new market grow exponentially.
Yeah, this is like saying that, because nobody, Capcom isn't making Mega Man games, that means the indie Mega Man game or Metroidvanias are dying out. No, they're as big as ever. We get new ones every goddamn month.
Then why are we still
Gravity
getting new
Rush
Spring
is
movies?
great, by the way.
Spiral, which is a Saw movie. We got Saw 10, Nameless. Did you forget about that? And it's apparently the best Saw there is. So, Nosferatu remake, that could have been, he could have used more flickering lights. It's almost like all genres won't die. Yeah. Why did MatPat choose this guy to take over the channel? Because MatPat's still technically in charge. He's still running the show, guys. He's still the main producer. He's just not in the limelight. So he signed off on this almost no doubtedly.
Yeah.
I mean, part of the reason why I always thought MatPat was a bit of an idiot.
Shock-producing stories. And at that point, be the antithesis to mascot horror, well then, without mascot horror, you suddenly have no need for these darker,
I almost forgot.
Stories.
I almost forgot one thing in response to that specific point. So you're basically saying, we're not going to cover any of these games now, but we're going to cover them when it's socially acceptable to.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, I like basically, he's praying that with the downfall of the thing that he does cover, that it will also crash the thing that he doesn't want to cover.
You guys are fucking
like it's fucking like I understand that's not what you're trying to say, but it comes off that way. It's like,
it does.
If mascot horror dies off, then this other genre will die off. And it's like, did he say hopefully?
Yeah.
Time until the balloon finally bursts. And when that happens, we may also see the end of this more darker style of media. Because if the traumatic narratives are there to be the antithesis to mascot horror, well then without mascot horror, you suddenly have no need for these darker, shock-inducing stories. And at that point,
But they're not shock-inducing. Like, again, the rape storyline in Mouthwashing wasn't a shock-in-your-face, oh my god, it's rape. It was a, I can put it together because the pieces have been put in front of me to assemble myself. It wasn't like it was rape the whole time. It wasn't like a jump scare. It was the opposite of, in fact. It's a psychological horror. It actually digs into the psychology in a very subtle and realistic way. What the fuck are you talking about?
may even see video games moving back into alignment with movies. Right now, the growing fear in society is AI. And unlike the rising fear of the reliance on technology we saw in the 90s, this is about the fear that technology will take over and replace us. We've seen
had
it already
that
with
for
movies
years.
like Companion or Megan, and
Yeah,
surprisingly
Terminator.
in indie horror games like FNAF. I can also see this direction working with the added element of YouTube and social media, because, much like mascot horror, visually, it's not overtly gruesome or violent. It's clean and crisp, and allows you to still use some of the tricks for advertisers and platforms like YouTube that we've seen work for mascot horror. But as time goes on, I also think we'll see another shift. One that will almost be like a resurgence of what we saw in the 20s and 30s. Host of Film Theory Lee told me about a friend's kid he spoke to recently, and how they'd had a nightmare because their friend on the schoolyard had told them that World War III was gonna happen, and they didn't want to die. That is a very real fear being felt by the younger generation due to the political climate across the globe right now.
Man,
So,
we've had that
Well,
fear for like 40 years, man.
That's been
Yeah,
that was
bro,
literally
what?
you're just defining the Cold War 2.0. That's all you're saying. We've had that.
Yeah, we've had that in so many freaking dude. The majority of not just horror anime, but anime in general are so steeped with being, you know, symbolic of World War II.
And start making games and movies, I can also see us returning to that state of mind, using more traditional style monsters with special powers and high intellect to represent the people and governments we're perceiving as plunging the world into chaos,
We
just like we
still
saw in
have
old
that.
movies like Nosferatu. Oh, well, would you look at that? Maybe this change will happen sooner than I thought.
It is evolving, just backwards.
But
That's just game theory.
That's stupid.
Yeah,
Dude.
that is
Y'all need to pack it in, bro.
I
Y'all need to
fucking-
pack this shit in.
you guys really they forced so much of their own fucking beliefs into this instead of like
Yeah.
anything substantial.
hey, that's just a theory.
A
game
lame
theory.
theory.
Thanks for watching.
World
Did you really have to?
Yes.
Did you really have to start that again?
What?
The game theory
unnecessary.
tagline.
I wanted to make sure we got everything, and they told us it was a theory, a game theory, and then we can now say that was your
the
theory.
lamest theory
Your
ever.
theory should have never made it past the hypothesis phase.
For
all right.
real.
Yeah.
You got. Oh my god, mouthwashing type games were not made in response to FNAF popularity. To even imply this is way more offensive to real victims of SA. Yes.
Exactly. If anything, yeah. Oh my god, you're so right, you gucks. Yeah.
You want to know? Remember when we talked about Silent Hill 2 and about Angela as a character
Yeah.
and her whole horrible backstory about being potentially raped and abused by both her father and brother, and how
That
she
was
murdered
implied
them?
too.
That was implied too. That was, in fact, similarly implied as just as much as implied as mouthwashing was. In fact, I would say that Angela is far darker and twisted character than anything in mouthwashing. She's a much more complicated beast because she has a lot of internal resentments and such that just you don't really get. I'm sorry, but this is just a mess. I'm as someone who comes to game theory because I occasionally enjoy them just having something potentially to chew on entertainingly and then maybe just discard later. This was so self-serious and ham-handed. I couldn't not be just kind of like embarrassed for them.
Yeah, these guys are an absolute fucking joke. Yeah, I have not seen any of their new content ever since, you know, Matt Pat left. But if this is what they're cooking up, I'm sorry, man. This shit ain't for me. And you are honestly doing a disservice to your audience by trying to use the potential trauma of certain people in your audience to shirk any responsibility or desire that you guys have to cover whatever it is you guys want to fucking cover.
What the theory I don't see. It's called the end of mascot horror.
Yeah.
This is the second game theory video that I've watched since that Ocarina of Time video, and same quality, honestly. They haven't changed.
Higher production quality, same writing quality.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, actually, that one,
The
the
more
one that you
things
watched
changed,
would have
the
been.
more they say the same.
This is a bad video essay at this point. Well, yeah, that's what we're covering. Now, that is a theory. Shots fired. I don't think game theory knows what a theory is either. I understand from marketing why they did that. Same shit, different day. Look, occasionally they have bops. Nothing comes to mind immediately, but I'm just also kind of cooked right now. So,
They don't. Yeah, we've been going for an hour longer than we normally do. I am fucking hot. I want to go outside and get some fresh air.
I am right there with you. So let's round out. Thank you all so much for watching. Does anyone here have anything they want to announce?
I am almost finished with the audio editing stage of my new video and should be able to get on start with the video editing pretty goddamn soon.
Good.
So this will be the Ironwood video that y'all have been waiting for.
Hikaru, I vote we let the moon crash down to Earth. Yes.
Yes, Sieg Z on this shit.
Twy, I don't know if you have anything else you want to announce.
No, I've just been drawing. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm happy because she's drawing things that are related to stuff that we're doing, so it's cool.
Yes.
On me, Bad Fanfiction Night every Friday night, 10 p.m. Join us for that. Also this Friday at noon Eastern Standard Time is Fixing Ruby Volume 7, Episode 4. Look, it's going to be a very action-packed one, so look forward to it. I might take a week break off of Fixing Ruby to do some editing. It's been a very stressful few weeks, and I need to kind of recoup. So I don't know. Episode 5 might be next week and might be the week after. So I just don't want anyone to be super surprised by that. Though undoubtedly, of the 100 people watching, all of you will know. Axel 6 will forget. And everyone else that watches Fixing Ruby will still be confused. So yes. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, because I had a fun time with this, even though game theory pissed me off royally. And the Saber Spark stuff was just hilariously horrifying. So yes, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.